Anybody have the time?
Do I have 7 minutes?
Okay. I usually wait to exactly 10 after to let the stragglers in. Anybody here read my books? Most everyone. Good. Anybody have a testimonial to give for 2 minutes?
Yes. Okay. I was told 3 times by doctors that I will die. Okay? Especially if my cholesterol goes to 400. I was very close to 400. I was lucky because my mother was sick first during 30 years, and I was electronic engineer doing field service engineer for CT scanners, and I was looking what doctors, the way of doctors interpret the way the scanner gives the information of the body. So I was thinking, well, maybe they are doing something wrong, but I was very young, recently came out from the university, and I didn't have a criteria to say if that was right or wrong. But my mother was coming onto being almost a vegetable in 30 years, so I decided not to take medicines. So,
excuse me, is there any way they could close the kitchen door? Because I can hardly hear you over the
There's
screaming.
no door up there.
What?
There's no door up there.
Oh, there's no door there?
Real problem.
okay.
Well, maybe they could manage not to scream at each other.
I wish.
Okay, could you scream, please?
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. My English. I speak Spanish. I'm a Spaniard. I live in South America. Then I was very, very sick. My first strong illness was when I was 2 years old. Unfortunately, my mother took me to the doctors, and a lot of vaccination, a lot of antibiotics that destroy all my capacity to digest food. Then I ended when I was 40 years old. I was very, very sick. But I keep walking, keep working. I had strong pains in my chest. When I began the diet, the strong pains in my chest disappeared in 2 weeks. My cholesterol dropped from 250. I was able to drop the cholesterol up to 250 doing the wrong things. Okay, using almonds that produce me more strong pain in the chest, but the cholesterol dropped 70 points in a week. That is the wrong way to do it. But when I began the diet, in 3 weeks, the cholesterol dropped from 250 to 185, and I was not doing the diet in the correct way, because in Venezuela it's not possible to get butter, and I was very weak. My stomach was very weak to digest daily. So only with a couple of sardines, blue fish, the green vegetables I don't like very much, but I took it, and my beloved coconut cream, because in Venezuela it's easy to get coconut. It takes time to do it, and I cannot get the wonderful juice extractor there, and I use an old oyster centrifugal that is not recommended by Dr. Vonderplanitz, but it's what I had over there. And with that, in 3 weeks, I improved a lot. Then I got diarrheas, but after the diarrheas, I get better. Okay? And I was able to walk.
So the diet was based on the book, on the recipe book?
Not 100%, but 100% raw. I began 7th of April 2010, and I never went back. Only once that I had diarrhea for 6 days. Every 2 hours, I got very, very, very weak 3 months ago. But thanks to Jeremy, he's not here. No. Well, he told me, don't do anything to stop the diarrhea. That time, I only eat pasta once. Awful. I couldn't eat more than once. Now I cannot go back to cooked food. Okay? So I can walk. Before I use the cane, I was in another diet that made me lose so much weight that I was able to walk. But then I was so weak, 56 kilograms. that my feet barely sustain me. So when I begin this diet, I began slowly to increase weight and strength. Unfortunately, my job is in front of a computer about 15 hours a day and studying a lot, and I don't have much to exercise. But when I begin to exercise and do this diet, I get strong. And I run, and I am 55 years old, and I run. Even I still have some pain in my knee. I am able to run faster than my kids that are 14 years old and 17 years old. And I run much faster and run the upstairs much faster than them, twice as much fast.
Why don't you get them to do the diet?
Yeah.
No, they said they don't like it, and the donuts and chocolates are very nice. You know, that's the problem.
I was that way too as a kid.
Well, and I want to thank Vonderplanitz to give us this information, because what I see is more difficult for people is to erase the false data that we have before and to accommodate to this new data. Because it's incredible that bacteria is good. But for me, that I'm used to try to find the truth, I remember my grandfather that was a poor farmer in the north of Spain. He wake up in the morning with almost a liter of milk. He by himself has only 2 cows, and he by himself has the bees and everything. What I apologize is I was very, young engineer, and I didn't understood what my grandfather told me one day, that the people who has land will eat. Jesus Christ, when I read the book, that words of my grandfather came to my mind, and I cried. Because he was right. He didn't have education, and he was telling me, you are dying because you don't eat. But he was so smart that he didn't invalidate my status of engineer. And he said, that way, who has land will eat. I would try to get a land someday. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll seat up here for us. That way I won't have to.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Glad to have you here.
Okay, well, this first hour is about how I got to where I am today with the diet. I was born into a very violent household, very sickly, and I had a brother who was 18 months older than I am, still in diapers when I was born, and he was very upset that I took mother's attention away, just getting home from the hospital. So he made sure that I suffered every day. He pinched me, pulled my hair, bruised me. My mother thought I was just kind of reckless or careless, bruising myself in the crib. And when he found out that when he pushed me on a rake one day, a rusty rake, and when I was about 6 months old, my mother freaked. She's a nurse, and of course, the idea of lockjaw, her son getting lockjaw, not being able to eat and dying at 6 months old was not appealing to her. So she rushed me to the doctor, and the doctor gave me a tetanus shot. Very sick after that. And then at a year old, my brother pushed me on a nail of wood that had 2 rusty nails in it. Of course, it punctured me twice. Another tetanus shot. Although tetanus shots back then were supposed to last 5 years. I got another one 6 months later. And then my brother pushed me on another rusty object, a hoe, rusty hoe. And I got my 3rd tetanus shot at 18 months old. That one went to my brain, my communication center, and I became autistic. So it was like somebody took the switch off, turned the switch off on my center that communicates. I was unable to understand sound had meaning, that you could form sounds into meaning, that you could construct words with symbols. Completely foreign to my brain. Could no longer do it. So I went through life like that and wasn't able to talk or say much. And when I said something, they weren't really words. So, I thought they were words. I thought I was putting back the same kind of sounds everybody else was. And to me, they were just sounds. They weren't any form of communication. I had hoped that they were, but I never got the results that everybody else did when they spoke. At 8 years old, by the time I hit 8 years old, I had accumulated enough sound bites to mimic what people said like a parrot. So the things that I heard at home were, shut up, sit down, you're an idiot, things like that. So when I took those words to school and sent them to nuns and priests, because I went to a Catholic school, I got beat a lot. The nuns would take a comb and hit me on the back until I bled in spots, or take the ruler with the blade edge, the metal edge, and hit me with it until it cut me on the palm. So, the nuns and priests were supposed to be Christian, but I don't know anybody that was unmerciful. Anybody who was unmerciful and as violent as they were. And they were not loving like Christ was. So that put me off to religions in general, put me off to people in general, because these were the people I was supposed to follow and admire. And my parents, and all parents do this, all parents want their children to believe what they have inside them, what they believe, whether it's right or wrong. So they lie. They lie all the time. So, of course, as an autistic child, a child knows when you're lying. And just lets it go and lets it go until you're about 7 years old, and then they say, oh, lying's a part of life. You lie. That's what everybody does. You lie, and that's part of life here on this planet. I didn't adopt that. To me, it was always truth was important. But since I couldn't communicate, I could never tell my truth, which probably saved my life, not being able to communicate. So I would mimic these, and it was very difficult getting through school. I was sick 3 to 5 months a year. 2 to 3 months a year. And then when I hit 12 years old, I got a case of peritonitis right after my first polio vaccine. And that peritonitis is a perforated bleeding intestine. And they thought it was an appendicitis, so they went in and cut out the appendix. Found it in good shape, and said, well, we took it out just in case it caused some problems in the future. And that's the medical profession's thinking. They don't realize that, the pancreas, the appendix developed, I'm talking about the appendix developed for a reason. With that, just because you don't know what the reason was doesn't mean you pull it out of the body. And what I found in autopsies with human bodies was the appendix had a registry of every element that exists that ever went into that body. Whether it was a foreign venom from an insect, a spider, a scorpion, or a food, or the metals from canned foods, no matter what it was that ever entered the body, went into that appendix. Also, what to do about it. And, I put electrodes at the appendix and fed people different things. And if it was something that was poisonous that I put on their tongue, not directly the poison, but through a piece of beeswax, the body registered, the appendix would automatically start generating energy, and we become reactive at that particular substance that went into the mouth. And if I put a bee, even though its stinger was gone, on the person, the appendix would react. The appendix is your library to let you know that something is wrong in the body and what to do about it. If you don't have an appendix, your body has to re-register everything every time. So I don't have an appendix. So it used to be, after I had my appendix removed, anytime I got a bee sting, it would take 48 hours. And normally if you get a bee sting after the first one, your body will react in 20 minutes maximum. It only takes 20 minutes. But if your body has to reanalyze it and what to do about it, it can take up to 48 hours, 36 to 48 hours. Now, on this diet, I've been on this diet, eating raw meat since since September of '76. I don't have an appendix yet. 2 years ago, I had an experience that showed me that my body could make up for my not having an appendix. I was building a house in Thailand, in a farm there, and I had some pillows and blankets and sheets in a box, and they were inside the house as it was being built around it. And then it was time to bring out my, it was time that I could sleep there. I have a bed and all that, so I took the pillow out first. It was on top, and I held one like this to get the other, and I felt a sting in my arm right here, and I pulled the pillow away, and there's this tiny scorpion, and those are the deadly ones because their venom is not diluted. So one sting from those can kill you within 2 hours. So of course, I know that I'm healthy, so I wasn't going to do anything about it other than getting some lime juice and putting it on the area, because I know that lime helps to neutralize bacteria. Another way to do it, which I did with one person who got bitten by a rattlesnake, was I vomited. Well, I got them to vomit for the hydrochloric acid. Now, I don't have a lot of hydrochloric acid, which we'll find out soon, because I had a vagotomy when I was 20 years old for stomach ulcer. So, I just put lime juice on it, and after 24 hours of the arm going down, very little swelling, but the burn and the sting went all the way down the hand, back up the arm, down the shoulder, down into about the chest, and there it stopped. That lasted about 24 hours, the movement, and then after 48 hours, no sensation, no problem. But the arm felt very heavy, and I put a 30-pound weight in it from that. Then 3 days later, as soon as it's all worn off and I know I'm okay, I put some gloves on to do some work, and a scorpion was inside that, and I got stung again right here on the wrist, and it was another tiny one. So I learned to shake off everything before I touch it again. And that one didn't do anything. Had no sensation, no burning, except for that very spot. And that lasted maybe an hour, just on that spot. Then a week later, about 10 days later, I got stung again. One fell from a doorway and on my arm and did it again. Again, nothing. So my body had learned another way to develop that kind of sensory analysis and direction to handle those poisons, even though I don't have an appendix. But if you have an appendix, it's easy. Your body won't have to relearn how to do that and where to store it. Now, where it stores in my body, I don't have a clue. But at least I know that my body's handling it. Before, when I get a bee sting, like 20 years ago, having no appendix, it would last for a week, something like that, or 25 years ago, when I got stung once. I was taking care of hives, and a bee got under my beard and stung me on the neck. And the effects were about a week. And here again, that's a bee is not a serious deadly thing unless you're highly allergic to it. So having the scorpions, all three of them, the highest concentration of venom and deadly, and here I am, just had sensations to the arm. That's a testimony to how my body has developed from being very sick. So after that bout with the hospital and the peritonitis, they were injecting me every 2 to 3 hours. Once they let it go 4 hours, but it was mainly 2 to 3 hours. So I was swollen everywhere they injected me. I mean, my legs, my buttocks, my arms. I was bruised, swollen, in severe pain. I was running temperatures up to 107, so they were packing me in ice. They put plastic underneath me and actually packed ice all over my body. It was traumatic. Headaches all the time. So I just refused. They brought in a tray of, injections for me, hypodermics. I just knocked it out of their hands. There was no way I was going to get another shot. And when the nurse came in when I was sleeping and injected me, let me tell you, the next time she get back in that room, I told her, you do it again, and I'm going to come out of this bed, and I'm going to beat you. So they didn't do it anymore. So within 24 hours, I was out of the hospital, very sickly. After that, I was sick 3 to 5 months a year, bedridden at least 2 months a year. Then I hit 15 and a half. I had my third polio vaccine. They spaced it out far for me because I was so ill. And if you know what's in a vaccine, you say, why would I ever give that to myself or my children? Every vaccine is full of poisons. There's not one positive thing in it. You have 26 to 63 toxic ingredients in every vaccine. The basic ingredients are liquid mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, and detergent. And if you put all those in a blender and gave it to somebody, would you drink it as a flu vaccine or any other kind of a vaccine? Oh, and they take a rotten egg. That's usually what they make the disease with. They grow disease in these eggs that are deteriorated. And they are treated eggs. They are slightly heated to destroy the defensive bacteria in it, so that the disease will grow in it, which is a testimony to law again. If you don't heat your food, the toxic bacteria can't form from it. So, a disease bacteria. So after that shot, within 10 days I had diabetes, juvenile diabetes, which means my liver completely shut down, and I had angina pectoris. I had heart attacks. I had 300 heart attacks from the age of 50 and a half to the age of 22. 50 of them put me unconscious. But because I was autistic, I didn't fall into the trap that most people do when they have, any kind of cramping. And what heart attack is the cramping of the muscles. So it's like a Charlie horse. Most people go to try to rub it out, and the more you rub it, the more you tense, the worse it gets. Well, that's the way a heart attack is. So I would just fall because I knew I was in so much pain all of my life. I knew that the best way to get rid of pain was to ignore it. So I would just go into a limp state and just let the pain pass through me, even though it was still excruciating. And if I came back in a form of consciousness with that pain, it was never mild. So it was a way that I just kind of went into a self-hypnosis to get through it. So that's how I survived all of those heart attacks, because I didn't tense up with it and make the heart stay cramped. A lot of people who have heart attacks will tense about them, and then they lock the muscle into that cramp. And if it happens for over 6 minutes, you're dead. You're brain dead. So, and that's what happens. If you have any kind of chest pain, just relax. Breathe slowly, not deeply, because you'll put pressure on the heart. Again, and you cause the muscle to cramp more. But you just breathe slowly, inhale slowly, and about half your normal intake of air, and then exhale, hold it same amount of time, and then exhale to the same amount of time. So let's say you do it to a count of 4. Inhale to a count of 4 slowly, you hold to a 4, and then exhale to a count of 4. And then you will find that the heart starts relaxing, and then you won't suffer death from a heart attack. And it's very simple when you do that. Don't focus on the pain or the cramping of the muscles. You just focus on the breathing in and counting to 4. 1 ohm, 2 ohm, 3 ohm, 4 ohm. Hold it. 1 ohm, 2 ohm, 3 ohm, 4 ohm. Exhale to the same count. You won't be filling your lungs up to put pressure on your heart, and it will relieve the heart attack. I've helped hundreds of people through it just by doing that. I had one woman that had 3 heart bypasses. She's been on the diet now 9 years. Plus she had 9 other health problems that were severe, including rheumatoid arthritis. She doesn't have any symptoms today. And every time she gets that little heart pain, she does that little breathing exercise, and it's gone in a minute and a half. So it works. So you can't panic when you have heart pain. That's easy. You're worried about it. Then you have to run to the doctor and then get injections of this and that, and x-rays and all that other stuff. That always damage the body. So I was shooting insulin from the age of 50 and a half to the age of 22 because of the diabetes, the shutting down of the pancreas. As I told you when I got the tetanus shot is the same as a vaccine. Has all that mercury and aluminum and formaldehyde, ether detergent, and rotten substance, which is the tetanus bacteria. And it went to my brain. When I had the polio, it went to my heart the third time. The first time it went to, my intestines, and that's why I had the peritonitis. So vaccines, no matter if they tell you you're a bad parent or what it is, you're a bad parent if you give a soup of poisons. Each one of the ingredients are known toxins, and they're toxins on their own account. Then you put it all in this toxic soup. How can that be good? It isn't like algebra, a negative time a negative makes a positive. You put that soup of poisons together, it can do no good, period, and it can do a lot of harm. So I had to deal with the diabetes, injecting myself many times daily, and then dealing with the heart attacks after that. Now the way I got through school, because I was autistic, couldn't communicate, I always picked the smartest, most sensitive girl in the class to cheat off of, for tests. So I would copy her hieroglyphs. I got to be so good at it that by the time I was 16 years old, the 2 papers looked identical. So it was like, wait a minute, you did this paper for him? No, I didn't. He was sitting next to me, so obviously, I was an artist, became an artist by that. They could see that I was copying everything. And they thought I was very smart. Why did they think I was smart? Because my parents didn't allow me to look autistic. When I go off into my stairs, my mother would slap me on the back, and my father would slap me on the back of the head and say, "Stop that, you look like an idiot." I was an idiot. It's part of being autistic. So I learned not to do the stare while other people were around. Now, that stare isn't a child going stupid. It is a break away from the tension and the anxiety of not being able to communicate. It is a great stress. Always the thoughts are, and it's not in words, it's in a whole psychic, emotional language that it doesn't even relate to a spoken word. All animals communicate that way. So I was in that state and wondering, why can't I do what everybody else is doing? And anytime anybody look at me, it's like, am I going to have to say something? And I can't say anything. And I can't respond the way they do. So I was in constant turmoil. And my brother would come in and beat me up at night, punch me in the stomach, knock the wind out of me. So I was in constant terror. And then there was the TV that came out when I was about 10 years old. The black and white thing like this with all this snow on it. many times or most of the time. And they had horror shows on it, cowboy and horror shows. And then at the movies, you go spend 10 cents at the movies to see the matinee, and there were horror shows. And then I was worried about sleeping at night because my brother and the monsters under the bed. So one time when I was about 10 years old, I took a saw, my father's hand saw, cut the legs off of it so no monster could be under the bed. Man, I couldn't explain why I did it, and I get beat. I beat pretty badly. But there were no monsters for a week until they my father glued the legs back on. And put the, dowels, not down. He did the two-way screws, screwed it in there. So then I had to worry about the monsters again until I got old enough to know that there weren't any monsters under there because I slept under the bed. And I said, well, if I'm under there, they're not going to come under it. So that's what I did. I started sleeping under the bed about 15 years old. So to deal with all that. Then when I was also 8 years old, I realized that the reason I couldn't get out of bed and I was aching and pain is because I lacked coffee like my parents. They didn't have the aches and pains. If I lifted my arm for 30 seconds like this, I'd be aching in these muscles. All those injections, all those years, made every part of my body ache. And if I lifted my leg from all the injections here and here, I was always in constant pain. I had fibromyalgia from all those injections, all that medication. And I had no energy. I couldn't sleep at night, and then to get up in the morning when I finally fall asleep when the sun was coming up. Well, that was within an hour after that I was supposed to get up and get ready to go to school. And I was always freezing to death. No matter how warm it was, I was always cold and always in pain. So my mother and father had to come in with a belt and get me out of bed to really stimulate the adrenaline in my body. And they don't think, all of a sudden he has energy. Why didn't he have energy before the belt hit him, a few times? They didn't take time to think about that. They didn't take time to think that I was an autistic person. And part of my people not realizing my autism was because I learned to strike poses of the cool guys that people admired. So was Elvis Presley, Paul Newman, and James Dean of those days. So I learned to strike poses. If I were going into my autistic stare, I would do it in a Paul Newman stare, like this. People really didn't know I was autistic because they had to hide it. And I also had a talent for math. You give me a complex problem, I just write the answer. I didn't have to go through the formula. Just like Raymond in the Rayman movie. And just like he wasn't conscious of how he came up with the answer, he just knew the answer. And they put me in a room sometimes, a couple of times, to test me because I didn't write a formula out. I'd just write the answers. And I thought I was just copying answers like I copied everybody else's answers on everything else. But when they put me in the room with a test that they'd just made in high school, and I just wrote the answers, they realized they thought I was genius and that I was a wise guy and just refused to talk normally. I still said, shut up, sit down, stuff like that. But I also learned the repertoire from James Dean and Paul Newman and Elvis Presley, what to say to girls that they liked to hear that made them smile or swoon, So I had all those words down, like, you're really pretty, and I like your smile. Although I didn't know what I was saying, I got those down. I would listen over and over and over again to get those words down because I wanted to be liked. So I was expelled the first day of my sophomore year in the Catholic high school because I was a disciplinarian problem. You can't talk to priests that way and them understand. So I went to a public school for the first time, and they were wonderful. It was like they asked me, they had an interview with me, and they realized there was a learning disorder, a communication disorder. They put me in the right classrooms with the right teachers, and it was a whole different experience. Still, I couldn't communicate, and I didn't understand, but at least they put me in classes where I could learn some things. And they mainly focused me in art, because I was excellent at art. Of course, you cheat on somebody's paper, that good at, copying even their handwriting and not being able to know the difference. That's a good piece of, art. So when I graduated, of course, by cheating. And this one girl who was a year older than I, and a senior, and I was a junior, we fell in love. And we didn't have to communicate with language at that time. And then she got pregnant. She graduated from high school 6 months pregnant. Nobody knew it. We hid it because, married students weren't allowed to go to school there. They couldn't participate in the school at all, especially a pregnant woman. A father, if you were married, was not supposed to participate in extracurricular activities. They could still go to that school, but not a pregnant woman. So, and it was kind of a preppy school. So, when I graduated from there, or when she graduated, then we started living together that summer. So I was going to go into my senior year, and then she realized she had married an idiot. Because, there were chores to do, there were things to be done, and communication was not there, because I still didn't understand language. So if she wanted me to do something, and I didn't think first to do it, I didn't know what she was talking about. She would have to physically show me, and that angered me. So we ended up getting divorced shortly after the baby was born. And it was off and on. I left them and came back and left them because she didn't let me touch her after that. I'm sure, she had a lot of problems with not realizing who she had been with and married, and thought she had known me completely. But without language, it was something different. So I resorted to just going to work at night. What I did is go to school in the morning, take care of the baby until she got home from work, and then I would go to work and get home supposed to get home about 1 o'clock in the morning, because the restaurant that I worked in closed at 12, sometimes 11 o'clock, depending on what day it was. So I started going out with the guys after work. And it's easy to do with guys who just drink and smoke. They just say shit, cool, stuff like that, and that's all you have to say. And you're accepted, and everything's funny, everybody laughs, and they drink. So I became a pretty terrific alcoholic. But going back to when I was 8 years old, I had so much fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue that I saw my parents drinking coffee and them getting a buzz and high and more charge from it. And I thought, that's what I need. So one morning I poured myself a cup of coffee and they went bananas. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, they're drinking it, why can't I drink? Another hypocrisy. So I had to go in the middle of the night. They always left about 3/4 to a half a cup of coffee in the pot. One would come out in the morning, dump it, and make a new pot. Whether it was my mother and father, depending upon who got up first. So I go in the middle of the night after everybody's asleep, maybe 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, pour that coffee into a jar, put a lid on it, put it under my bed. So when they came and woke me in the morning, I'd drink it, get a charge, adrenaline high and hyper, and I'd still be sore and in pain, but at least I could move. And then after I was moving for a while, it wouldn't be so bad, I lifted something too high, and then I was in excruciating pain. So I was never able to play sports. I learned to cook and sew with my mother. My brothers went out and did sports and hunted and stuff like that, and I did not do any of it. So here I was, drinking alcohol because I got smoking too. I take the coffee in the morning, And while at recess at school, I'd smoke cigarettes to get the energy, the nicotine high. So at night, I never slept anyway. I would sleep, in the classroom, trying to do it, with my eyes open and stuff like that, trying to keep awake or look like I was awake and sleep at the same time. By the time I was 16 years old, I was consuming 11 cups of coffee a day and 2 packs of non-filtered Lucky Strike cigarettes, 2 packs. And then I had to start drinking alcohol at night to sleep because I had to stay awake and be functional with a baby and at work. So I had no options. And when I graduated from high school, by that time I was already divorced, and my mother took me to this new technical school that taught how to program. And at that time, you put your program on punch cards, and they ran through the computer to get at the program. It was nothing sophisticated like it is today. And you had to wire these panels to make sure that it, operated the way you wanted it to. So she took me to this school, and at my benefit, they gave no comprehension tests. There was nothing about English on it. It was math, geometry, and flow charts. And they were easy. Did everything. So I got the highest score of anybody that ever had taken a test. And then they interviewed me and realized they had an autistic kid. And all of the people who were in this institute, the oldest, who was the dean and principal, he was only 53 years old. The youngest professor was 27 years old. So they were much more in the know and understanding. So they helped me, and they realized that I could write a program in about 2 hours. It may take them 6 months to a year to write, pretty much flawless. So they farmed me out to IBM, to Carte Blanche Corporation, and Time BC, the third largest trucking company in the world, as a systems analyst. And they always had somebody go with me who could write and understand. Look at, I just knew what I was writing. He would write all the manuals in the English. I would do all the flow charts and the math, and write out the program in bio language. And so it was good. I was making first 40 grand the first year, 60 grand, 80 grand the third year. And my uncle, one of my uncles, my mother's one of 13, so there's a lot of uncles and cousins there. And 8 of her brothers and sisters were diabetic. My cousins, 8 of them were diabetic by the time they were 6 years old. That's the kind of a terrible diets we were on. And, and that was it, it was diets. Because of all 13 of them got degrees in college. How could they afford it? And they all worked hard and were smart. And they were, they had better brains. They were fed raw milk when they were kids growing up. We weren't fed that. I wasn't fed that. I was fed pasteurized 2% milk. No nutrition in that. We lived on donuts and cereals, basically. That's what we were fed. And that's what I liked. And I would put sugar, like 2 to 4 tablespoons of sugar on my sugar crisps. And those were already very sweetened with sugar. So my uncle, who was matriculating for his doctorate at UCLA, said, maybe we can help him. We're doing a lot of new psychology tests at UCLA in Los Angeles. Let's bring him out here. He was a TA in the psychology department, teaching assistant. So I had a lot of good friends. He graduated. He went in the military first, and then went to college. So he graduated at 30 years old with cum laude grades. So he got a high position as he matriculated for his doctorate at UCLA. So he got me to all these programs there. They gave me LSD, 732 milligrams in 3 hours, and it didn't even take me off. But they gave me shock therapy. They did everything. They treated me, and nothing worked. Nothing helped. And by all the alcohol, I was drinking like a fifth of gin or bourbon a night to sleep. When I transferred out there, I transferred with Time DC, so I stayed as an analyst for them and a dispatcher. And working with truck drivers, what do you think you have access to? Bennies, keep you awake, give you energy, because they can't sleep while they're driving. So I got all this Benadryl, and then I was smoking 2 packs of, sometimes more, 2 packs of Lucky Strike non-filters, smoking 11, 12 cups of coffee a day, taking all these bennies, and then drinking a quart of alcohol at night, fifth of gin or bourbon. And that's the way I lived, that's the way I functioned, until at 19 years old, 19 and a half, I was 20 years old when I vomited, first started vomiting. And I vomited 2 cups of blood. So all that bad stuff had eaten a hole in my stomach. So I had an ulcer. So they gave me tons of Maalox, said, drink this stuff. And what is Maalox? It's mine dolomite, which is rock with a high degree of, a high percentage of calcium in it. And it's just rock. It absorbs all the hydrochloric acid, so you're not going to digest anything anymore. It'll absorb your bacteria, neutralize them, because it's highly alkaline, and all of our digestive bacteria, or 98% of it, is acidic. So I stopped digesting and taking all this stuff. Sure, it stopped the vomit, but it made me worse. So I ended up with a tumor, a cancerous tumor, a malignant tumor, right alongside, attached to the ulcer. So they said, well, we're going to go in and cut that out. So it went and gave me a vagotomy, which means they severed all of the vagus nerves to my stomach. So I'd never secrete hydrochloric acid again. And of course, there would be no acid to eat away at the ulcer. So of course, I'd never have an ulcer again, right? So, and they stretched the duodenum 3 times its normal size. So if you take a piece of tissue and stretch it 3 times the size, what do you think is going to happen? I'm stretching the skin, let's say, 2 times right there. Just imagine if I stretch it 3 times, I'd have scar tissue that rip and tear. Well, that's what they did in my stomach. They turned it into scar tissue. But that was to hold it up in there, because now I had no hydrochloric acid. So I had to have all this bacteria do it. So I had to wait for the bacteria to accumulate to digest the food without hydrochloric acid. And everything had to be liquefied. It's supposed to be liquefied. So after they did the surgery, within 3 months, well, January, 2 months after they did the surgery, the whole incision became tumorous. Was up to 1.5 inches wide and 3/4 of an inch high. So they said, well, we have to irradiate him. Now they're talking to my uncle. Of course, I did everything everybody said all the time, if I understood them. And of course, they took me to the doctors, and this is what the doctors did to me, just let them do whatever they want to do. So they irradiated me. They took a radiation beam machine, and they did this 10 times for 10 weeks. Once a week for 10 weeks. And that was an intense radiation therapy. Such high levels, they cauterized my spine. That's like taking malleable clay and firing it in a kiln, and what do you have? You have rock, or you have plate or pottery. It's a solid substance. It's no longer mobile. It's no longer permeable by anything biological in the body. So if I tried to move, I was in excruciating pain. Now when you have radiation that causes that, you radioactively charge some of the minerals in the bone. So it doesn't happen overnight. That rigidity didn't happen right away. But each week it got worse and worse until 3 months after radiation therapy, I was completely paralyzed with pain. I could move very little. If I went to sit down, sometimes it would take me 5 to 10 minutes to sit. Even if I were in a position where it spasmed in pain in my back again, I had to stand and start all over. So it was pretty excruciating, the whole experience. So then they gave me also blood and bone cancer. Of course, radiation. We know that gives you blood and bone cancer, but they gave it to me anyway. Also, what it did was it deteriorated all the bone around my teeth, so my teeth dangled in my gums. So if I bit on my own teeth, if I tried to chew anything, I bled profusely. I was getting 1 to 2 transfusions a week, up to 2 quarts a week of blood loss from my gums. So I couldn't eat, I couldn't chew anything. Everything had to be completely liquefied, and I drank out of these big fat straws. So what was my intake of food? Like I said, I ate powdered donuts and Sprite. I would put those together in the blender, and that was a meal. I put Rice Krispies in there, or Sugar Crisp, lots of sugar in it, and RC Cola. I loved RC Cola, and that's what I ate. I continued a bad diet because no one exposed me to anything healthy. And they told me that after they did the vagotomy, I could never eat any raw food. So if I ate an apple or a peach or a banana, all of them had to be steamed because I would be in danger of death and would absolutely die if I ate a week of raw food. No question, I would die. That's it. I would die. No question, no debate, I would die. So my uncle showed me what I had to do with all my foods that were raw. The apple, the banana, all of them had to be steamed. Let's let this little bit of crowd go through.
Hi,
Hey, how are you?
Sorry, the meeting's ended upstairs, so if you're into your first hour,
Yes.
you guys can all move upstairs if you'd like.
Okay, it'll be about 10 more minutes.
No problem. I'm just making sure because a lot of people are coming out. They're going to want juices and stuff, so
Right, okay.
I don't want to interrupt. I'm
All
sorry.
right, terrific. Thank you. So, that's the way I was living under those circumstances. Then they gave me chemotherapy for the blood and bone cancer. Now, wait a minute. This is a medically induced cancer from the beginning of the stomach with all the malar that causes a hardening of the tissue and it cements. So it causes a lot of dead tissue to form, and that's what a tumor is. It's a conglomeration of dead cells, and with some cancer cells around interspersed to keep blood circulation into a tumor. If you have a malignant tumor, that means that you have good blood circulation, neurological circulation into it, so your body can address that tumor at some time. If you have a benign tumor, there's no circulation of any kind into it, lymph or anything. So if your body wants to remove that tumor at any time, it has to do it from the outside in. In a malignant tumor, you've got all this circulation. You can take the whole thing apart all at one time if it wants. If it can't, if it has a nutrient. So I was sucking everything out of a straw. After the chemotherapy, I was a complete worm on the floor. I couldn't move. I had no hair, except a few straggly gray hairs. And I was vomiting, defecating, urinating all over myself. I couldn't even hold a bowl or a pan or a pot to urinate in, so I was just going all over myself. Now, fortunately, at the time, because I was making enough money, I had a 2-bedroom, 1-level house in Beverly Hills, in a nice little area, so I could die in my house. So they ripped all the furniture out because I would stink up the whole house. Drapes, everything, put up shower curtains, plastic shower curtains with my drapes. And I lived in my living room, which was probably about, well, you know, maybe a third longer than this room. It was all wood, so I would crawl, you know, like this, all around the floor, urinating, defecating all over myself. they took me to a hospice to die there. And of course, I was still autistic, 21 years old at this point, still autistic. Didn't want to be in a place where people were there to die and all depressed, and everything I said would not help anybody. And I didn't have much to say when talked to. I usually didn't talk. I didn't say much. And people would think I was arrogant or whatever because I didn't talk. So two volunteers at the hospice volunteered to come to my house to help me there and make it more comfortable for me. So they went shopping for my donuts and my cereals and my skim milk and all of that, and the honey, the sugar, and they bring it to me, and then they would clean me up in the house. And it was a mess, stinky. They were incredible angels to do that. And they would prepare my food. One of them was an 18-year-old African-American boy who was brought up in Watts. And he had some idea about nutrition.
Brought up where?
Pardon?
Where did you say brought up in?
In Watts. Watts is the slums of East LA, or it was back in those days. And you wonder how a kid can be so bright. He was a singer with the Going Thing group, which were backed by the Fifth Dimensions at the time, and they worked for the Ford Motor Company, pushing the new Mach 1. So he's making 80 grand a year at 18 years old, and he was just this good-hearted kid that would go in 6'1", 6'2", something like that, and he just wanted to help. So he turned me on to raw carrot juice and raw milk, and I didn't know what he was talking about, and but he was handing me raw carrot juice and raw milk and offering them to me. And carrots, any vegetable will make me projectile vomit. So the smell, I'd never had raw carrot juice before, so I had no idea what the taste was like. But to placate him, I had something. Now, after you've had chemo and radiation and surgeries and all the medication, any food tastes like postage stamp glue or cardboard. You ever chewed on cardboard or paper? Not very appetizing. So when I sipped this carrot juice and raw milk, they were delicious and rich. So I decided, that's good. Finally something I can enjoy in all my pain. So I drank and I stopped eating anything else but that. In about 12 days, all of a sudden I woke and said, language, words, preposition. And in high school, my junior year, I had a teacher who taught English by diagrams. That's the first time I understood that there was some way to communicate with me, but I still didn't understand words, but I understood. I could look at a word and knew where it would go within the structure of a diagram sentence. So I always got those 100% right, and they thought, God, he cheats on everything, he's smart. They were just befuddled, because nobody took the time to understand autism in those days, in the 50s and early 60s. So I was trying to survive, and with that, all of a sudden, the new language that morning when I awakened, I said, preposition, description, verb, action. I just understood it all in that moment. So I called my uncle and had a conversation with him, and he thought I was a comedian friend of his who did voices. So for about 20, 25 minutes, they were having conversations. It was me having a conversation with my uncle, and he said, okay, Bill, this is enough, or William, this is enough. I know it's you, da-da-da. And I said, no, Lanny, it's really me. And I told him about an incident. When I arrived from Cincinnati, I drove all the way out in 3 days. Barely stopped. I just plowed it on through. And got there, and there was an experience that happened that we both just laughed about, and I knew he hadn't told anybody because it was slightly embarrassing to him because of my autism. So I told him about that experience. He said, "Oh my gosh, what are you?" I said, "It's just raw carrot juice and milk." And he said, "Oh, nutrition has nothing to do with health." He was indoctrinated into the medical, you know, finally all that stuff we did for you is working. Turned your mind around. It only took a year, but it worked. I said, no. I know it's the raw milk and the raw carrot juice. "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." "I know." That was him. He was still a great guy, but that was the only time he got obnoxious. And so I called Steve, the volunteer, the young man. Getting cold from the air? Yeah, it's pretty cold. We're going to leave in a minute. I'll go upstairs. And I called out Steve and I said, "Listen, Steve, you turned me on to," and "turned me on" was a word, one of the first slang terms that I understood. Turn me on. Turn me on to diet as being a way of achieving health. I want to go to a bookstore and I want to get as many books as you can, direct me toward to study nutrition. And my uncle said, "Well, I want you to, it'll be about 10 more minutes." Then he said, "I want you, you're a diehard Republican asshole. So I want you to read this book on Siddhartha, which is about this guy, that young boy who grows up in an affluent society and home, has everything, but goes off and becomes a thief, a murderer, a drug user, a drug dealer, a pimp, a whore. He does everything wrong, even a murderer. And then by the end of his life, he becomes a sage, a very wise man that helps many, many people." And I thought, God, somebody can be that? You can do all those things in one life? I thought you could only be the devil or the angel. And even though I knew that everybody lied, I knew that everybody was mostly the devil, according to that concept of, good and evil, and what Christianity was, or even Hebrew, because my father was Jewish, and his parents were, of course, Jewish, so I got indoctrinated in both. All the guilt in the world, I had it from both. I had to go see my accountant before I could go see a priest or a rabbi. It was that kind of thing. So I was getting a little better. I went to the store, got $110 worth of books. In 1968, that was a lot of books, because you could buy a softback book for 15 cents, 25 cents, hardcover with pictures in it for $1.95 or $1.65. So, and I got the book Siddhartha. That was the first book I read. It took me a week to read it. It was only about 80-some pages, because I had to go into a dictionary to read the definitions of the words in the definition of the words in the definitions of the words in the definition. So I spent 90% of that time in the dictionary trying to figure out the words. Now, I had an idea of what words meant by that time. I had heard a lot of words, and I gave them a meaning that I thought they meant, although I couldn't communicate it, by the way they made me feel. If it was a good sounding word to my ear, it was a good word. And like ludicrous. I thought ludicrous meant happy, funny. I didn't know it meant ridiculously funny, I just liked the word. And lugubrious. I thought it meant somebody had to toil and work real hard, not morose emotions. So I had all these malaprops that I had said. So I had to relearn everything that I thought when I could finally speak. So I got better and better over the years, drinking raw milk and raw carrot juice, got into more raw foods, and just continued with it and exploring them. I tried, mind over matter, like my uncle said should happen, because he was a psychologist, of course. Mind was the ultimate to him. So, I went off the raw foods, went back to drinking RC Cola and Sugar Crisp and doing all of that. Oh, my teeth, my gum, my bone around my teeth grew back in a year drinking lots of raw milk. Only took a year. All the bone grew back around my teeth. So I was able to start chewing again. And of course, all the raw stuff didn't kill me. I was eating the raw milk, which was supposed to be one of the most dangerous things on the planet, and eating all kinds of cottage cheese and raw dairy of all sorts. And I was getting better every day and not dying, not getting sick, not having diarrhea from it, none of that. My hair grew back. Of course, it grew back great when it came back. It was like his hair, and it took me about 8 years for it to go back to its natural color. And mine goes in and out. When I detox certain things out of my skull, I'll go gray again, then my hair comes back. This is the only area where it stays all gray. That never changes. So as I got better, I got stronger. I never got into the raw meat. And then I went out and lived outdoors with the animals because I said, if I'm going to find a way, I'm not going to find it in society that pumps out nutritionists that are fed garbage information, and nobody has any wisdom. Nobody experiments or tests anything. They just fly out with this information, and they're taught now, and back then, nutrition is about supplements, vitamins, enzymes. It's about chemistry, not about food. It's about chemistry, and it's nonsense. So I knew I wasn't going to learn anything, because everything I tried that was a vitamin supplement made me sick. I didn't know that every vitamin supplement, even the natural ones, were what? Were cleaned and made with kerosene. How many of you would soak your food for 22 hours in kerosene, rinse it for 2 minutes, and eat it, and expect not to have kerosene in your food? I don't care whose supplement it is, they are all made that way. Unless it's non-natural. If they're non-natural, they use gasoline, hexane, to do it, to dissolve that substance and extract what they want out of it. It is all contaminated with either gasoline or kerosene. There is no supplement that does not use this. I don't care who it is. I gave a lecture about 3 years ago at a big convention, and I made that statement, and there was 2 top salespeople from the most known natural vitamin supplement maker in the audience. They went back to their corporate office on Monday and reported what I had said. Their lawyers called me and said, you've got to put an ad in the New York Times, the Chicago Times. It's got to be in the front section. You have to pay for it, and a retraction of that. I said, a retraction of what? They said that we use kerosene to derive our supplements. And I said, well, you do. And they said, no, we don't. It's all natural. I said, kerosene is natural. That's what a laboratory uses when somebody wants them to make a natural supplement. Because the FDA and the USDA count kerosene as natural. So that's the solvent that you use. Go check with your lab, and if you have something else that you do with, come back and I'll gladly put those ads in the paper. That would have been about $60,000 for me to put that ad in each paper. So I said, but I'd gladly pay for it, even if I have to, borrow the money. I never got a call back, because that's it. I had 5 laboratory technicians on this diet, one that runs the laboratory, and he said, I have been everywhere in every lab, every chemistry, and I know every chemical that's on the market, and there is no other way for a natural one to be made except with kerosene. So I knew it. So of course, I didn't have to put any ads in, I didn't spend all that money, because that is a fact. So when you think that you're getting a high from a supplement, you're getting a high because you're poisoning yourself with kerosene and your adrenaline's rushing. Just like my father and mother would come with a belt and get the adrenaline going in my body from the slap of the belt. And of course I'd have damaged cells and the body generates adrenaline to help heal and take care of that damaged area. Let's go ahead and go upstairs now.
Has to be another way to get the nutrients from the food and the supplements.
We eat them. Digest them.
Is the only way?
Since it started doing that a long time ago, it's from the FDA. It has to be completely bacteria. No bacteria can grow in it, even if it's moist and they just
I have it, but I don't know how to use it.
You have to, you have to light them and find out.
Is this really herbs?
This is like
No, that's the herb.
Well, those are usually cooked. I just
Freeze dried.
Then how do they get into a powder? That's what you have to ask.
So you probably grind it really fine.
By heat. And they may use sprays to keep up getting bacteria for you. Because you have to look at how did they get it into is it a big piece of meat that they're freeze drying? Or are they slicing it first? How are they doing it? Are they dissolving it and then freeze drying it? How are they doing
I
it?
think the fact that it's frozen makes it easier to become a powder. That's what I'm getting out of the whole process.
You go through the process. You freeze something and you show me how you get it into a powder.
So, are there any supplements that you like and process? Because especially process, it's unnatural.
All of it.
Right.
Proteins are the worst.
Basically, just like
That's all you. That's the
Exactly. I
only
agree.
way we say.
people ask mention the supplements, food.
And those cod liver oils, those fermented
Well,
fats.
now the cod, there's one cod liver oil. I help them with the process, and that's green pastures.
They got it downstairs.
Yeah, but it's in a non-flavored.
That's the
Or
best
the
one.
stinky one that burns your throat. That's the only one that's any good, and that's entirely fermented. You know it's good because it's rotten and nasty. Stinks bad, tastes bad.
Which one is this?
The cod liver oil, green pastures, not non-flavored cod liver oil. However, my experiments with people who are on the diet 90% and more, it has no effects, no benefit. For people who eat a lot of cooked food, it might be helpful. Okay, we've got the recording table over here if you want to record. Okay, so I was traveling all around on my bicycle, all over the United States, all the way to Mexico, down to Yucatan, all the way up through Canada to Alaska. Now, I didn't travel across Alaska, across Canada. I went from the U.S. on the west coast up through Canada to Alaska. But I went to a lot of places in Mexico, all the way down to Yucatan with my bicycle, living off the land, living with animals, alligators, chipmunks, coyotes, you name it. I lived with any creature that could teach me what I needed to know about health. I lived with 4 different Indian tribes, down with the Mayans in the Yucatan. I lived with the Yaquis in northern Mexico, and I lived with the Sioux Indians, which I have relatives who are Sioux, 1/16 Sioux Indian, and then with the Inuit in Alaska. And all of them told me that what I was missing was raw meat. That's what I needed to eat. And I thought, they really want to kill the white boy, taking over their land and all this. And each one of them told me that. And I thought, would they have a smoke signal that they send up from South America all the way up to follow me up to Alaska? So I completely, my mind was that you could eat anything raw but meat. Meat would give you parasites to make you brain dead and stupid, or kill you. So I completely denied raw meat in all of this. So I was a raw food fruitarian, vegetarian. When I started out on the bicycle, I was not a total fruitarian. I was a lacto-ovo. I ate raw eggs and I ate raw milk. But when I got out there, I got involved with other vegetarians who said that the raw eggs and the raw milk were bad because we're subjecting animals and we were supposed to be fruitarians. So I accepted all that nonsense, and I did that for about 6.5 years. And at the end of it, I found myself very skinny. We're down to, at one point I was down to 98 pounds. But I hovered around 118, between 118 and 123. Right now I'm 185. So you can imagine what I look like at 118. So when I got to that state, I was in Alaska, 2.5 years living outdoors. Eskimos, weren't helping me. I wanted to find out some herbal formula that would remedy it, or some special fruit or plants or whatever it was that would bring me back to health. As a fruitarian, I started losing my teeth. My teeth started rotting out. My bones, I got blood and bone cancer again, and I was in pain, excruciating pain. I was in Alaska at this time, and this was the end of August and the 1st of September, in the time that I was there. And it was already getting cold. Their summer is 2 days. Their spring is 3 months, and they have no, everything else is fall and winter. Basically is what they have 9 months a year. So I was, yes?
So you're saying you had blood and bone cancer before, so what they did to you, it actually went away?
It went away, and then I got it again.
And then it
Being a
reoccurred
fruitarian.
how long later?
Probably 3 years. I'm a fruitarian. So I was aching, my joints were aching all over. So I was going to leave Alaska and go back to the California desert. And I was deciding whether I was going to kill myself again or not. And let me tell you, probably every other day of my childhood, I thought of suicide. I was wanting to end everything. And then at this time, I thought, well, I haven't found the answer. I'm going back into that state again, very painful state. I've looked everywhere for the answers. I'm not going to find them, so I'll just go fast myself to death in the California desert. So as I'm packing up my saddlebags on my sleeping bag, on my bicycle, the Indians dug this hide out of the ground, about this far into the ground, and it was a hide rolled about like this. They unrolled it, and this stinky stuff was in it. And it reeked. It stunk terribly. So, it smelled like somebody had deserted a slaughterhouse and not cleaned it before they left. And I smelled that. And, it was all, when I looked at it, it was green, it was patinaed, it was green, it was black, it was white, it had brown, all these different molds in it. And I thought, some kind of herbal formula, but it smelled like rotten carcass. So I just thought, I didn't know that meat had mold. I knew it got gangrene, but I didn't know that outside of a living body you could have gangrene. So when they wrapped it up and reburied it, when they heard this bird call coming from downwind, and I said, "What are you guys doing?" The kids were jumping. They smelled it, and they were jumping up and down and happy to smell it, and it just made me want to vomit. And they said, "Well, it didn't stink a half mile downwind. We have to rebury it for a few more days." So I had to stick around for this and see what was going on, see what would happen, and what this was. I wanted to find out why everyone was so excited to eat it when they would eat it. So I waited for a few more days, and they dug it up, and it smelled so bad that if I got within 5 feet of it, I wanted to try eating. Vomiting at the idea of the smell of it. So they started eating it, the kids, they portioned it out to the kids. For 36 hours, they ate an area from here to that wall back there and here. Bunch of them, all over. And there were only about 60 of the Eskimos, and some of them were children. And the children were eating like a pound, infants were eating like a pound in that 36 hours. Young adults were eating a pound and a half. Adults were eating 2 to 3 pounds each. And this stunk terribly. They got me to eat just a ping pong ball size amount. And how they did that is I had some cotton balls because still my wounds would bleed once in a while, so I put cotton and clay, pack them to keep them from bleeding as much. And but I took some cotton, put some musk oil on them, put them up my nose, and then ate one little piece. Now at that time, when the temperature got below 50 degrees, I was frozen in pain in every joint. So I went back to my sleeping bag for, the sun doesn't go down at that time of the year. It's up 22 hours a day, and it barely gets, dark a little bit. And it's not real hot though, because you're still in an environment with the ice all around everywhere. You have no motion. And it's still cold, very cold there.
It was so quiet downstairs. Now I can only hear them. They just,
You're going to have to sit over here.
maybe I'll sit over there.
Yeah, sit over here.
Okay, because it's just so loud.
I know it's noisy.
We couldn't go back where we were.
They don't want us down there because that's a juice bar.
You want this next to you?
No, it's all right. I just want to hear.
Okay.
Okay.
So after eating that, I went back to my campsite, got in my sleeping bag, when it was getting the coldest, and I was going into pain. And usually what I do is I wake and let the sunlight beat on my sleeping bag so it'll warm me enough. That'd be about 2 hours. Then I get out of the sleeping bag and stay in the sun naked for anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes. And then I could function with the pain, but function. After having that high meat, which I still didn't know was high meat, I didn't accept that it was meat. I got out of the sleeping bag in about 30 minutes. I only had to bake in the sun, but naked about 10 minutes, and I was functional. I had a little bit more energy than before. So I went back to the chief, and they're still eating this stuff. And I said, what is this herbal formula? No, this is caribou, and there was a whale or seal blubber that was mixed in it. And I said, no, this is mold all in it. Meats don't mold like that. Oh, yes, they do. I didn't accept it. I was closed-minded, and I just didn't accept it. So I figured, they weren't going to help the white boy. So they just want me to eat rotten meat and eat raw meat and kill myself. And, it wasn't going to happen that way. So I got on my bicycle, went back to Los Angeles. I was pretty weak at that time. So I started throwing my bikes on empty freight cars and riding those down. Got down to Southern California, picked an old Indian burial ground to die. And I was going to fast myself, and I knew it would take anywhere from 50 to 65 days to die by just drinking water until they expired. And then coyotes would come down at night, every night, wake me up about midnight, playing this little game. And when you're dying, fasting, you start having wild thoughts and, maybe having psychic perception. I got to the point where after about 10 days of this, 11 days with the coyotes, I was able to feel where they were. And if I looked where I felt they were, I always caught one. So there were 11 of them by this one night. And the next night, there were 11 of them. They all came together and came up to me. and invited me to go hunting with them. Of course, I didn't know that's what they were taking me to do, but they were calling me to go with them, to follow them. And they caught a jackrabbit, and they ripped it open and put it on my feet. And I hadn't eaten meat in 6.5 years at this point. And I had some dairy, some, just to survive. I had some raw dairy. And here was the Easter bunny on my feet. One reason I became vegetarian. I was so locked into it because I loved animals and didn't want to hurt them, didn't want to usurp them for their milk or anything. So, I looked at coyotes and said, "You guys eat this, okay?" And they just looked at me and weren't going to touch it. And all of a sudden, this dialogue that my uncle had with my cousins and brothers when I was a kid went through my head at that moment. And they were going rabbit hunting. And my uncle told them that if you kill a rabbit, if you shoot a rabbit, you need to cook it all the way through and put a stick through it, and you roll it all over the fire for 5 or 6 hours until it's dark inside, burned inside. Because rabbits, wild rabbits, have a toxin in them. I don't remember, he said it was a microbe or just a toxin that would take over the intestines within 24 hours, and you'd be dead within 48. And I thought, oh my God, the coyotes want to help me die quickly. I said, this is it. I can take excruciating pain for 48 hours and die quickly. That's easy. Rather than having to spend another 45 to 50 days fasting. And that's miserable when you're fasting in the desert. It's very cold at night and hot in the day, and dehydrating, having to enema and drink tons of water so you don't have headaches and all kinds of other problems. So I ate the rabbit, started eating the rabbit, started coming right back up. It was difficult to eat it, but I forced myself to eat it. After a few bites of swallowing it, chewing it, it became pretty tasty. So I ate 3.5 pounds in one sitting. And the jackrabbit's about 7.5 pounds, the adult jackrabbit. So they shared the rest of it. I went back to my tent, my sleeping area, my campsite to die. And I knew I was dying because I felt good. And the only times I felt that good was in a near-death experience where my body had left, my consciousness had left my body. So that's what I felt like. I was dying because I felt good. Went back to my sleeping bag, got in my sleeping bag, woke the next morning, was able to get out of the sleeping bag in about 30 minutes, and then only had to stay in the sun for about 10 minutes. And then I was mobile again. But this time I had a lot of energy. And this went on for 24 hours. No pain, no diarrhea, no vomit, no nausea. Just felt energy, and I felt good and positive. And then another day went by, the same. Felt good, no problems. Another 24 hours went by. 72 hours, I was alive, still feeling energetic. More energy than I had my whole life, because I never felt good in my whole life. Even as a vegan, as I got healthier, I never felt energetic. And with the back pain, I always had to get off my bicycle every hour to hour and a half and get in yoga postures to stretch out my back, because my back was still in excruciating pain all the time from the medical therapist. So 3 days went by and I realized those Indians were telling me the truth that whole time. Raw meat's the answer. So I started killing rattlesnakes, scorpions, whatever I could get out there. Not very delectable. So I got on my bicycle and went to visit farmers, made deals to work on the farm in exchange for all kinds of meat, eggs, dairy, whatever I could eat off the farm. And I ate tons. As a fruitarian, I would eat 14 to 25 pounds of food a day, like 7 pounds of nuts in a day. One time I had 14 pounds of nuts in a day, still woke up 2 ounces lighter the next day. So I ate and vomiting. I eat so much sometimes. So I was bulimic, but not forcing myself to vomit. It just come back up. And I was never satisfied. This I could eat all day long and be satisfied. And I forced myself to eat. And in 2.5 months, I gained 53 pounds. I looked like a scaled-down Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I thought, I'm going back to Los Angeles. I found the answer, raw meat with other raw foods. And when I got to Los Angeles, he said, are you nuts? You're going to get a brain fluke and you'll be an idiot. And I said, well, I've been there, done that. And this is the only thing that's working for me. So I'm going to continue eating the raw meat. And here I am, 65 years old, working in my 66th year, and I'm not dead, and I eat raw meat. I've eaten meat with every kind of parasite you can ever imagine in it, purposely generated in it to eat it, and I've never gotten a parasite from eating it. Never. And here I'm pretty healthy. So you have to take a look at that and you say, how much information are we getting about health has nothing to do with health, but has to do with you staying ill so you can pay doctors that pay the pharmaceutical industry. And that's what it's about. I've learned that 99%, 99 out of 100 times that you hear something from the medical profession, you do the exact opposite and you'll be right. That's a bad statement for the medical profession, but it is absolutely true. Their books are written, medical books are written by the pharmaceutical houses. Merck's is this thick, and the word cure never appears in it. The word heal never appears in it. That should tell you right there, you don't want to go there. They don't offer anything of cure nor of healing. And they say in it, there is no cure, there is no way to reverse this. You have to be on these medications. And if you have allergies to these medications, you have to take these medications. So you're taking 35 medications for one condition. And if you have multiple conditions, you could be taking 200 pills a day.
When did this mindset begin? To tell the public you can't get healed, you can't get cured. When did he start doing it?
In the early 1900s, when Rockefeller and Carnegie started funding all research in universities, then it was out the door because they were about their drugs. Because both of them, especially Rockefeller, he owned 5 pharmaceutical houses. So that was their whole intent, to make drugs the thing of the medical tool. And they did it completely.
What percentage of doctors, physicians throughout the United States are aware of this nefarious, situation?
I have no idea.
Take a
I
guess.
have probably...
Take a guess.
I'm in the field, they're not aware of it.
Yeah, they must not be.
They're not, there's some outside, when they have problems themselves, they'll reach outside of it, but otherwise they're indoctrinated, just
Yes.
like Republicans.
Yeah, I have about 45 MDs on this diet. And about only a third of them have stopped practicing altogether and gone and done something else. The others don't do what they did before. They don't hand out the medication that they used to. They suggest alternative ways, but they're always subjected to medical scrutiny, and they could lose their license if they get caught. Because the medical law is, and it's a medical law that got instituted through legislature, that if a doctor recommends anything other than the prescribed medical ways which were produced by the pharmaceutical industry, for 10 years, less than 10 years, they are subject to lose their license in jail. And jail time, yes. So they cannot prescribe or recommend any alternative unless a patient has suffered 10 years with their disease with all the medical therapies that are available for that disease. 10 years. That means if you go to a doctor, You will never hear any natural cure or anything from that doctor until you have suffered for 10 years.
Or die
Fact.
before.
Pardon?
Or die before.
So would it be your opinion that it's most advantageous to not have a health care plan?
Absolutely. You think my health care plan is my food, and I'm doing very well with it. Now, there is no health care plan that can help you with them.
Right.
You go to them, and all they will have is medication for you, or surgery, or chemotherapy, radiation. That's all they offer. There's no other means. Everything is mechanical and drug. Nothing will get you to a cure or healing. Just surviving with that disease. And that's what they want. They make a lot of money that way. Just think, one diabetic, from one diabetic in this country, and there are over, was it 86 million now? They say there's 53 million, but there's actually, they sell enough for 86 million Americans in this country. From one diabetic, they make $1,200 to $1,800 per month. And a third of that is on Medicare. So we're all paying for them being locked into insulin. Now, as I said, I took insulin from 15 and a half to 22. I went off of the cold turkey from the raw milk. And I didn't even know that it was a cure. I just didn't want it anymore. And I started drinking raw milk after about 10 days. And that was the day before my mind switched on. I cut off the insulin. I stopped taking it.
That was from type 1 diabetes?
Type 1. Juvenile diabetes. So, and I didn't know that Hippocrates, I didn't learn this until 40 years later, that Hippocrates used a strict raw milk diet to reverse any kind of diabetes. And that was way back then. Because people were heavy on the grains and stuff like that, and sugars. At that time they had their sugar made by the Chinese and Egyptians, which was relatively the same. Made sugar the same out of sugar cane the way they do. They had other grasses that were similar to sugar cane, but they didn't grow as fat and as big, and they were not economically feasible in manufacturing that they could make into, I gotta compete with Sally. That they can make into a sugar. So we're going to take a break, like a 10-minute break now, and then we're going to get into the workshop end of it. And in this workshop, I'm going to tell you how the body really works, not how the medical, pharmaceutical industries tell you how it works. So that you will never be in fear of your body again. You will know what to do. You'll never have to go get an x-ray or anything like that again, unless you have a limb ripped off and you need it put back on. The doctors can be good mechanics. They are not good healers, and they know nothing about health. They absolutely nothing about health. They really know nothing about bacteria. They're kept in the dark about that, so they'll be stupid and believe in the germ theory. If they knew, what bacteria really did, and that those bacteria that they call pathogenic means disease-causing, are really janitors, then the whole farce would be over. And they are just janitorial bacteria. So we get into all of that. So when you leave here, you're going to know what to eat, what to do, how to run your body in the best machine and the most functional. So take a break and enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is sterilized.
I don't do.
You want something from the...
No, I'm gonna say
Ladies,
Carolyn.
this is Carolyn.
They came off her computer.
what I need. They give you a spoon.
Pads will help you So if you're ready kind of depleted, sometimes oils might actually not be the best thing because you don't really have too much room to just get rid of stuff. You want to accumulate stuff. You want to get that. Then the toxins are trapped by that. So it gives more into actual fat.
It's been over a year. My gosh, we're 3 for 3. They're going to keep us on your list every year. And that's the cycle story. Every time I get it, it's like the first time.
To begin with, nuts
I get all teary eyed. Suzanne told me
No, but
double process.
he said there's one guy that's really he might recommend it, but he doesn't. He's not
And I think these nuts that I it's wrong. I know it's wrong.
No, but he does have a list that he gives you.
never hurts to hear it one more time.
You've lost some weight.
Down,
He's got products that will save you time instead of
I was thinking every time I look at
so you know that he knows where
I realize I thought it was nuts. I thought she's going to be sick. We're going to have to leave before we even hear the phone. I was somewhere. I said, let me
There you go. I got some. Yes, wait, they put that in the
Okay, that's all. Would you take some of this?
These will be people.
And put them, would you want some of this?
No, Nancy, I'm good.
Well, that's why I got you a spoon.
Well, did he tell you who paid? He doesn't say who paid.
Pineapple.
Oh, only Beverly. It's Beverly there.
Let's dip it off there.
Beverly's the only one who paid. So everybody else has to pay.
Just go with it.
Okay. Take all you want.
Jeremy's not.
Pardon?
We just give you. Can we pay you?
Yeah,
Or do we need to give it to Jeremy?
I don't need
Oh,
so
you
much
just
of that.
pay it here. He can collect it
Yeah, I can collect it.
Okay.
for me.
Yeah.
So this is Kelly living at the top. You got the top
Piece of that tree.
name there, Kelly.
Oh, I did. Well, it's because I was the first one to call.
Oh, yes.
This is just organic blue corn with just salt.
I was surprised you came here rather than is Philadelphia close?
It is, but I hate it there. We came here. I don't know if you remember. We came here last year
Right.
because Jack had shingles.
Like that.
Remember that Jack had shingles last year,
Yes, yeah.
and we came here and we just decided it's worth the
Okay,
extra
now
3
you want to
hours.
stay.
Right. Extra.
The weather and Philadelphia.
Well, this time of year should be a little better. Usually they're
Yeah,
February.
February, yeah. It is, but it's still, this way we can take a few days afterwards. It's just,
That's okay.
when I work with the Indians,
Yes.
we don't live with the big.
Even though it's raining?
It won't rain forever.
That's right.
I'm gonna go down and see if I can get him to cut this up. Yeah, I know I can't cut it with this.
No, I don't think so. He does it again, so after 7 o'clock.
Are you gonna do it going downstairs? All your kids are there. It's gonna be okay walking downstairs.
I think so. Now we can have, they don't see me. This thing is easy.
Information that we won't know about,
You might want to.
that they won't tell us.
Yeah.
And I said, good, that's my information.
95.
In this last 5 minutes? That's good enough. Yeah. Because that'll be, that's something, yeah.
No, 3:15
But this whole-
3:15.
So 6:30.
And then 95 would be
Break for
75.
But if it's true. I mean, I was thinking,
What else are you paying for?
you know, I just want to do something. The other stuff, I believe, definitely, because the other stuff, I'm not going to touch. It's a paradigm shift that it's completely the opposite of what you may think is the case. You gotta be open-minded, you know? Remember when I told you I was
Just the minute consult
making my shakes?
40, yes.
Instead of taking protein shakes, I was putting in a blender with water, oatmeal, and mixing it up. I was doing 6 eggs in the blender, you know. I stopped doing that about 2 weeks because a friend of mine said, "What are you doing? So I stopped. I was doing it for about 2 months, you know. Yeah.
My lunch. Meat. Chocolate. So the problem with this diet is eating from people that is not used to see us eating this. My daughter, when he saw me eating this, he stayed out of the house.
Where? Oh, it is.
And before she comes with me on the weekends.
And that's the same one I
I did for the 3 years. Why not the standard? I figured that's what we might use.
That was going to really, he was going to get his mind off distracted, and he would have ruined the end of the summer. It would be a really good summer.
You have food?
The blood food? That did start.
You have food.
Oh, I have
Blood bank.
You know?
Yes.
So I can share something of this.
Health services.
We all want to take care of it.
Good.
You know what happened to me was
Good.
the health care system.
Yeah, I definitely
And you know what the thing is that
We all have food to do.
I purposely, I don't use it.
When I talked to the
I was like, I said, good, because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't have had the procedure. I would have said, he's mental health here, I'm not going to do it.
It'll probably be right around 6:30. You can go first.
That's my plan to go to the
I will talk about it. I will talk about that, absolutely. Is everybody here that's in the workshop? There are other people coming still?
No, they're downstairs.
I was wondering how you're gonna eat that thing. Okay.
We'll show everybody
What
out.
about the shell? Do you eat the shell?
Let's do that.
I wish.
I once heard that the shell has calcium that's good for you. What do you think about something like
You could
that?
suggest it.
I used to grind it up and give it to my chickens in Vermont when I lived there.
They have meat.
Yes.
But I also lived on the reservation with the Apache group. And after we got through with being down with me and teaching them what they needed to know, they all had pizzas, French fries, one zucchini and cabbage, rot. Yeah, we did well with that.
I have a drink.
But I used to, get my own water and stuff off the mountain and do my own wild crab leaves and my own stuff. So it's interesting to hear you talk about
I
that.
finished what I bought with you last night,
So, I'm seeing you tomorrow at 3:30.
Yeah.
I'm getting some work back.
That's what I do.
I want to talk to you Friday.
I do raw eggs, raw liver, raw milk, raw cream, raw honey.
I eat so many eggs just not even funny. But when you
But I want to talk to you. I already took a good radio. Now, I think I was never gray. When I started this time, I went gray.
what time is it? I don't drink all this coffee.
3 months ago, my sister
I'm
here to here. See, exactly. I could no longer do the longest.
If it's supposed to be, it'll work out. If it's not, it won't. I have no problem with that. That's really sweet.
They might, I mean, we
They're not leaving right away.
Well, I'd
I
like
want
to
to talk to
do
him
it.
and just not talk to picture anyway, so.
I'd like to do it.
How many times have I said ignore those tests? They're based on getting you to do what they want you to do. They're not based on any sound logic.
Probably.
We'll talk about that.
I'll make a list. Yeah, I got a lot. Yeah, I got a lot. It's not good, but it's better than operating.
Olive oil and when I heard
If you really want to know what's
I don't really know this is really well done. I was thinking but at least it's a step in the right direction. The best thing is when you stay away, which is something.
I would not even let's say
Because I just transferred the file.
pushing you to get called.
Can't wait for Sheila.
No, I just thought maybe you were hearing it from there.
Oh, I just didn't want to get sick.
You can eat all the time that I'm talking. This is about eating, so eat as much as you want. Okay, is everybody here that's part of the console?
No, listen carefully.
Pardon?
There's two missing.
I guess the next break you say, come back in 5-10 minutes. Be punctual,
Yes.
How you pass that stuff in the plane?
I have a letter from the doctor.
Because I have to throw my stuff on the basket in the plane before it enters the States.
Well, I don't. I have a letter from the doctor. And I write letters for my patients. So they can get it on.
I would need a letter.
Do you have any books with you?
Getting into this country with any food is impossible. I can't even get food in the country. So when I return here, I can't get the food in. I can take the food with me interstate, yes. And when I leave the country, and I can use that letter. But this country won't let any food in that they don't agree with.
I know.
Do you have any books with you?
Yes. I have both the recipe book and the.
I want to purchase both books.
And I have, I don't have many left.
I requested to share me that.
I've got the workshop DVDs. This is 5.5 hours.
The books can you sell them?
And I have 2 of these. You wanted one?
Someone had asked me if you had like, she wants you want that or the recipe?
The recipe
I've got both. Both of them? One. 60, 30 each.
Yeah, okay. 3 months ago, we did a light.
Oh, that's a good idea. You take yours.
Oh, just make sure you don't cover your face. Okay.
And I also have 2 of these left. These are the recipe DVDs. This is 2 hours and 15 minutes of me making delicious meat meals and 1 cheesecake. It only takes 20 minutes to make a cheesecake. It only takes 2 to 3 minutes to make a sauce for the meats. So this is how to do everything fast.
I made the cheesecake for my colleagues. They loved it.
That's fast. I make everything
Did
fast.
you add this to the salad? Yeah. Makes it so when people when I describe it in the book, the recipe book, some people's minds don't get behind how easy it is. And then when you see me do it, it's phenomenal. She wants one of these too?
I'll do it.
I do.
Oh, this
My wife will be up in there.
60.
No, there's no way I can drive
Yeah.
fast if I go down.
2 hours and 15 minutes, 14 minutes.
I'm gonna have this gonna be difficult for the last.
Yeah, it is a challenge.
Yeah.
He always says that. Make sure you stay with me. That's the big
Let me ask you
challenge.
this. Did you have a seminar before this yesterday or anything?
No, last week in St. Louis.
Yeah.
So you're traveling around quite
Yes.
Yeah, I'm collecting.
And the week before that, I was in Hawaii. The week before that, Chicago. From here I go to Philadelphia and then to Toronto. Then I go to Finland. They just published my books in Finland. So I go from there and then South Africa and Switzerland.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta bring more books and
Yeah, there's so many.
Listen, so you can make some money too, you know? Well, listen, at least I admire that you don't have that much here.
Can't put
Because of both of the computers and everything to pay when we got it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, maybe it was you and everything. It's just like
If you don't,
And I eat a lot of eggs.
what?
And I eat a lot of eggs. Not because I heard him say it, but just, you know, I just eat more raw eggs, I think.
The first time anybody ever got exposed to that Rocky movie, remember?
Right. That's right. I did that too when I was a kid.
I don't eat them the way he does because I want to look at what's in them. I break it in a cup and I eat it out of the cup. And then I break another one. Because I don't like the idea of sucking it up not knowing what's inside. I don't know why. But I want to
I'm gonna
look
teach
at it.
everybody how to eat a raw egg.
So primal fear, don't worry, we all have it.
You know, I break them in a cup and then down it.
I know, but then you have to clean a cup.
Yeah, I know. But I want to see what's in there.
Okay. The fat end is the one that you want to break the integrity of it without making a hole. And the sharper end, you want to make the hole. Suck it out. So you can take a rounded object like this and hit it until you fracture it. I use an eye tube.
I use my feet.
See, breaking the integrity of it without creating a hole. This, I will go down on the tooth and make the hole.
Did you hear me?
Huh.
Just put it in a glass.
Yes,
Just put it in a glass.
easier this way. Now I have the hole. And then I like to suck the egg white out first because the egg white will be digested within about 5 minutes. And it goes to the liver and empowers the liver, neutralifies the liver so the liver can make the bile instantly and a fresh amount of bile. It doesn't have to go like normally. The bile will go to the bile duct and the bile duct will dump it into the stomach. But your liver can bypass that and usually does with eggs. And it can dump right into the stomach. So I suck out the egg white first. That way the egg only takes, about 15 to 20 minutes to digest because it's already liquid. So I hold my head down like this and suck on the egg white. Turn upside down, the egg yolk is heavier. It's going to come to the floor.
Oh my God. No, we're waiting on you. Yes.
Oh, okay. Because her hot chocolate's still done.
So right now you're
And
chewing
you can eat during this. I don't mind your eating.
Thank you. I know it's not what you propose.
No. Oh, the food?
Yeah.
That's up to you. I'm just here to give you
Good for
food.
today.
Yes.
So are you chewing the egg white? Are you chewing the egg white? You don't just swallow it. All right.
Well, that's the first thing we're going to talk about. Why? Yes, but let's do it. Please. It's the next way. See what happened? Because I fractured this end, the membrane collapsed and took the broken shell with it. If I hadn't done that, the membrane would have stayed in there open with the egg in there when I've gotten all the egg out. It collapsed and I was able to get all the egg out.
So you cross ventilation.
Get used to it.
Almost ready. pretty in pink.
What?
I said you're pretty in pink.
Thank you. In the pink.
You guys, if you want, you can pay for the. You can give me a check or a cash for the console. I mean, for the lecture.
Workshop.
For the workshop.
How much?
It's 95.
Yeah.
Pay it or
Okay, let me ask
some people pay for the
Sold
consultation
already?
together.
Okay, all right.
The rest.
I no, give you one check.
Yeah.
Three coming out, it's two for today,
Okay.
and whatever contribution.
All right.
So you guys, okay. So you guys are good?
We'll do yours tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Alfredo. Did you get the okay.
Want to do it now? I get a card.
Oh, Mark.
We don't take cards. There's two cash and check.
Let me see. I might have a check in my wallet. I just have it handy. So either way, you're gonna get your money anyway.
José Alfredo Poeta.
Yes, it's me. Mr. Aajonus, I wonder if we were told so many
No,
lies
I'm
about
coming.
nutrition.
I have a card.
How about
but I'm
the
gonna come
Tomorrow?
Of course, it's manipulation completely.
tomorrow.
You've got fiat money, money that you can just print it. It doesn't have any value.
Console too?
Doesn't guarantee you
How much
anything.
For that reason you don't accept credit card,
385 the first
only
time.
cash.
Cash or check.
This is my third one I'm going to have tomorrow. Well, Monday, my mind is on Monday. So what's your name? Gabriel Sanchez.
Basically, ready, you know?
Okay. So Linda, are you feeling better now?
For the most part, yeah, I have more energy, but I can't say that. Like, I have a headache now, and I can feel I'm a little weak right now.
Yeah. Did you get some milk down there?
I've had brought some, I just drank it, just with eggs, milk, and honey. Yeah, thank
Keep
you.
sipping the milk and honey
Okay,
for the head.
okay.
More honey, as much honey as milk.
I'm eating, oh really? Because I'm eating a lot of honey.
Good.
Yeah, I was so happy to have sweets. I was like,
That are good for you too.
yeah, and I go through, well, I hadn't had any sweets for years. I hadn't even had food for a couple of years.
The reading? The reading my first time?
385 first time, 315 follow-ups. 40 for
Yeah, it's Edward Ferrero.
Has anybody tried to put together a group in the cities where you meet so that
Yeah.
maybe we can have a
Well,
way to
yeah,
communicate with one another?
in Los Angeles and San Diego and Australia, in Chicago, they have monthly potluck or bi-monthly potluck. That's the way to do it. You know, you get everybody's name who wants to be involved in potluck, and you send out a note who's going to have it at whose home.
All right, so let's make an announcement. Whoever wants to be part of the potluck, I'll have a piece of paper over here. In our next break, and we can put our information on there. We have to create it. We'll create it.
Oh, yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from Orlando. They're from Ohio.
What part of Ohio?
Near Columbus, a little town called Powell.
I grew up in Cincinnati. My parents lived in Dayton.
Oh,
I have a brother that still lives in Dayton. Not far.
So we were talking to them about this a week or so ago, and we said, hey, let's give it a try. So they flew down.
Wow.
Okay, we're ready to begin, right? All right. First, we're going to talk about the digestive tract. The digestive tract starts in the mouth. And when we examine what we should eat, we have to take whatever is in our saliva and apply that to the foods that are available. Now, so bacteria is the main substance in saliva. We have more bacteria in dogs and cats. Let me make sure that everything is heard back there. Give us another moment.
May I ask you a question while
Yes,
we're waiting? A while ago, you talked about the fact that you ate the raw meats with the parasites in them. What prevented you from being a host for the parasites that you ate?
Well, I was not. Don't know why.
Okay.
And I've never, I have probably experienced 30,000 people eating
Yes.
fresh meats and high meats and rotten meats over the past 30 years, and none of them has got a parasite from it. So it's a falsehood. I mean, there may be parasites in the meat, but when we eat them, they just become food too.
It depends on your health if you were contracted parasites to be ill.
Not even that. I've had people very down, I thought they were going to die and rot to death. And they didn't get parasites. In fact, they got very well. I know you've been trained at that medical and that is in great fear of them. But I've been all over the borders with children and adults in grave states of health. And they'd eat the meat, high meat, the rotten meat.
Right.
Never get a parasite. So I think it's pretty much a myth. I'm not saying parasites don't exist,
Right.
but I've tried to get a lot of them, and I haven't been able to do that. But we're going to get into that when I get
Okay. Well, that's why I didn't know if I didn't want to supersede your message. So.
Just to follow up, so how do people all over the world get parasites? Or is that some kind of a myth that they don't have parasites that doesn't affect them, or do they get parasites?
Well, we're going to talk about that.
Okay.
I want everybody to be listening. Okay, so all the bacteria in the mouth is how we start digestion. Now we have the ptyalin enzyme in the salivary glands also. Now the ptyalin enzyme, the only other animal that has it that we know of is the horse. And it is a carbohydrate digesting enzyme. But it's only 2% of our saliva. So if you address just that, then our saliva starting to digest there's only 2% should be carbohydrate. Now if you take a look at our ancestors, like Lucy that was 4 million years old, and the latest ones that were discovered 2 years ago, they're up to 5 million years old. Homo sapiens, their pancreases were 2.5 times smaller than ours. They ate no carbohydrates. They only ate meats, raw meats. And there isn't a lot of pancreas required. When you look at the animals who don't eat a lot of sugar, what does the pancreas do? The pancreas addresses the food that's taken into the body. As soon as you begin eating something, the pancreas is stimulated. It measures everything that you eat, the nutrition that is in that particular food. It can be a tomato from the same vine or a cup of milk from one animal to another animal, and the body addresses it differently. The pancreas is an architect. It decides how that food that you're eating will be restructured into cells and nutrition and energy for your particular body. So that's a very fine chore that has to be done. It does not normally make insulin. In fact, if you eat the proper foods on this diet with only 5% carbohydrates and 10 at the most, you don't even have to manufacture insulin. Insulin is to make a lot of sugar into a glycogen to store it when there's excess consumed. If you do not eat a high amount of carbohydrates, especially starch carbohydrates, you won't have any insulin activity. You don't need insulin unless you're overeating carbohydrate for the digestive nature of your system. And when we swallow the food, the next stage is, did I tell you we have more bacteria than dogs and cats, so don't bite anybody? Don't bite anybody. When the food goes down to the stomach, what do we receive? The stomach lining forms hydrochloric acid, and that's a digestive enzyme, a digestive juice. And what does that do? It takes large particles of meat and reduces it to smaller molecules so that bacteria can infiltrate and eat it. 90% of digestion is bacterial. 90% of digestion is bacterial. If all of your food was liquid, you wouldn't even need digestive juices. All you would need is bacteria. According to the latest research by biologists who are also endocrinologists, they have found that there are 150 bacterial genes to every one human gene. That means that you're not even 0.5% human. You are 99.5% bacteria. Bacteria performs all functions of the body. Cleansing, building, disassembling, like in digestion, disassembles your food, and strengthening, energy, everything. Every process is by bacteria. Without bacteria, you would not function. You would not have cells produced. Everything is bacterial. Those that are called pathogenic are actually janitors. But when you look at it in a petri dish, which is not a natural environment, a petri dish is not the human body and is not a natural environment. And you put human cells or any kind of animal cells in that environment, and it's not in its natural biological form. The juices are in there. That is a serum that the laboratory has made that can sustain cells but not help them thrive. They don't grow and multiply the same as they would in the body. They don't function near like they do in the body. And they're in a toxic environment. They're full of antibiotics. You know that every petri dish contains antibiotics.
Every what?
Every petri dish and every experiment contains antibiotics to keep the cell from dying, because it's a natural process. It goes into an environment where it's not supposed to be living, so the bacteria in that cell will start decomposing and it will die. You see, the medical profession says, see, bacteria kills cells. And then they see cells in a petri dish which are breaking down from other, let's say, so-called parasites. But again, the cell is not in its natural environment, and it's not supposed to be alive outside of that natural environment. So of course, natural janitors, whether they're parasitical, bacterial, fungal, are going to born from the actual tissue. So it isn't that your cell has to go outside of itself to find a parasite or a bacteria or a fungus to break it down. It's innate within every cell. So a meat that you're eating that has parasites, the parasites will help to break down the dead toxic tissue in that particular animal. So you're not going to be a threat. You're not going to be or it's not going to be a threat to you unless you have the same kind of decaying tissue in your system. And I found that a parasite from one animal will not necessarily live in another animal. I did that by taking chickens. Chickens have a high rate of pinworms that are fed toxic, contaminated food, especially byproduct food like throw-off from Purina or General Mills or any of those cereals. They give that to these chickens. These chickens are eating very toxic food. None of it's live. And then they start getting these pinworms in their intestines. They're eating all the damage from this high sugar processed food that's damaged their intestinal walls and therefore have all these toxic cells in the intestine. So the pinworms eat that. It's not eating the bird apart and not killing the bird. It's trying to save the bird's intestinal cells. I've taken parasites from one, pinworms from one chicken and give it to another, and they don't procreate. They don't multiply. However, I give a chicken the same diet, and all of a sudden they'll start producing pinworms. If they're on the same bad diet. But it isn't that they got it from another chicken. It's from their own cells. All of those properties are in every cell. Every property in a cell, whether it's animal or vegetable, has a process for its own decomposition. Otherwise, we wouldn't have recycling. Things wouldn't become fertilizer that were alive to grow new stuff. It wouldn't be that way. But everything contains its own ecological system. And that's what you have to understand. So, when the food goes down to the stomach, we have hydrochloric acid. Breaks down the larger molecules so we can reduce them to molecules so that the bacteria can infiltrate it and eat it. Simple. Our food is feces, urine, and sweat of bacteria. That's our food. Once you get that concept in your head and you say, oh my God, that's disgusting, but if it's true, I can't look at it as disgusting anymore. But that's the truth. You're eating the fecal matter, the urine, and the sweat of bacteria. They consume your food. Their byproduct is your food.
So we are in a symbiotic
Great symbiotic.
with
They are really, they're parasites. They're symbiotic parasites. We live off of them.
Parasites we see as worms, the parasites that we know.
Those are larger ones.
Okay.
Those help big, breaking downs of the body. Like when I studied the South African children that had the stomachs and had all these tapeworms. Now, all of the children who were on their natural diets eating meat, whether it was cooked or raw, they had no tapeworms. Only the children who were fed by this Feed the Children agency that were feeding them processed cereals that were throwaway from this country, pay top dollar for them, get sent over there, and we're being fed processed powdered milk and water. So what they do is take the cereals from the powdered milk, put it in water, and that was their food. High acrylamides. Acrylamides are damaging these children's intestines, but 99% of all that cereal is carbohydrate, highly processed carbohydrate, concentrated sugar. Tapeworms eat sugar, toxic sugar. So these tapeworms are preventing the children from overexposing themselves to all this sugar.
And they vaccine the children.
Pardon?
And they vaccine the children.
Yeah, and actually they're helping the children live a little longer on a very bad diet.
Right, the paradigm shift, it sounds then, according to what's being said here, is that the system, the human system, is not made, it wasn't made and then all of a sudden the bacteria are assisting. It's the system was made for, not that the bacteria is assisting us, our system is assisting bacteria, and that's how we're able to survive, according to. So this is a completely opposite understanding of what we have an idea of what really is. It's an interesting idea.
But think about it. We have 150 bacterial genes to every one human gene. We are bacteria.
So we're basically, exactly. So then once again, what we really are is bacteria in the shell with, so the same way we have a soul in our bodies, the shell, we're really bacteria. I mean, come on. We're going deep on this now?
It's so simple. And when you really understand that, you say, what is the medical system talking about? Are they nuts? Are they crazy?
Or are we nuts? But we got to figure that out.
Because we follow it. We accept that. And we don't have to. And that's what this is about
I mean, are we
now.
nuts here thinking this? But we're going to have to figure it out exactly what the truth is.
We already did. At least I already did.
Sounds good to me.
95% of diseases reverse on this
It makes
diet.
sense. It's more bacteria than cells.
So when the food digests, that's out. When the bacteria excrete and secrete, that is our food. And we also, in the stomach, in the lower compartment of our one stomach, bile dumps from the bile duct. Now, what does bile do? Bile disassembles fat molecules the same way hydrochloric acid disassembles protein molecules. Without that, every fat we'd eat would end up as diarrhea going out of the body. So we need the bile to help break it down. So the bacteria that eats fat can infiltrate it and eat it. Now it's a lot harder to digest fat than any other food, yet fat is the most important food there is. And during our entire small intestine, the food traveling through the intestine, it breaks it down. All the bacteria keeps eating and eating and eating, anything that has been eaten by the bacteria that precede it. So all the way through. So we have 24 hours to digest our food before it passes out as fecal matter. And anything that's not digested, that's what is fecal matter. Now a lot of people that go on this diet have been eating very bad foods their whole lives. Then when they get on this diet, all of a sudden they think they have constipation because they're not having bowel movements every day. Wrong. Your body is so hungry for this good stuff, it's absorbing and utilizing everything, so you don't have all this fecal matter anymore. And people are expecting, well, I have to go to the bathroom every day, because again, the medical profession has drummed it into your brain. You have to go to the toilet every day. I have people that go sometimes once every 7 days, and they digest everything. If you look, like with the coyotes, when they lived entirely on what they hunted for, their fecal matter was always just some bone fragments, and it was always white and with fur. And it would just disintegrate after a day in the sun. They digest everything but all of the bone if it was a big animal. Of course, if it was a rabbit, they digest all the bone too, but not the hair. So you see that most of what everything that they discarded was what they couldn't digest. So if you're eating only what you can positively digest, you're not going to have excrement or much of it, unless your body's throwing off its own dead tissue. And then you will have some dead tissue waste from your own body that you will dispel in the form of fecal matter. When we get into the bowel, now the hydrochloric acid and the bile will be made or transported from the stomach to the rest of the intestines during the whole process of the small intestine. So you don't have just the hydrochloric acid in the stomach and the bile in the stomach. You have it dispensed all throughout the small intestine to help digest, break down the larger particles into smaller particles. That is a process. It's a 24-hour process. I'm repeating it. It's a 24-hour process in the human body. It doesn't all happen at once. If you liquefy your foods to an extent that you know, the digestive uses and bile does not have to occur or be utilized, then of course you're going to absorb your foods very quickly, like an egg. The egg white, which is all protein, is all liquid. Doesn't require hydrochloric acid. The yolk is all liquid. All of that fat is liquid. All your B vitamins, everything, B12, everything. Vitamin E, vitamin A, everything is in that egg yolk. All of your fat and vitamins are in the egg yolk. Doesn't require much bile because it's already liquid.
For that reason,
So-
you take so many eggs.
Yeah, eggs are the most easy. When I get somebody who's really sick, I put them on only eggs. And some people who have Crohn's disease, I have them on eggs for 6 months to a year, and that's 80% of their diet. And they get well quickly. And only with a food like that can your body digest without spending most of its energy on digestion. Egg digests in 27 minutes. 27 minutes. Egg will be full, it can be fully digested in 27 minutes. That's remarkable. Milk still takes 10 to 16 hours. And it's liquid. But the protein in it and the fats in it have a tendency to grow. So the bacteria in it can actually reproduce the milk and make more milk than what you've really consumed. And then the body absorbs that bacterial digestion of that bacteria, secretions of that bacterial secretion. So milk can multiply. Egg cannot. Egg cannot multiply like milk can. But milk takes 10 to 16 hours to digest. Meat, if you're eating in chunks and chew it, it's going to take 19 to 24 hours to digest, and most of it will not be digested. Only when it's pâté will most of it be digested. You're still going to have excrement. You're going to have waste. All animals, look at herbivores. They only digest 67% maximum of all the grasses and hay that they eat. You look at their fecal matter and you've got to see all these fibers all throughout it that they haven't digested. Then some other animal comes along and eats it, it's pre-digested for them, so they can eat it. There's a tribe in rural Georgia, Russia, for centuries, that they were so, the poverty and part of those tribes that didn't own land, didn't own animals, ate buffalo manure. And they thrived and were very healthy, lived to 137, 140 years old. And National Geographic did an article on them. You'll never see it again. And there are very few of those copies left on this planet. They destroyed all of the purpose. They've never redone it. They interviewed some of the couples that were married. Can you imagine being married to somebody for 128 years and still loving them? That's miraculous, you know? Miraculous. And they had other people who were married for 96 years and 110 years. All of these couples. And the poor of them ate a lot of buffalo crap because the buffalo had pre-digested everything. So all of a sudden a human could make that into food and digest it. Because if we eat whole vegetables, we only digest 2% because we're not made like an herbivore. An herbivore has 2.5 times more digestive tract than we do. It takes 48 hours to digest what they digest, then they only digest 67%. Plus they have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fats and the protein. They are meant to eat vegetation. We are not. So, if it's pre-digested by them, it's gone through 24 hours of digestion, and it comes out in an acidic form, then animals that normally eat, animal product can eat that and get a lot of nutrients from it. I'm not saying go on a shit diet, a cow poop diet. I'm saying that some people have thrived on it. You just have to know what you're eating and what your body can digest. And these people, the poor people of these tribes, because they had no animals, they weren't landowners, they ate buffalo grass, and they thrived just as well as the people who were wealthy. Not a pleasant diet. I mean, if that's all most of what you ate, probably the smell and the taste is going to be good for you. It's good to you. It's not appealing to me. So I'd rather eat the meat and the dairy and live on a diet like that. I'm just showing you your options by your digestive tract. Okay? So don't think anything is taboo about fecal matter and bacteria and all of that. Think about that. If E. coli causes disease, remember, the major digestive bacteria in the colon is E. coli. If E. coli was a danger, wouldn't all the animals on this planet be dying because they go around licking each other's butts all the time, their own and other animals? Why is that so dangerous? Why do we accept the medical profession's garbage about that being so dangerous? Fecal matter is not dangerous unless it's full of toxic industrial chemicals. But it's not a diet I want. But it's not something to be afraid of either. It will not hurt you unless it's contaminated with arsenic or mercury or some other contaminant.
So are we considered carnivores, herbivores, or omnivores?
I'm getting into this.
All right.
If you have questions, write them down, because I guarantee I will answer 99% of them. And when we're finished, we'll have a Q&A, and all those questions that I didn't answer that you have written down, you can ask them. Rarely is there any question, but you will have the time to ask. Okay, so after looking at that, you have to say, okay, that's how the body works. Now, how do we know what foods that we really need to eat? We take the bacteria from the different areas of the digestive tract, and we put it on meats, put it on dairy, we put it on vegetation, we put it on fruit, nuts, grains, everything, cooked, uncooked, and see what happens. In my laboratory experiments with those foods, our enzymes taken at every different point and put on those foods. The only foods that it constantly digested were the animal cell foods. Milk, meat, eggs, or meat. Those are the only foods that it completely worked on and broke down and digested. If they were liquid form, it digested all of it. If it were, larger particles, larger chunks of meat, they didn't get to digest all of it before they dried out, because I didn't have no way that I could construct an environment for them and observe them at the same time. But when the meat was in a liquid form, like I had taken the meat and ground it in a food processor into a mince or a pate, and then blended with milk to make it completely liquid with no solvent and hermetically sealed so there's no oxygen as it blended. Then put it in a larger petri dishes that had the bacteria. Now, how did I get the bacteria? I had people that volunteered to have tubes put down their throat, pulled out, and what they do is upper and lower GIs. I get people to donate some of the stuff, that was extracted from the upper and lower GI, and that's what I used and put on these foods. And it was those foods, those animal products, were the only foods that our bacteria, that the human bacteria had a proclivity to. In the vegetation, it barely etched the vegetation. At most, even when it was liquefied, only thing that was absorbed were just some of the vitamins and enzymes and minerals from the juice of the vegetation. But it didn't break down, barely etched any cellulose. Even looking at it under a microscope, barely etched. So, and the fruit's the same thing, barely made a mark in those. So we are not meant to eat those things. And if you take a look at the primates who eat fruit, what do you see? Crazy monkeys. You ever seen a monkey that you sit around and always jumping around and masturbating, whether they're male or female? That's what they do. In the jungle, the same thing. In Thailand, I get to observe a lot of monkeys. I've got a piece of property and the monkeys live and cultivate the bananas up on the mountainside. And they're jumping around, they're just crazy and so hyper, just the way humans are, the fruitarians that I know that live on fruits. They're not clear in thinking, and they're very nervous and overexcited, and then they get very sleepy from eating all the sugar and go to sleep. If you want to behave that way, eat a lot of fruit. Now, for me, when I came from a very sick, being, and I came to a fruitarian diet, to me it was a blessing. First time I had energy without drugs. But I didn't realize that it was a toxic high. It was a toxic, I was, a evangelistic vegetarian. I would make people feel bad and I would froth at the mouth, hitting them with the bile that I had against killing animals and using animals for dairy. That's what it did to me. That's not a good person to be. That isn't the person I wanted to be. So when I realized that, I started cutting back on the fruit. And let me tell you, that behavior continued until I reduced the fruit down to no more than 5% of my diet. And if you look at the citric acid cycle in generating energy, you've got 80% fat, whether it's from fat made from normal fat that you eat from an animal, or fat made from a grain, altered into a ketone or another form of fat, which I can't think of right now, or from a protein made into a fat. Your body can convert any nutrient into another nutrient, but it's a difficult process. And when you make fat from grain or any kind of a starch or from a protein, the fat will only generate 2.5 times less energy than a normal animal fat. So if you want the greatest amount of energy, you eat fats that are made from animal fats, dairy, eggs, meats.
That explains why I don't have enough strength when I eat avocados than when I eat cheese.
Maybe we should also expand meats includes fish and organ meat.
Oh yes. Meat is all kinds of flesh food. Just doesn't mean red meat. Meat is any kind of flesh food. So, in the fat production, we build 2.5 times more energy from fat than we do from carbohydrate and protein. Think about it.
Say it again, please.
We produce 2.5 times more energy from fat that's made from fat than we do from carbohydrates or protein. Even if we're using let's say glycogen to run the brain and nervous system, when you use a carbohydrate fat or carbohydrate produced glycogen that's carbohydrate produced, it will be very sticky. So your thinking will not be clear. You actually have the synapse that drag because of the sweetness. The bacteria that moves in there is moving slower because it's in a sticky, thick environment. And I'll get into food eating later on that will explain how we can utilize that information to make us more productive in our lives. So, have you ever seen a skinny weightlifter or a skinny wrestler? They have no strength. Schwarzenegger, when I used to watch him work out in the 70s, the late 70s, he would work out eating tremendous amounts of raw eggs and raw fat, raw dairy, raw butter, and raw meats. That's Austria, that's common for their athletes. And he would eat all of that until it came time to exhibit. And he was a bodybuilder. But really, he was a weightlifter until it came time to exhibit. Then he would stop eating all that fat, only eat the protein, and eat just a little bit of milk, and then he would become very cut, with very little fat in his muscles. And he went from lifting about 437 pounds down to 237 by the time he was exhibiting, because all the fat was depleted from his muscles. Without the fat, he didn't have that strength. That's almost half of the strength that he had with the meat. So fat is very, very important nutrient in the body. And I'll get into that more when I talk about different kinds of fats. Now, so indigestion, all of those, the hydrochloric acid, when I put those on those different foods, and I put the bile our liver produces on those other foods, again, it always worked on the animal fats 100%, as long as they were liquid. When I put it in with the vegetation or the fruits, very little digestion occurred. We are meat eaters. We are carnivores, period, according to our digestive needs. Even the shape of our intestinal tract, the amount of time going through it is perfect for digesting non-liquefied meats. And still we will only digest about 80% of it. That's pretty good. Vegetarian animal and herbivore only digest 67% of the food. So our ratio of 80% is pretty good. But our ancestors didn't have blenders and machines to make it into liquid. So they couldn't rely on any kind of juicing or anything like that of vegetation to at least get some vitamins and enzymes and minerals from the vegetable juice. Now the gorillas will eat leaves. They spit out the pulp. Dogs and cats, you see them eat grass. They spit out the pulp. They only take the juices for the vitamins and enzymes and minerals in it. So you have to think about what your body's structured to eat. That's what I found was the truth. Okay, then let's get into the human body in general. And let's start with the endocrine gland system. Endocrine gland system are the glands that produce a hormone that empty directly into the blood. That's the endocrine gland system. So we start with the pituitary. Now we understand the pituitary fluid, when we use it, hormones help growth. So we know that's for growth. But in what circumstance, we'll get into that after we look at all of them. Then we have the pineal gland. Now the pineal gland is a tricky one. We don't know what it is. We put its hormone with other things and we don't know. But some mystics and gurus say that that is the seat of consciousness, that when we go into the dream state, that is our vehicle to the dream state and those realities and back. And that helps convert the dreams or the experiences into a dialogue that we can understand and interpretation on this planet. I've never met anybody wise enough to prove it to me, so I have to say, I don't know what the pineal gland does. Then we come down to the thyroid gland. When we take a look at this, this is very interesting. Only place in any body that it occurs. The right thyroid, the left thyroid, two backups. So you have 6 thyroid glands. What is so important in the human body that you would have 5 backups for one gland? Pharmaceutical industry uses a ploy. You'll get fat if your thyroid doesn't work. Oh, you'll lose your hair if your thyroid doesn't work. It doesn't have anything to do with that. What the thyroid does is it protects the heart and the lungs. What happens if you fall out of a tree, you land on your stomach or back, and all of a sudden your heart stops and you stop breathing? How many times have you lost the wind? Somebody's hit you, or been in a football game or some game, and you've lost your wind. Your lungs are not breathing. They've stopped. Sometimes the heart stops with it. The thyroxine levels will go sky high in the blood, and they'll shock the heart and the lung right back into functioning. How could I prove that? I got a football coach to let me go onto the football team for the whole year. And and some guy got hit by 5 or 6 guys at one time and was out cold, I got to take a little bit of his blood. They only let me have 1 cc, but that's all I needed. These laboratories that take 3 cc's, 3 sets of cc's, 3 cc's, it's all waste. They only use about a half a cc to do 12 tests. All that other blood is thrown away. So it's a racket in itself. They take all this blood. Maybe they make it look more important. I can still not find a reason for taking that much blood. When I've been in the laboratory, that's all we ever used. And that was a lot of blood, using a half a cc. We just threw the rest away, or we kept it in the bottle, the labeled, in case we had to redo the test. But all of that, 90% of that blood was thrown away, discarded. So, anyway, when these guys got hit on the football team, and that was the best place to find it. You're not going to find it unless it's a boxer, and then that's a little tricky getting to a boxer. So you usually don't get the wind knocked on them. You get their brain knocked out, and black out from a knockout, not from a head injury, rather than the torso being impacted to the point where the lungs and the heart stops. So 3 times in that football season, there was an injury where the guy was out on the ground for 5 to 10 minutes. Twice taken to the hospital where I took the blood. And by the time he got into the emergency vehicle, which was less than 6 minutes, all of them were awake. One guy was only 2 minutes on the field, but I got his blood before that. Every one of them, every thyroxine hormone was sky high. And when you get fat, do you see high levels of thyroxine? No. When you lose your hair, do you see very low levels of thyroxine? People who are bald have lots of thyroxine. So why no thyroxine? What does thyroxine have to do with weight gain, weight loss, or hair loss? Nothing. Pharmaceutical industry knows that your biggest weak point is your vanity. Nobody wants to be fat, nobody wants to be bald. Unless you're Telly Savalas or one of those guys that makes a fortune on being bald. That look. Or in Star Trek. That's when you want to be bald. Okay. So the pharmaceutical industry takes full advantage of your vanity by feeding you some more garbage. Then we go down to the thymus. And the thymus, they say, regulates and helps the lung. Doesn't have anything to do with it. Its channels, its network, go to the stomach. If you get a poison in the stomach, it gets past the tonsils. Tonsils are a lymphatic system, part of the lymphatic system that draws poisons out of your mouth for the food that you eat. And that breaks it down and neutralizes it, puts it in a fat and tries to dump it into the mucus and get it out of the body. At least neutralize it when it sends it down to the stomach. The thymus is very similar to the tonsils. It regulates poisons that get into the stomach. It's the whitest celled gland of the body, even more concentrated in fats than anything else other than the white blood cells in the bloodstream. Dumps into the stomach in case there's a poison there, and those fats and those hormone states can arrest the poison very rapidly. if it's healthy, if the thymus is healthy. Then we have the, I count the pancreas as partially an endocrine gland because it does make insulin in an emergency situation. Well, we have sugars that shouldn't be there in the body, in the blood, in the stomach. Then the pancreas can secrete insulin. Then we have the adrenal glands. The adrenal glands sit on top of the kidneys. And we've known for centuries that the adrenals secrete adrenaline that is used for fight or flight. Always an emergency physiological situation. Like when I get hit with a belt, I'd have an injured area. The adrenaline would rush to help the blood move faster, the lymphatic system move faster, everything move faster to clean out the injured tissue, injured cells, the damaged cells. Let's say, got the strap, and let's say 10,000 capillaries were ruptured, and all of the red blood cells that were in the capillaries got into the tissue. In the veins, let's say 200 veins were broken and ruptured, and those bled. The red blood cells and white blood cells got into the tissue outside of the bloodstream. What happens? Those red blood cells and white blood cells are not in the right environment, so what do? They decompose themselves. With bacteria, if it's really a huge injury, it could be even gangrene, a fungus, or a parasite that needs to help because it's such a big injury. Like when you have your arm cut off or something like that, then you may have a parasite. One interesting movie where they showed it was The Gladiator. And Crow got, his character, Maximus, got a cut from a sword pretty badly. And he wakes and finds maggots eating at his wound. And the African said, and he starts to brush them away, and the African says, don't brush those away, they clean it. They clean it. And then later, on in the film, it said, see how they cleaned it. And that's true. Maggots will help clean. There are African tribes, when there's a huge injury, will put maggots. Take the maggots from meat that they've rotted, and then put it on there to clean a wound, to make it clean and precise, so that it will regenerate. So, you have the adrenal glands, which are for fight or flight. Then we have the gonads, the only endocrines that are left. Remember, there are 2 here. We have 5 here. So the body consists of the heart and lungs, the most important. Of course, being able to climb a tree and get away from a prey is pretty important. Or being able to, fight when something's attacking you is pretty important. So you've got 2 of those and 2 testes. I guess, maybe we're going to face extinction or something like that. You have 2 testes to procreate. And that's what the testes and the ovaries, the ovum, there's 2 of those. So the one is damaged, you always have the other. All the endocrine glands, in my experience with healthy animals that are on their natural diet, endocrine glands do not function unless there's an emergency. Now, when would it be emergency for the pituitary to secrete hormone to help something grow? When it's not fed right. When the good food that naturally creates reproduction and stem cells is absent. Bad food, bad diet, or starvation. Let's say that there was a forest fire 5 million years ago, and all the animals were run away or killed, and the tribes that were left had no meat to eat, so they had to subsist on gathering nuts and grains and grubs and worms, whatever they could eat to sustain themselves. That's not enough to help reproduce stem cells. We need animal products to produce most of your would kind of, they're not adult stem cells, they're the other stem cells. We need meats to do that. We need animal products to do that. So we have a period where children wouldn't grow unless they had a pituitary to secrete the hormone to help them grow on not the best foods, on inferior foods for their bodies. And that could only be sustained for a while until they could get to other places and get the proper food. And that may sustain them. In my experiments with animals, it may sustain them, depending upon the animal. If it were the human man, it would be about 6 months. Then the pituitary hormones will not really do much after that. So you've got a 6-month span. The thyroid gland, I've already talked about when it gets inspired, is when you have the wind and heart stop. You know, the lungs and heart stop. So you fell out of a tree, landed on your back or on your stomach and knocked the wind out of your stomach. Your heart and lungs stop. Thyroxine would be produced and dumped heavily into the bloodstream to get the heart and the lungs working again. And the thymus, it's only when you poison yourself that it's active. The adrenal glands, again, are not for normal activity. Your normal activity comes from eating the proper foods with enough fat to make the good energy. You wouldn't need adrenaline if your body's producing the right fats, eating the right fats, mixing in the right nutrients to transform it into energy. Why would you need the adrenaline except for fight or flight? So I found that all of the endocrine glands, when you're on a healthy diet, are for emergency purposes only. But because people are eating bad foods, full of toxins, 60,000 chemicals go into foods now. There are 60,000 chemicals used in food production on this planet. 60,000. We have 80,000 chemicals altogether. 60,000 of them are used in processing foods. So all that kind of toxicity is what? Causing the body to be weak and feeble. Of course we need hormones. Hormones are what? Hormones are substances that are 60 to 80% fat, 15 to 35% protein, and only 5% carbohydrate. Always only 5% carbohydrate. I don't care how much sugar you eat. There, whether the body is made the fat from a carbohydrate or a protein or from another fat, it is still a ketone. Acetone or an acetate that has been converted. It is still fat. And that's what your hormones are. So, of course, the body is toxic. It dumps its toxins into fat. Everywhere we have intense fat in the body, especially the brain, we find the greatest amount of toxins. Whether it's heavy metals, whether it's industrial chemicals, gasoline, kerosene, and all the byproducts of those, whether it's from combustion or just immediate contamination. Fat is where the body stores those toxins so they won't hurt your live cells. Fat is so important. So you've got that ratio in the hormones. So of course the body's going to use them when it can, especially if you're skinny. It's going to use your hormones to bind with poisons because hormones are mainly fat. So the body is in an emergency situation. Everybody who eats common diet, their bodies are always in an emergency situation, so they should have higher hormonal levels. Pharmaceutical industry doesn't take you back to the first stage and say, eat good foods, you don't need the hormones. They say, eat all this toxic crap, take this toxic medication, and then make sure your hormone levels are high and take our medication, our synthetic medication. And it just keeps you going. Remember this, the medical profession makes no money when you're well. They do not want you well. And the people who own the pharmaceutical houses are the same ones that have the greatest shares in food production. They do not want you well. All this stuff is known. My father was an inventor. He invented the first bearing computer when he was in college at Purdue. He worked for the military. We worked for General Electric, different military projects, but he worked mainly for General Electric on their military projects. And they knew exactly what food did. But my father didn't care. He ate the same stuff to be in with the other scientists and everybody else that were in their projects. They knew what was good food. Even urine, they know is a good thing. Urine is supposed to be good. Urine is nothing other than the blood without red blood cells and white blood cells, without many of them, and with extra ammonia in it that the kidney makes. So what do the astronauts eat? Drink when they're up in those missiles, those rockets. They drink their urine. They recycle their urine. That is their water. Think about that. Your urine is a good thing as long as you're eating a clean diet. All of that stuff is known by these people, yet they want you sick, under control, and sick and feeding them lots of money. Then we get into let's get into the organs. We have the brain. And of course we know what that does. That allows you to repeat activity. It allows you to execute activity from a conscious place. You say, I want to lift my arm. I just think about it and do it. If I didn't have a brain, it wouldn't happen. The body would just sit there. Even though it may not be a conscious act, let's say something comes at me, the brain registers that I automatically block. It's not something I choose to do, it's automatic. But if we didn't have the brain, the body couldn't respond that way. Some people are blind and they can sense something coming at them, so they can still block it. So it's not the eyes, it is the brain in itself. That eyes are just one property of receiving information. So all of that is connected with the brain so that we can be human. We can do backflips, we can climb trees, we can cultivate, we can make machines, we can operate machines. We can do all of this stuff because we have a brain. And now, how does the brain operate? It operates by a fluid system, the neurological fluid system. And that neurological fluid system is contained mostly of metals. Metals reflect light and conduct electricity. And that's how the nervous system and brain function. So you've got a lot of aluminum, you have lead, you have cadmium, you have mercury, you have all of these metals which in electrical environment in trace amounts, tiny fragment amounts, do a lot of good things. In concentrated amount and cauterized from heat, they damage the system and are considered free radicals that do a lot of damage. When we cook a food and we fractionate the metals in the food, even though they're trace amounts, they have a tendency to collect in the brain and nervous system instead of passing out in the feces when they're not necessary. So they collect in the brain and the nervous system. They dump out the teeth, out the gums, they dump out the salivary glands and the tongue. Mainly. Also can dump out the eyes, the tear ducts, the ears, and the mucous membranes and the sinuses. And when you have a head cold, that's the brain cleaning. When you dump all that mucus out of here, that's the brain cleaning from here, from your throat. Those are all necessary body responses to toxicity that's collecting in the body. You have to get rid of it. And cooking causes the body to produce 32 toxic byproducts. And I list them in the last 50 pages of my recipe book. And those are only 32 that were identified. There's been no funding to look at all of the minute categories that go under those 32. The three top on the list that have been studied the most are acrylamides, heterocyclic amines, and lipid peroxides. Lipid peroxides are from fats that are cooked and processed. Heterocyclic amines are from proteins that are cooked and processed. The acrylamides are from carbohydrates that are cooked and processed. And everybody's heard about acrylamides. New York City has outlawed, trans fatty acids, means plastic fats. When you hydrogenate a pressed oil, it turns it into plastic. It has the same molecular structure as plastic. Identical. That's how you make plastic. You take oil, whether it's petroleum oil or vegetable oil, and you subject it to the hydrogenation process, and you have plastic. The longer you subject it, the harder the plastic becomes. So margarine, all of those oils, castor oil, all of them. What are they using now? All of those oils that are now substitutes for butter and animal fats, lard. All of those are hydrogenated vegetables. 99% of them are hydrogenated vegetable oils. Some say, well, we don't hydrogenate there, but they still put it through a process that makes their fats, their oils toxic. But the hydrogenated vegetable oils are the worst because they aren't plastic. They don't convert into fuel, and they don't lubricate the body properly. They clog it.
Margarine is one?
Margarine. Yeah, margarine is one of them. Who grew up on margarine? It was our generation first.
It was the new thing.
Plastic. That's what we were fed. We were encouraged. And the King and Queen of England were responsible for that. They were responsible for World War II. The King and Queen of England owned 70% of all food production in the world. Through a trust, they own Purina, General Foods, all of the manufacturers, big manufacturers in this country. King and Queen have been involved in food production for eternity. Their family. And they pushed World War II through their little minions like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, their minions, to create World War II. And what was the big thing? What was the big thing that came out of it? Besides all the money they made on blowing up bombs every time a bomb went off, the blue chip stock went off. You make $50 on a bomb exploding, 50 cents on a gunshot. How many guns and how many bombs went off? How many jeeps, how many of that? Big money, the war industry. The biggest thing that came out of that was canned food industry. Well, what did we see on TV in those days? Support your troops, eat canned foods. And it wasn't called canned foods, it was called canned goods. Put a word in there, goods. Canned goods. Those are the exact words that they use. Not canned foods, canned goods. Planting a spin on stuff. And what did canned goods get us? What came in the 50s right after 1947?
Botulism.
Pardon?
Botulism?
Botulism, two other things. Tonsillitis, polio. Okay? All that metal went into the spinal cord and went into the tonsils. The King and Queen knew this after the fact, and they started making plastics. In the late 50s, mid-50s and late 50s, they sponsored the development of plastic to coat the cans. So in the early 60s, all of a sudden, we have plastic coatings in the cans. But plastic coatings do what? They throw up polymers and phthalates. What do? They disrupt male and female reactions in a body. They can turn a male into a female and a female into a male. So they stopped because they were very close to saying, and a lot of doctors were saying, wait a minute, we've got some kind of processed food that's causing all this polio. There were several doctors in Los Angeles that were blaming it on ice cream. And there were several that were blaming on the metals in canned foods getting into the spinal cord. And that was the truth. That's what it was. And all the metals getting into the tonsils. So instead of getting rid of processed, prepackaged foods, it was have your tonsils ripped out, have this medication for your polio, and let's give you a polio vaccine, which has nothing to do with stopping polio. Because the 3 states, and 1 city, county, that kept records of the rates of polio in 1958, when the first polio vaccines were given, showed that the polio went up to 400% more. And those people who had polio vaccine. So the polio vaccine was what? Mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, detergent, and ether, all full of metals, going into the spinal cord, creating more polio. So it was all a big money scam and hoax. All vaccines are.
How's the canned foods now?
Pardon?
How are the canned foods now?
They have the plastic coating, all of them, but you're still going to have hormonal disruption.
What about tuna fish in a can?
Pardon?
Tuna fish in a can.
It's plastic coated too. You know, you don't have, if it gets through that plastic, let's say the plastic isn't sprayed evenly in the can, and it gets through, then you're going to have tin and the plastic in your system.
Plastic is better than before, but it's still toxic.
No, it's not better than before. It just different.
It's still toxic. It's still terrible.
Very
so
toxic.
Tuna fish from the can is not a good idea.
Absolutely. No food, no packaged food is safe. Because they use all kinds of toxins in the process. Every food, most of the food to pass the FDA and the USDA scrutiny has to have no animal fat and bacteria in it, or else a short shelf life. All companies are striving for the longest shelf life. That means you can't have any product in it that can instigate a bacteria with moisture. Like milk. Your big milk dairies, like Arden, all of those, you're not drinking milk anymore. They take the milk from the cow, they extract the animal protein from it and the animal fat from it. They put back in it hydrogenated vegetable oil, plastic fat. That's what they put back in it. It's a blue liquid. When they take all those other things, it's a blue liquid. Then they put the oil in, it's still a blue liquid. So they take dolomite. You'll see these big factories, these big dairies, have as big as buildings that they have. They'll have dolomite mounds. That means rock that is mainly calcium. And they shovel it into these vats with this blue liquid to make it white again. And they call that milk. There's no relationship to it. None. And the FDA should ban it and never let them use milk. The word milk should never be on there. It's no safer than Coca-Cola or PepsiCo or any soda. It is all chemical.
What do they do with the protein and the fat that they take out?
They make it into animal food and sell it to animals. Animal feed.
And is it
Dog
good?
food.
Is that good? That casein that they give to the animals, is that good or bad?
They use kerosene or gasoline.
Okay, right. So all the milk is like what you just described?
No. Let's say you go into a health food store and buy Horizon Pasture.
All right.
But they're getting off the track too, because they're getting non-organic milk and they're labeling it organic.
Unless you go to an organic place, and other than that, any milk you find in a supermarket is what you just explained.
Correct.
All right.
Unless you're a small dairy producing for a local area.
Is casein good?
Casein is a
protein. Yes.
It's a protein of milk, and it's very good. It helps keep your cells together. All 22 amino acids are important. They all have a function. They all have a part and structure. Like you have wood here, you have metal here. You know, all of them have something to do with the structure. And different structures that we need. Veins, arteries, skin, hair.
This is pertinent to this. Every time I've been to seminars, they always say, first you got to do, stop dairy. I can understand from that perspective, it's not really milk, but no one really said it's not milk. They're just saying that milk itself, because we're not cows, so what are we doing drinking milk, and no other animal, after it becomes an adult, drinks milk. So how do we address that?
So are you meat?
I'm meat, yeah, bacteria.
You eat meat. Okay, milk is just meat digested.
Well, how come the other animals in an animal kingdom don't eat milk afterwards?
That's
when they're
because their
adults?
mothers stop them.
But isn't that natural? That's why they
Well,
stop?
the woman would be going around suckling all the time. You know, I mean,
But you see what I'm saying? It's
the
not
babies
natural.
don't want to stop drinking it.
It's like,
I don't care if it's not natural. It's a good food.
Well, don't say you care it's not natural. That's what we're here for, but natural.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about here what is good food. I'm talking about what you can digest and make in your body properly for good health.
Okay.
I don't care if it's natural or not. And suckling an animal isn't natural after, of course, a baby gets to a certain age.
And we don't live in a society that's natural or we're exposed
Correct,
to
yeah.
that anymore. So you
Right,
can't
but
even, I mean, what you're saying
we're
has some value, but
seeking
not.
the ideal. So we don't have to say, well, we're going to just settle with the unnatural. I'm seeking the ideal, so I want to go to exactly the natural.
But
that would be my decision.
Yeah, but look at your Masai and Samburu and Fulani. The Fulani lives 95% on raw milk. The Samburu lives 60% on raw milk.
Where does the milk
Masai
come
lives
from that they live on?
65% on raw milk.
What type of, where are they getting the milk from?
They have their cows.
So it's from
Yeah,
cows.
they have cows. That's their wealth. Cows is their wealth.
So
You know,
that's the milk.
but they know that gives them, and the Maasai and the Samburu are considered the strongest, tallest, healthiest, smartest, happiest tribes in the world besides the Eskimos. That's as far as happy goes. Eskimos are considered also the happiest. So, and these are all that live on raw meats. Now the Eskimos don't eat milk because they don't have
They
it.
have fats.
They have plenty of
Fat.
blubber and seal blubber, whale blubber, and they're killing animals to do it.
You mentioned Maasai. Don't they also drink blood?
That's only when the calves are suckling. They don't have enough milk to go around to the tribe members, so they take the bulls, they take a bamboo about this long and about this big around, and they cut it into a sharp, and they take this huge slingshot, and they drive it into the jugular vein of a bull. Not the female, they take the milk from the female. And I've seen it, they take that big thing, and they'll, this close, they'll shoot it right into the jugular vein, and that bull goes right back to eating, as if it wasn't. And they've got this huge bamboo shoot in their jugular vein, and blood pops are spurting out, and they take a cork or another instrument, and they plug it. And then when they don't get enough milk, when all the calves are suckling, they take half milk in their pouch, in a bladder pouch, and they have half milk, and they put half blood in it, and they shake it up and drink it. And they only do that for 3 months a year.
What do you think about that, drinking
Oh,
blood?
I've done it, and it's the most delicious thing. It tastes like ice cream. Just like ice cream. Phenomenal. Like when I butcher an animal, I will put them to sleep by spinning them, and then cut their jugular, drain the blood, and then mix milk with it. 50% milk, 50% blood. The amount of energy, I could go 3 days without sleeping, not needing sleep.
It's not like the drug.
Pardon?
It's not like the drug.
Well, no, because it doesn't make you unhealthy. A drug will make you unhealthy and fatigue you after 3 days.
Drug would stimulate an adrenal,
Yeah, it's not natural,
right.
whatever it is,
the endocrine system in some way or the other.
but it doesn't do that.
Right,
It
the
doesn't have.
blood wouldn't do
Yeah.
that.
So you've got all this rich nutrient in blood and milk, and it's wonderful. So anytime I slaughter an animal, I don't waste the blood. I mix it with milk. and it's very nutritious. And the first time I saw it was in Brownsville, Texas. I had a girlfriend who came from the Indian tribe there, and they would take their goats and hang them and cut the jugular vein, get the milk, and take the goat milk and mix with it. And you had to be a member. They wouldn't let you share it. I had to be a member of the tribe to have it. It was such a spiritual sacrilegious thing to let anybody who wasn't part of the tribe have it, or their animals. And so the first time I got to try goat's milk and blood together was in Hawaii. We had a slaughter there, and a lot of people ingested it. Even vegetarians drank the blood in the milk, and you could see them drink because they were part of they wanted to see what was going on, because almost all the people who were vegetarians at this one community turned on to my diet because they were sick.
What was that name?
Staph, Pangea.
Pangea, right.
They all had staph infections, all the time staph infections. And when a few of them went on to this diet, the staph infections disappeared. And you're dealing with staph infections every day, sores, pussing, you're losing all your white blood cells trying to get contaminated stuff out of the body. And it weakens you because you're losing all your white blood cells. Those are not bad things. The animals would come and lick it. There are cats and dogs that come and lick the wounds and take their white blood cells and use them as nutrition. But people look at it and say, oh, pus, yuck. 99% of pus is white blood cells. Those are good things. So anyway, a lot of those people got onto my diet. So I went over there, they invited me over to do a lecture and see patients over there, and they invited me to show them how to slaughter and take care of the animals, skinning them, because they were vegetarians, so didn't have any exposure to it. So we did it to one of the cows. So some of the neighboring vegetarians were just coming to observe, and we passed the goats. We had 2 gallons of it from one goat, a gallon of blood and a gallon of milk mixed together, so we had 2 gallons. Passed it around and see these vegetarians went, but they wanted to be part of it with us. And you see them, we downed all 2 gallons in 45 minutes. And they drink more of it than anybody else, the vegetarian. So, it does phenomenal things. It's good stuff. Milk, it's a phenomenal thing. And if you're living with cows, if you have cows, those cows don't care. They don't mind being milked. They don't like their calves being taken away early, but you have to do it in order to do that. But then you have to take care of the calves. You have to milk them. You have to feed them every 2 hours, just like they would out in the field. They go to the mother every 2 hours for nutrients, for food. So if you're a good farmer, a good husbander, then you'll go feed your calves every 2 hours. And I just left a farm in Missouri that we just created by primal dieters, and we take care of the animals so wonderfully. And we let the calf stay with the mother until they're 5 weeks old sometimes. But you have to understand, calf was born on my birthday, last Wednesday, 17th was my birthday. Calf was born on that day. That calf was on its feet running around eating grass when it's born. Just like babies that we have. So they grow faster with milk, of course, and we continue to give them the milk. But we take care of those animals. And those cows, when they're ready to milk, they're in the barn. They want to get that milk out of them because it's so heavy. So it's a reciprocal thing. No, it's okay. It's not unnatural as long as there's an agreement going on and you care for your animals properly. You're going to raise them to butcher them anyway, to eat their meat. That's natural too. It's not unnatural just because somebody says it's unnatural. If it's a good food product, it's a good food product.
Just that nature shows it that, I'm not saying this whether unnatural, it's obvious that, forget about what man is saying, that you see in the animal kingdom, adults aren't eating milk, drinking milk. But
they would.
listen, I love milk. I stopped drinking milk, but I'll start reconsidering this.
Okay. I have taken milk and given it to cows and drank their own milk. I've given it to horses. Every animal that I ever offered raw milk to drank it. It isn't that they won't, it's that they can't get it. Their other animals are not going to suck their teats. And the mother cow is not going to let the calf suck forever.
What about a movement of human milk?
I don't know many humans are well enough to be distributing the milk. But if, they want to make money doing that, hey.
You do it for babies.
Babies, yeah.
Yeah, there's some women who do it for babies.
Yeah, milk bags.
Oh, yeah, milk bath.
If it's good, there's got
But
to
they
be a way to do
pasteurize
it.
it. They pasteurize it.
No, no.
Don't they freeze it or something?
No, doesn't have to be. It depends. You can get it if you need it without being pasteurized.
Without pasteurized?
Just get it from the source.
Yeah, too many babies get very sick when they're fed milk, mother's milk pasteurized.
Yeah.
They die.
Where there's no nutrients left in there.
Yeah. Even cow's milk when pasteurized is very reduced in nutrients. But you look at like Sally, when she was at that Harvard conference on milk, showed the two animals. Here's a calf that was fed raw milk from its mother, not suckled, but fed from a bottle, just like the other one was fed the same milk pasteurized from its mother. And you see the calf that's raised on the pasteurized milk, the same milk from its mother, and it's a third the size of the one that was raised on raw milk. And you can see it's very weak, not strong at all, and the other's already built up and big. And that's from only a 6 months feeding. 6 months on the raw milk and the pasteurized milk. Not processed in any other way, just pasteurized. That's how much nutrition is destroyed. So anyway, we got to get back to this. Like I say, if you have a question, wait. I'm not going to answer anymore because you see the time that came involved in answering that one question. I did in New York City once, and we didn't get out of there till 1:30 in the morning.
Oh, that's not.
I got time, man.
Other people don't. Okay, so we have the liver, and the liver forms bile. That is its only job. But now you have the medical profession saying, oh, the liver's a filter for toxins in the body. Only because we fill the body with so many toxins, they have to go somewhere. So the liver is one place that they go. That doesn't mean the liver is built for that. The liver in all animals has one purpose, to make bile to digest fats. You've got this huge, largest organ besides the digestive tract that is meant to digest fats. Pretty important, isn't it? And then we have the gallbladder, which is connected to the liver. And what does it do? It holds bile. It has no other purpose than it is a storage area for bile. And that it holds enough bile to digest 20 pounds of fat. Why do we need 20 pounds of fat? I mean, why do we need enough bile to digest 20 pounds of fat? Because let's say you're a hunter, and like in the old days, and you kill an animal, and you eat the liver first, and the heart, and then what do you eat? You eat the fat. You eat all the fat. Let's say you consume 13 to 20 pounds of fat in 24, 36 hours. If you didn't have that reserve of bile to dump into all that fat, you'd have diarrhea. And you'd have no use for the fats, and the dogs would come and eat it. And you'd be without the fat. So that is the reason for the gallbladder. If you don't have a gallbladder, you better be careful about how much fat you eat at one time. You have to piece it out a little at a time. No more than about an ounce of fat an hour. And you have to piecemeal it that way. You can't sit down to a quart of ice cream or you're going to have diarrhea if you don't have a gallbladder. Unless the liver has found a way to store bile in itself. And that has happened in a few cases that I've seen, but it's rare. So, without a gallbladder, you need to piecemeal the amount of fat that you eat at a time. Okay, then we move over to the other side. We talked about the pancreas already, what it does. And the next to that's the spleen. What does the spleen do? The spleen doesn't produce any hormones like the gallbladder. It produces nothing. But it stores red and white blood cells, but mainly red blood cells. Now, why do we need almost 2 quarts of blood? 1.5 quarts of blood stored in the spleen. What happens when we get cold? The spleen will dump red blood cells into your bloodstream, thicken your blood, and all of a sudden you're warm. You get cold, you get hot, and what does the spleen do? The spleen draws red blood cells out of the bloodstream, and your blood gets thin and you're cool. What happens if you fall out of a tree, you hit a branch and it cuts your jugular vein, and you lose 3 cups of blood before you clot? Or even more. So you lose a whole 1.5 quarts. You're going to be anemic until the blood reconstitutes. And how long? The red and white blood cells breed in the bone marrow, which is a very narrow area of the whole body, and mostly in the knees and hip bones, the femur joints. The red and white blood cells divide in the bone marrow, mature in the bone marrow. Once they mature, it enters the bloodstream. That takes a lot of time. To make a quart of blood would take about 60 days. That's a lot of days. You're going to be anemic if you've had a bleed like that, and you're going to be dinner or lunch or a candy bar or snack for some cat or dinosaur as you're running around. And you won't be running around if you're anemic and lost that much blood. So the spleen, once you've done the clot and it's sealed tightly enough, the spleen starts dumping its reserve of blood back into the bloodstream. You're no longer anemic. You can run, you can fight, you can take care of yourself. So there's many reasons to have a backup of red blood cells. That's the purpose of the spleen. Then we have the kidneys. What do the kidneys do? The kidneys filter out fluids from the bloodstream. Why? Well, we're so toxic that we need to peel them if we get too cold, and then we pee less when we get too hot. Again, it's like the spleen. If we get too hot, the body will allow more fluids into the bloodstream and the neurological fluids and pee less. You notice when you get cold, you urinate a lot? It's because your body's throwing off fluids out of the blood to thicken it. The more water in there, the quicker you will freeze. You go into hyperthermia. So the less fluid, the less water content in the bloodstream, the warmer you will be. The hotter you will be or the colder you will get. When you dump that fluid, your blood gets thicker.
Yes.
And your red blood cells generate all this heat and energy. Now, if we didn't have a kidney to function the way it does, we'd be urinating our red and white blood cells every time we urinated. Every time we changed a temperature or two of, like when you go into air-conditioned place. You're going to urinate more. You go outside, you're not going to urinate as much. Inside in air conditioning on a hot day, you may urinate 4 or 5 times in about 5 hours. Or you hold it a long time and you go just 3 times in that 5 hours. You go outside and all of a sudden you don't pee all day. Why? Because your body does not want to lose the water. It wants to keep the blood thin so it can stay cool. Now how does the kidney stop the red and white blood cells entering the kidney along with the serum, the blood serum? It produces ammonia. Ammonia is like a negative magnet. You know, a negative magnet on a negative magnet, it repulses. When your kidney produces the ammonia, the red and white blood cells are repulsed from going into the kidney. Very nice way without polluting the system. And ammonia is only toxic, it is in very concentrated amounts. And then the body just throws the ammonia off out the, through the urine. Now we have a bladder. Why do we have a bladder? So we're not pissing all over ourselves all day long as the fluid empties from the kidney. If you didn't have a storage area for it, you'd just be trickling all the time. So you have a bladder that contains a certain amount of fluid, and when it gets full enough for whatever your size your bladder is or the health it's in, then you go urinate. And that can be for some people 2 ounces they have to pee. Other people can hold a quart. 2 cups is more average. But the person can hold to the point where they say, it's just so uncomfortable. They're not dancing with the dancing. They've got to go soon. They may have 2 cups in there. It's usually the point, 2 cups when it comes to that. Unless you have a weak bladder. You know what the bones are for? The bones are so we can be an upright thing. If we were without bones, we'd be slime on the ground, moving around like a worm or a snail. And the muscles, of course, to be able to do all of that, to expend energy in the way of the physical form. Skin is, of course, to keep everything contained, and the hair is to prevent certain kinds of, too much sun rays from getting into the scalp, and down here, of course, too much heat, because when the body and men and women with the ovum and sperm, the sperm goes above 98 degrees, even its own body temperature, 98.6, the sperm can't swim. Sperm have to stay below 98 degrees, preferably 96 degrees, so the area stays cooler with the shade of the hair. Hair on the chest. Women have all of this fat in the mammary glands and feeds the skin well, so they don't have to worry about burning. Men don't have all those. They don't have the mammary glands. They don't have fat in that area, so men have more hair to protect too much sun from beating in on that tissue. Because these tissue are more sensitive. Why? The lymphatic system. Last system I'm going to talk about. One of the most important systems in the body in our toxic world. Lymph system is responsible for cleaning all of the waste out of the body. Then again, little bitty nodes that are anywhere from the size of a BB to the size of a pellet. And then you have glands that are anywhere the size of a sugar cube all the way up to, a large marble. And if you've had your tonsils removed, like I did when I was 3 years old, these glands swell to 5 times their normal size to make up for the missing tonsils. So I've had these swollen lymph glands that are that big, that are the size of a tonsil, or 5 times the size of the tonsil, to take up for the missing tonsil. Remember I said that the tonsil behaves just like the lymphatic system. It's part of the lymphatic system. Cleans waste and toxins out of the body. So the toxins get into those nodes and glands, and the body takes time to dissolve anything that needs to be dissolved, neutralize it, and then send it out the skin. We'll dump it in the connective tissue to be perspired out the skin. 90% of toxins are supposed to lead through the skin, not through the intestinal tract. Remember I said, in a healthy animal, the waste is not waste, it's not toxic. Fecal matter is not toxic, urine is not toxic. It fertilizes beetles, dogs, anybody, other animals that would eat fecal matter and make good nutrition, even some humans in Georgia, Russia. Fecal matter is not supposed to be toxic. It is just food that is not all thoroughly digested, partially digested. But because we're so toxic, we have lots of toxins in our fecal matter and urine. And of course under our skin and our tissues, because we're not perspiring it out. We've got air conditioning. Unless somebody goes out and runs, they're not perspiring much. Or they go to a gym, nobody's perspiring. So the 90% of waste that are supposed to move through the skin are remaining in your skin and tissue. Swelling, swelling. You get bigger. You wonder why you just keep getting bigger as you get older. Because it stayed in the skin. People who dry out or die young, they're not storing it in their tissue. They're not storing it in between their tissue. It's actually getting into the cells and drying out the cells, and then they crack and die early. Heart attack, stroke, something like that. So the lymphatic system has to be flowing and clean to remove the toxins from the system. Now, if you look at the animals, even the primates, their lymph system feeds every cell in the body. How does the lymph system do that? Well, the lymph system is connected with the lacteal system in the digestive tract. Remember I talked about all the waste or the byproducts of bacteria as our food? If you're eating beets, if you're eating blueberries or blackberries, no matter what it is, once the bacteria gets finished feeding on it, their byproduct is always milk. Identical to milk. It's made in the mammary glands. Everything you digest, that bacteria just turns into milk. That's why it's called lacteal. And when that's absorbed into the lacteal system, it delivers it to the lymph system. The lymph system and the lacteal system break it down into a translucent milky substance. So it's kind of a milky, hazy milk and not strict white fluid. Breaks it down. Then that lymph system is supposed to deliver that lymphatic fluid to every cell in the body to eat. Isn't happening. All the system from margin and all the hydrogenated fats has blocked our lymphatic systems. So the lymphatic system now is almost strictly used to detoxify and clean the body. Two functions. Now it's only doing one. Who's taking up, what system in the body is taking up the slack and feeding nutrients to the rest of the body? Blood. Now you have nutrients being transported to every cell in the body through the blood. And what's the blood purpose? The red blood cells take oxygen to the tissues to convert fats into energy. The white blood cells are there to take carbon dioxide, the byproduct of that, and get it out the lungs or dump it into the skin and perspire it out of the system. And the white blood cells eat dead red blood cells. They're the ecological system in the blood that keeps dead red blood cells from having to be dumped and a whole system being different, like a double kidney. So the white red blood cells eat up all the dead red blood cells. They're called phagocytes for that reason, to eat phagocytes. Simple. The blood has the job of creating energy in the body. Now it's transporting nutrients. How much of your energy is lost by the double process? Phenomenal amount. When I was a child, very young, in the 40s, I remember the workers on my grandparents' farm. They were taking 30 and 60 pound bales of hay and throwing them to the loft, and the lowest part of the loft was 12 feet. So they were throwing it 12 to 15 feet up into the loft. That high. Now, farmers, even the kids, they're using forklifts. They don't have that strength. They don't have that energy. Everybody's dehydrating, from having all this centralized heat. And they're unable to handle the heat because they have central air. So the body is so weakened in every way that nobody can do what a body did 100 years ago. People lived. They didn't eat coffee. They didn't eat cigarettes. You had to be rich to have those. You had to be rich to have sugar. 90% of the population were farmers. And they were strong and healthy. I remember when, I was in high school, I would go watch the football games, never participate in them. And you always saw when we had a group of farming community, their kids were the football players, and ours were the city folk. You know who won? Those city kids, I mean those country kids, those farm kids were strong, drinking raw milk and around good environments, around all the fecal matter of all the animals that should kill everybody, you know. They were around all that, exposed to all that, all the bacteria, the so-called bad environment, and they were the best athletes there were. They would tear our team up. It was like it wasn't even a competition with them in a game. So you have to think about where we have gone and what our body should be doing. So the lymphatic system is supposed to feed the body as well as cleanse it. Now that it is so jammed with all these hydrogenated vegetables, plastic fats, how do you think your lymph system does? How many people are very weak? Almost everybody's weak. People have to pump up with all kinds of vitamins and supplements, toxic substances to get them working. Caffeine, nicotine, theobromine, whether it's chocolate or no matter what it is. Some are vitamin supplements with all the kerosene or hexane in it, the gasoline. Some way to generate energy. It's not natural energy. And it should be natural energy. I sleep 4 hours a night. I have all the energy in the world. Sometimes I only sleep 2 hours a night. And I can lecture like this, I can go home, work till 2 o'clock in the morning, get up at 6, and then have a full day of seeing patients from 8:15 in the morning till 11 o'clock at night. With 2 1 hour breaks in there. And I may take a 10-minute cat nap. And I'm charged and ready to go. Of course, when I was sick, I was sleeping 22 hours a day because 90% of healing happens in the sleep state. So a lot of people need sleep, but when you get healthier, it's unnecessary that much sleep. If I were working on a farm and doing heavy physical activity, then of course I would probably need more sleep. When I've been at my farm in either Philippines or Thailand, of course I'm doing work and I'll sleep 4 or 5 hours a day instead of 4. So I do need more sleep when I'm physically active, but it's not that much more because of this diet. It's a marvelous diet. I've got athletes that just, marathon runners on 2.5 months have cut off 20 to 40 minutes of their time, and they praise to do it 2 minutes, drop 2 minutes a year, and they drop off 20 to 40 in a few months on the diet. I've got a martial artist who competes in the world championships every year, and he's an older man. When he came, he was 56. Now he's 63, 64, and when he was competing, when he first went on the diet, right before he went on diet, he came in 35th place in his category. And everybody was 15 years younger than him who were above him in those 34 placements above him. The next year, a year on the diet, he went to compete, he came in 5th. 5th. Same category. He's in the same category, about to reach into the next one where nobody would ever beat him. And he's still with kids 15 and 20 years younger than him, and he's still staying in 4th and 5th place all these years. Yet he's getting older. He's on the diet. He's a person who can go jump 12,000 jump ropes in an hour. Can you imagine jumping 12,000 times in an hour? And his heartbeat is normal and down to about 110 in 3 minutes after he finishes his workout. Before he was on the diet, you can see the chart that he made. His heartbeat at 3 minutes would be up to 187. Of course, while he's jumping, it'd be 210, 240, something like that. But when 3 minutes after, between 3 and 5 minutes after, his heartbeat was 187, average 187. Now it's 110, 103. In 3 minutes after he finishes working out. So this diet is incredible. Because I designed it on what the body told me it could do. I took the enzymes from the digestive tract and put it on foods. I looked at the ratio of how we utilize fat and energy. 80 of the citric acid side, 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrates. Put all that together in a diet, and that's the primal diet.
What's the
It's
ratio
high
again?
function.
What's the ratio again?
To 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate. And that most of that protein is a pyruvate, a protein sugar. PY, pyruvate. P-I-R-U-V-A-T. P-Y-R-U-V-A-T. So that's basically the body. Now we're going to get into the food. So let's take a break first. Take a 10-minute break. I know everybody needs it. I can go. If I start losing thoughts, I suck an egg. So I can just keep going, but I know you need a break.
It's just because these chairs.
Yeah, I hard. Yeah.
The seat's hard.
Well, that man back there,
I'm glad I
he's got a soft one.
I wouldn't
I do well.
Nancy, do you want me to carry that down for you? Or do you want me to carry it down? Or no? You want me to carry that down for you?
I don't think so. Let me see what's in there.
Well, here. Here's some. Just my glass bottle. I have this.
This is mostly food.
I no longer carry my own milk.
What?
Nancy, here's something really cool. You want to put your cheese in there?
Put my cheese in there? That's just
You
cold.
guys do this diet? You do it?
That's a
I've just gotten into
That's a really good
Nancy. Yeah, see, this was frozen.
Nancy, how long have you been doing the diet?
pure on the diet about since December, about a year, almost a year and a half. I've been on semi on the diet for about 6-8 years, but I was on raw veggies and wheatgrass cheese and everything, and I've been on raw goat's milk for 40 years. I mean, I've always gotten raw goat's milk almost everywhere I've been. But I just had a thing when I never really went all the way, until I had an eye operation. And they messed up cataract, so that I had black stuff in the back of the eye. And they were worried that they were talking about an operation, and I didn't want to lose the eye. So that's when I called him, and that's when I decided to do the whole thing, to see if I could save the eye by myself.
Isn't it funny you should say eyes? You have pretty eyes.
What?
You have pretty eyes.
Oh,
I'm
thank
looking
you.
at your eyes, and then all of a sudden you're talking about the eyes. Is that interesting? Of course, you don't want to lose your eyes because they're pretty. You want to be able to see and stuff,
You gotta be able to see.
Exactly.
That's a good thing.
And so how do you feel after doing, all these different, okay.
Okay, that's component. Okay, it's supposed to be the best.
Right.
I happen to know one of the heads of the 1 year meeting, and when I did this, he said the only way I'm going to save the eye is to put in 3 different kinds of drops, and all these drops, and then he stopped on that. Okay, I said, oh yeah, fine, thank you, Terry, and I went away for about 6 months doing this stuff, and I never put a drop. I still haven't put a drop in there. When I went back, my husband was there. He saw the whole thing. He loves to tell the story. When I went back to the doctor, he looked at me and I said, oh, your eye's great. All the black stuff is gone. And he said, you did the program beautifully. I said, I never, ever put a drop in my eye. I told him because I know him personally.
You must have been angry.
He's a vegetarian doctor.
Okay.
So he's okay. He's okay with that. So he does retinal operation. He's got his thing. But the thing is that I did cure, instead of using the medicine, I cured the eye with the hormone. That's the whole thing.
How long ago was that?
Okay, I started that in December of 10. And by the spring, late spring of 10, I had gotten rid of most of the damage. The vision is still the same. It's maintained the same. And now they started sweating more glaucoma, which I'm going to talk to him about again tomorrow. But what I use is what Aajonus told me. To heal the eye, I use the whitened egg and unsalted butter. That's what I use instead of drops. That is for dry eye and healing the eye. Instead of the drops.
Eating or applying?
Yeah, I use a medicine drop.
And you put the egg
He
whites in?
uses his finger.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah. I mean, so I've done some good stuff with it.
Now let me ask you this. This is the first thing that comes to my mind. So you've been on this diet for a while. I mean, you got real strict during this time, December.
I did what?
You got really strict, like December?
December is when they did the operation.
Right.
Ready. I was okay before that.
Right, but you've been on this diet for how long?
Well, purely I'd say a year and a half.
Okay, exactly. But
But I was already about 50% for.
right. So my question would be this: is that being that you are on it for 50%, that means you're going to be 50% better. Why is it that you think that was not enough to keep the eye from having the problem? And then when you did go on the diet, it relieved the problem. In other words, how did that at least allow the problem to originate?
Well, according to him,
Okay.
he said that if I did the drops, that it would probably destroy it. He warned me about this. And so when I was talking to the girl, the doctor's assistant, the one on the different floor of Western and I was telling her, I said, I don't want the drops because I'm told that these drops cause glaucoma. The drops of the day.
Right.
Yeah. And she said, some of them. She wasn't supposed to tell me that. But she said, oh yeah, there are some of them that do. You know, sort of referring that the one that I was going to use. But the point is that I didn't want to take care of them. And normally, I like too on making the eye worse with the medications.
Right.
So, yeah, it's been a lot, but I have had some of these setbacks, which I again talked to you about.
Oh, you had some setbacks with the diet. Okay.
My cholesterol, my bad cholesterol something. Now, I didn't have a wonderful ratio, my cholesterol ratio. So, I feel at the end, so I'm going to know that in the because I would never do this honey, because I don't do sugar. I haven't done sugar with flour for 20 years.
Wow.
I'm in a program called Food Addicts Anonymous. I haven't done alcohol for 35 years. I'm in AS. So I've already taken care of myself pretty well before I was earning. But I think what happened is with the eye, I decided to do the whole diet and let it go. Okay? And I think it's the honey and I will know. I've stopped drinking about 2 weeks ago.
And you're going to, exactly, but you're going to take a test and find exactly.
It's not the fat. I lots of heavy raw food. I eat lots of everything full fat. Raw milk, almost a goat. I do most of goat. But anyway, all that fat, I don't think it messed up my cholesterol. I think it was sugar and honey. And I'll know that in a few months.
Yeah, I heard that, like the eggs, and that doesn't give you
Did you see
cholesterol.
60 Minutes, the show last week? They told me.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah. So they had the whole segment.
Can I get you anything from downstairs? I'm just gonna go,
No, I don't think so. Let me come look at
I
it.
just need to walk around, the chairs are hard.
I'm going to get up in a second, too. I mean, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe because you're eating sugar and carb and all that stuff for so long that maybe by introducing the honey, it's even though it was maybe not a lot, but for your system proportionally it was a lot. Like
That was a lot.
even though it's not bad, but because you didn't take it, listen, you know what I did? I don't eat salt. Like I don't put salt in my
He
food.
says no salt.
I never did. You know what I did? I've been eating for about 2 years now. I've been pretty good. I went to Mexico about a month ago, and I was eating the food that I do security work, you know, I'm a bodyguard, so I was with this client, and they had a chef making the food, so I figured I'm in Mexico, you know, maybe it's more natural, whatever. I was eating the food, in 2 days, my hands, they blew up, they swelled, and my knees, and I'm like, because all the salt, but then...
He said the salt is one of the main causes of cataracts. Glaucoma. Salt causes the other.
That's a good question too. Talk about Himalayan, like what's a good sodium source? Because all right, that's a good question.
Yeah, you have to ask him about that.
You know, I think we should get up and take a little walk before
Yeah,
because
I agree.
we have another hour at least sitting down again.
What time is it?
I think it's about 4. Let's see. 4:14, yeah. That's some.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a lot of blood, but it was just what's in the liver. Excuse me, guys. Really, like I guess.
Oh my God, I can't believe I did that.
Did what?
Bought the salty cheese. Well, you should eat that.
I have never had this salt.
No, I mean,
I'm going to be
taste
very,
this.
this is salty.
Can I try it?
Sure, I don't know how you're going to get it. I'll just pinch it.
No, I've got 4.
I'm not afraid of your
I've got 4.
bacteria.
Sometimes I put a little.
It's going to taste like cardboard the first time you taste it. What are you cutting it with?
That tastes like cheese.
It tastes like cheese, but it's not.
Oh, well, actually, I'm there. Thank you. No, this tastes like the cheese I have here.
Can I have a taste?
You can, that's right.
I can have all of it.
That one didn't last long. What are you doing? No, wait for me.
Yeah, I definitely. I was all like, I think I got everything, and then it kind of by the time I was kind of around me. So I was like, I eat do my part on my birthday.
That's detoxifier the intestine.
Yeah, because I got like
Yoga.
I think
It's raw cow's milk.
I did the tomato thing.
Well, I'm looking to see what the facial expression is on. Anybody's, yeah, it tastes like milk.
See, your skin is better than last year.
That was working out. So how you going?
Getting younger every day.
How's your travel been?
You know, the economy's down everywhere. Everybody's afraid.
You want some more, Marcy?
This is a small turnout than normal. But at least keep helping on. Anybody doing with it?
Sort of. Well, I'm just gonna mention it. I'm still trying to get on board. I was talking to he said he would like workshops. Just I never had time. Do you ever do anything on that time?
No, but I have the workshop DVDs. 5 hours I did on UCLA. Not all everything was there. Yeah, right. 5 hours. 5 hours.
How much
Normally 260 something, but right now, publisher has bought back to 160. If you wanted to get that, you just send me a check and pay it off.
because I wanted to do something like this one and to get like
So this is okay. This is 160. Every time you want. Yeah, $40 for a month.
Is there a way like do those like
Yeah, he is pretty chill.
He's very chill.
what are you doing?
Somewhere around 6:30.
I can finally see his name in print.
Easier. So where have you been? You been in Thailand a lot?
Thailand, I've got the farm in Thailand and on the Philippines, 10 days at each, back and forth.
I haven't been seeing, usually I see maybe 12 or 15 notices around the U.S. You're not doing as much.
Well, I used to do them every 6 months, but now I'm just doing mainly once a year. I still held the same place.
What do you do?
Yeah, I was in Chicago first.
Oh, that's right, because we got the Canada, and Philadelphia, and the here.
St. Louis. We just left St. Louis. From here I go to Philadelphia. So I'm hopping around, and then I go to Finland. I haven't put that one out yet. With Finland, they published my books in Finnish this last November. So I'm going for a convention. Doing a book site. Same patient. Finland's a pretty big spot.
Is it?
But I did a talk, a workshop that was 500 people, and of course they only made like $20 each, something like that. And it was only a 3-hour workshop. And all had to be translated in Finnish, but they were 99% vegetarian. When I finished it, 2/3 of them were no longer vegetarians. So a publisher came up to me and said, anybody can do that. I want to publish your books. So we made a deal with him. So the books are now published in Finnish. So I have to go there this time.
When is this?
Pardon?
When is this?
July 4th. It starts to be there from July 4th to July 12th. And then I have to go to Switzerland and then South Africa.
You're not going back to Australia.
Yeah, I'll be back to Australia probably next January.
Are you going through the body scanners every time you travel?
Oh no.
Or you just opt out? And you don't ever miss your flight, they never give you a hard time?
I go early enough.
How long does it take?
Because I don't let them scan my food, and I take 2 quarts of milk at a time, sometimes the whole gallon. So I have to go through a lot of stuff. So they may hold me up a long time. I don't mind the pat downs. To me, it's a free massage. You know, for 2 minutes. It's a free massage. They're gentle. It's nice. I mean, why do people complain about that? I don't get it. But I opt out of the and my food, I don't recommend. I have a letter from my doctor. And my patients get through, but I write letters for them.
Is that how you get the milk on board?
I get all the food on board. No eggs, everything. Raw meat.
I'm surprised they don't read.
Well, I have the doctor's letter, and they read it, and they debate.
I really want to believe that. And I've seen it happen.
I've seen it happen.
I charge $100 and lasts for 4 months.
And that's for 4 months?
Lasts for 4 months. They, you know, some people use it for a year. Just depends on what TSA agent.
Right, sometimes they don't write.
They say, this is too old, 4 months too old.
I'll wait. I'll wait and then have you mail it to me.
Next time you travel, you let me know by email, and then you have to send me your name as it is on the document. And remind me of my condition. If I have to go look up, your eyes and determine what to say, then it takes too much time. But it works every time. Well, one time it didn't work in Denmark. I was going from Finland down to Vancouver for a lot of people on the flies. So I had to fly from, taking a flight from Helsinki to one of the airports in London, and we had to go outside. So I had to follow taking the same plane out of the same airport in London down to Vancouver, which is part of my They canceled the flight. So I had to jump on another airline to Denmark to, well, one cross town airport in London, take a bus all the way to another one by winter to catch that same thing. I had to be there to do the workshop, and I only had 2 hours when the plane landed, so I had to make that connection. So when I was doing things in Denmark, they let me take everything but the milk. So I had to drink it all, so I had to drink a whole quart to last me all night to get the tea gun.
Well, when you go places where you don't have this stuff,
I always take it up to make somewhere to do something. Well, you know, you can always go into a supermarket or a butcher shop and get meat. You can always get a piece of fruit. If you're on the island, you can always get coconut cream made by somebody on the island. I mean, those I take care of the absolute needs first, and then I'll look for goats and I'll just run around.
Ready?
Okay, everyone, we need to get started again.
We want a weekend seminar with you. We're going to keep you.
You know what I used to do? I would do one of these and do a food prep the next day on Sunday. That was a lot of fun because we made, like, let's say for each person we'd have a different dish. You know, so say we were 19 people there, we had 19 different things to eat. Sometimes somebody would just make a sauce with a meat dish, so one would be one meal dish. Or we made cheesecakes, we did all kinds. But now my DVD, recipe DVD is out, so it tells you how to do it. Makes it easier. You get that?
You ran out, right? You only had 2?
Yeah, but I don't think I did. Did I sell both of them?
It's in the bag.
Yeah.
I think you'll have to go online. Okay. It was like an hour and 10 minutes.
No, so this is it? Okay, sure, tell me at the next one. It's really good.
By the way, I love your guy, Jim.
Yeah.
Last one.
Yes, please, talk to me when it's about that, large
I don't want to miss it.
Yeah.
I'd have to get down to the bathroom by 4:07 so I can use the
So you'll be aware of that?
You're going to join us at this point.
What time is it now, Nancy?
Which one?
It's that one. It's working now though, but what I wanted to ask you, can you email me your recording?
See, the problem is that I stopped recording because it turns out that my phone, when I go to my voice recorder, it only records 5-minute snippets, and I have to go and record.
You did record,
So I
okay.
didn't record. I just
Yeah, well, you know what? You could give me yours, and if mine does, whatever I get, I'd be happy to send you.
Okay, sure.
If you give me your email. That would be really great.
They don't really need to be there. This way we'll have the food together.
And what's your first name again?
Gabriel.
Okay, let me make sure I can read it. So Gabrrel?
IEL.
Okay, let me just so that.
Got it.
Yeah. But it's Garr.
GABRIEL.
IEL.
SANCHEZ.
Okay. I'm just, yeah, and then let's see. So this is an A. That's
Yeah, if you want, you could write it out.
I'm just going to write it on top of it so that
G-A-B-R-I-E-L.
Yeah, G-A.
Okay, everyone, we need to get started.
Okay, 225 at Gmail.
Yeah.
Okay, great, good.
And
Thanks.
then afterwards, you could write it.
Oh, okay.
I love those.
Oh, my shoes.
Okay, before I
Oh, his
dive
shoes. Yeah, those are cute.
deeply,
Okay.
more deeply into food, I want to talk about some of the fallacies about the human body, blood pressure, cholesterol, and all of that. All of those are designed to get you to take medication. 30 years ago, 60 years ago, the high blood pressure was much higher than it is now before it was so-called dangerous. You could have 190 and still be okay. 190 over 110 is still considered borderline. Now if you say you've got 190 over 110, 120, that's danger. You're in danger of an aneurysm, brain or heart attack. You know, so you've got to understand that those are geared to sell more pills. Cholesterol, the same thing. I have a Hall of Fame basketball player in his 80s that keeps his cholesterol level up at 672. 672. He outplays the teenagers still on the field. And as long as he keeps it up there, when he brings it down, he doesn't play as well. I have an Olympic gymnast, well, I had an Olympic gymnast about 10 years ago. Her blood pressure, her cholesterol's at 327. and her bad cholesterol was really high within that. And it wasn't even within their framework of what they say is good and bad cholesterol, LDL and HDL. And she was getting sick. This was before she was my patient. She was getting sick every 6 weeks. And she was on the U.S. Olympic team. And she would get sick about every 6 weeks. That would take her through 3 weeks of a cold or a flu detoxification. And she wasn't able to work out in all that time because it would debilitate her so badly, and she would have accidents and hurt herself. So during those periods, she could not work out. And they were about to kick her off the team. Then Paul Cohen, who was McEnroe's coach for 10 years, has been on the diet now about 18 years. And he told her coach to go see me, take her to see me. So she came to see me, and I said, if she has a 327 cholesterol, leave it at 327. You keep taking it down, then she's going to get sick. Those fats protect her. That's what she needs. She needs 327. I told him about the basketball player who he knew, and I says, he has like 672. And I said, it's right for the person. You can't judge it on this graph that is designed for you to take anti-cholesterol medication. That is entirely what it's for. If you have a high ratio of bad cholesterol, that's because your body's cleaning out the toxic cholesterols more than it's shoving around the good cholesterols. You have to, when you're eating good fat and making good cholesterols, your body's going to remove the old toxic cholesterols, and those are the bad cholesterols. So you shouldn't have a high ratio of them because you want to clean them out of the body. As long as you're functioning well, there's no problem. Don't listen to the doctors. They want you to take anti-cholesterol medication. Medication that will lower your cholesterol, which is to your detriment. Cholesterol fat is the most important thing in the body. You have a third of the cholesterols that will protect your cells. You have a third that will clean them, and you have a third that will give you energy. Every one of those is important in high amounts. So I keep my cholesterol around 210. And I've been a raw fooder and pretty clean for a very long time. My cholesterol used to be up around 400.
I'm sorry, I just want to let you know, I just poured some samples in case anybody wanted some, okay?
Okay,
The
sure.
long one. All right.
Thank you. I don't mind people, as long as you're not talking, get up and get something if you want. So it's fine. Eat all you want while you're here. No problem with me. This is all about eating. Okay, so cholesterol is never a problem. Don't count. Don't count your cholesterol. Not important. What your body, the level your body makes for you is what is right for you. Blood pressure, the same thing. Let's say if you're 500 pounds, your blood pressure should be very, very high. It should be really high. If you have clogged arteries or veins, you better have high blood pressure to get the blood working in through the system, or the blood's not going to get to your body. And it's going to clog and even coagulate. So you've got to move it through faster if you've got a lot of pressure on your veins from weight, or you've got some kind of block in your arterial and venous capillary system. Forget all those. That's racket by the pharmaceutical industry to get you to take more medication. Okay? I want to clear that out right away. Because that's what people fall into. The doctor will scare the hell out of you. Say, so, fats are the most important nutrient in our toxic world. Greatest amount of energy from it, the best protection. Even vitamin D, if you want it from the sun, you can't do it without good fats in your skin. You'll burn. You can blister. All kinds of problems. But if you have the right fat in your skin, the sun is an aid to your building of your body, cleansing of your body. Vitamin D is used for so many things. And Sure, you can get it from your milk and your butter and your meats, but let's say in our toxic world, we need more, and we do need more. We have low mineral content in the bones. You know, we have osteoporosis of all sorts, and to reverse that, we need a little higher levels of vitamin D. So getting in the sun is an important factor. The sun causing cancer is the most ridiculous thing in the world. If that were true, every African and every Asian that lived in the rice fields would have cancer. It's about the quality of your food. And the more chemicals you have in your body, the more your body takes the fat from your skin and uses it to harness the toxins. So then your skin is deficient in the fats it needs to convert into vitamin D when the sun rays hit your skin.
Can you say that again?
The sun hits the fat on the skin. Your skin converts the sun rays with the fat into vitamin D. And your vitamin D uses it throughout the body. If you're highly toxic, your body's going to take the fat from the skin and use it to bind with the poisons. Then your skin is left bare, and then the sun will burn you and blister you. And if you blister enough times, of course, you've deadened the skin, it's scar tissue, and what is cancer? Cancer is a collection of dead cells, scar tissue. So whether it's adding to it in one particular area or spreading it throughout the body, doesn't matter. It is the collection of dead cells, because your body can't dissolve dead cells and remove them. And that's all cancer is. Once you start supplying the body with the proper nutrients, and if you're in an advanced state, that may be a while and an exercise in discipline on the way you eat, but you can reverse any cancer. Cancer, 95% of the cancer cases that I worked with up until 1992, 1993, reversed. Now, 97%, because I know more of what to do. 97% of the people who come to me with cancer reverse it. And it's not me, it's the diet. I know what foods to eat to do it. And it's the foods that do it, not me. I'm not some magician. I'm no Jesus that heals people by touching them or Buddha or any of those. I'm just an individual that knows how the body operates. And if the cells are collecting in the body, your lymph system isn't working. It isn't dissolving those dead cells in your body, throwing them under your skin, and then you're perspiring them. Let's say your lymph system is working and is dumping the toxins under the skin and the wasted dead blood cells, and you're not perspiring them out of the body. You're going to get cancer. You're going to get cancer of the lymph, or you're going to get cancer of connective tissue or skin.
Oh, God.
You don't need sunscreen if you're eating properly.
But I'm just saying, so people...
Well, sunscreen is very toxic. Very toxic. In fact, sunscreen causes a lot of cancers. It causes MS, multiple sclerosis, and it causes lupus, which is disintegration of the connective tissue. So, those things aren't ways to do it. I had a fellow who was an albino when I was living at a yoga ashram in 1974 while I was doing my travels. I had a rainy spell, rained for 28 days, so I didn't want to be on my bicycle staying at this yoga ashram. And they had an albino there. He had red hair, whitish, reddish white hair, and his eyes, skin was so sensitive. He had never been able to get in the sun. And I had him on butter. I had him eat about 3/4 of a pound of butter a day with honey. This was a vegetarian community. And I did get him to eat, his cottage cheese. The yoga there allowed them to eat some raw dairy. So I had him eat all that. And after 10 days of that, he went upstairs to get some sunshine and was out there an hour. No burn. Went out there 2 days after that, fell asleep in the sun 10 hours, did not burn. Think about that. An albino that hadn't been able to even go out in the sun for a few minutes all the butter that he ate had gotten into his skin, and his skin went from this dry white look to an oily look. And then when he got the sun, all of a sudden he didn't look albino anymore, except in the eyes. You know, he just looked like a punk rocker with reddish white hair. You know? But it was cool.
That's a good idea. I'm sorry, Aajonus.
So lots of raw butter is very important.
Sounds delicious.
There are so many fats that can be used in different ways, but your animal fats are always the most important, and butter is used more than anything in the body. It's used on the bones, the skin, the muscles, the brain, the glands. Where we need cream in any quantity is in the brain and nervous system. Only the cream supplies certain cholesterols that can't be made from butter. What the liver does, the liver produces cholesterols which will digest the cream into 2/3 butter or 3/4 butter and 1/4 cholesterols to feed the brain and the nervous system. So that means 3/4 of the cream that you eat, whether it's directly from milk or a supplement of cream, a jar of cream or a bottle of cream, whatever it is, that if you use 2/3 or 3/4 of that as butter in the body. So you only need a small amount when you're supplementing your diet to try and get up to a better state of health. Concentrate on butter, and the cream that's in your milk with a little extra, maybe an ounce or two a day, is all the extra cream that you need. Cream is very hard to digest, although it's the only one that can completely feed the brain and nervous system and assuage it. So concentrate on eating more butter and a little cream. It takes 60 varieties of bile to make the 60 varieties of cholesterol. The third of them, as I addressed, protect the body, cleanse it, and give it energy. Those three purposes or uses of the fat. When you're drinking cream, you never want to eat it with meat, unless it's sour cream. Very difficult to digest. You will find that you don't digest all of your meat. Maybe only half of it if you're eating fresh cream with it. If it's very sour cream, made into a sour cream, you can eat it with your meat. You will still slow down and maybe prevent yourself from digesting all of the meat. So I always tell everybody, you know, sour cream and chives with meat is wonderful, it's delicious, but don't get hung up on it and do it every day. Do it a couple of days a week or a couple of meat meals a week. Use butter for the other. Or eggs is your meat. And that means any kind of flesh food. When I say meat, I don't mean red meat or white meat, or any meat, any flesh food. And when I talk in my book, We Want to Live, and the recipe about red meat and white meat, red meat means 4-legged animals. White meat is 2-legged or no-legged animals. That includes, birds, fish with no legs but fins. So white meat is even ostrich, which meat is as red as liver, dark, still in the white meat category. So white and red, when I talk about meat, is not a color but a category. Misnomer that I did a long time ago. I regret it, but it's done. Published forever. So make sure that you realize that's a category and not a color. Okay? Cheeses, dairy in all of its forms is a medicine. Cheese is a dehydrated product. Any dehydrated product is completely void of enzymes. There are no biologically active enzymes in any dehydrated product. None. So you're not going to digest cheese, even if it's raw and no salt in it. Now, what is the advantage of having cheese that's no salted and raw if you're not going to digest it? Because we have most of the poison stuck in the stomach and intestinal lining, intestinal walls. So every time you eat cheese, even if it's a small amount, you're going to be pulling those toxic products out of your stomach and intestine. I have construction workers that eat a sugar cube-sized amount every 15 minutes. You know, they have all their work pouches for their hammers and everything, and they've got a pouch for their cheese. And they've got a 2-cup jelly jar, glass jar, with all these little, sugar cube-sized amounts of cheese, and they have their alarm, their watch go off every 15 minutes, and they pop one while they're working. Anybody can do that. What I've seen in the last 3 years on working with about 300 people doing it, the amount of cleansing of the intestinal tract without flus and colds and diarrhea is astonishing. Around the pupil you have the intestinal tract and the iris, and that area is usually brown or toxic or very scarred. And the years that I've been observing people getting well and seeing those changes, it takes many, many years to reduce that. It takes 40 years as a matter of fact to reduce it completely. But by taking the cheese either every 15 minutes or every 20 minutes or every 30 minutes, the change is great. The coloration, their digestion is improved, their skin is improved. I had one woman who came to me in Chicago with arthritic rheumatoid arthritis, and her knees were literally this big. She was crippled in a wheelchair. Her elbows were that big, her wrists. Her hands were all buckled up like this, and she couldn't feed herself, she couldn't dress herself, nothing. Her husband had to do everything for her. And she was only a 50-year-old woman, crippled. She used to play cards with her friends, bridge or something, canasta, I don't remember what it was. And she played with them 2 days a week. When she came to me, she hadn't played cards in 3 years with her friends. And she was literally a mess. And she came back after 2 years. Well, every year she comes back, sometimes every 6 months. And you see everything getting smaller and smaller. So last year when she came, she was back to playing cards with her friends. And when she went on this diet, her friend said, "Well, that's a dangerous diet, it's going to kill you." She said, "Listen, I'm already crippled, I'm already dead. I'm going to do what I think might work." And he makes a lot of sense. Wait a minute, you guys eating raw meat, parasites in the brain? That can't make any sense. So that's what these friends said. So last year she was back to playing, this year she's back to playing cards with them. They have a whole different sense of it. They won't do it yet, but they see her and the change. So last year when she came, she gave me that news. I said, "Great." I said, "Well, next year I want you to come running in here." And she didn't know if I was serious or not. And I said to her husband, I said, "You really want to get a life again? And take, so you both can do things together and that? You put her in a hot bath every day, 90 minutes, 105 degrees, and you feed her to make sure she's eating this cheese every 20 minutes, 3 times an hour. And you'll see what happens." So her knees were back down to about a third, too big. That's 2/3 down to what they were. This year she came down and every one of her bones is perfect. Her joints, she walked in this time. Walked in. She and her husband gone on a ship cruise. And even though it takes her a few minutes, probably 40 seconds to get out of a chair, once she gets up, she's pretty mobile. Climbing upstairs, she would let anybody help her from the ship all the way up down to the small fishing boat. She went fishing. She did all this stuff with her husband she hadn't been able to do in 10 years. And here she's in she's in her late 50s, mid to late 50s now. So you have to take a look at that. Lots of fat, lots of all of this stuff, and you get well because that's what your body needs. So she ate this cheese and had these hot baths, and had that much more improvement in a shorter period of time. So that cheese can be a remedy for pulling poisons out of the stomach and intestines. Now remember I mentioned the vaccines, those very toxic substances. Where I found that they went in 90% of people is in the stomach lining. Remember the stomach lining is the most resilient tissue in the body. It makes hydrochloric acid that can dissolve bone, yet it doesn't dissolve itself. Well, I found in the 32 autopsies I got to perform on cadavers that the stomach lining contained lots of all of the amalgam of vaccines, the mercury, the formaldehyde, the ether, and the aluminum were the highest in every stomach, all 32 stomachs. Well, 2 of them were on the lower side, but they all had it in them. And 30 of them were dense in this vaccine toxicity. Whether it's from, allergy shots are all vaccines. Tetanus shot is a vaccine. All of these shots of vaccine have mercury in them and all those other toxic ingredients, plus squalene and all this other stuff. 26 to 63 different toxins. They used to carry up to 67, 68, now it's down to 63, making a little headway, right? So that's toxicity is in the stomach. And then when it dumps into your food every time you eat, and then it poisons your body as you absorb the nutrients. The cheese, as long as it's raw and no salted, will not be digested unless you eat a fruit with it or honey. Then it redigests. So you eat all this cheese you eat all day long, you're not eating honey with it, and you're not eating fruit with it. And it'll go in and pull all this stuff out of your stomach lining and intestines. And you have an incredible, like 2 to 3 times faster, without the symptoms of vomit and diarrhea that usually occurs when you detox a lot of those poisons in the stomach. You have the vomit, and it's the intestines who have diarrhea. So cheese is a medicine, even though you can't digest it. But there's another way to digest it and to get a mineral supplement. And I have lots of people who had osteoporosis, especially women, came to me with 20 to 37% bone loss. And I'm saying, I tried everything to get minerals in it, and then I just woke up one morning and said, wait a minute, if they just eat honey with raw no-salt cheese, they'll digest the minerals. They'll digest the fats and the minerals together. Probably won't digest the rest of it, the protein and all of that, except to be utilized to handle the fats and the minerals. So I began experimenting with that, and over a 5-year period, all of the women had their bones completely restored, even if it were up to 37% deteriorated. Now, when I have them, I ask those women to have 3 tablespoons of cheese 3 times a day with 2.5 to 3 teaspoons, so it's a small amount of honey, with that cheese. And in 1 year, they are at a level where it's already being restored, in 2 years completely reversed. No matter to what level, osteoporosis. So think about that. There's no other, and they talk about taking Lipitor and all those other, and they don't even have 1%. Even the laboratory tests show there's not even a 1% proof of it, that it works to stop osteoporosis. And it's a scam, like all other medication, it's a scam. So that's another way cheese can be used. Now, if you eat raw salted cheese, it will reabsorb. I'll tell you why later. The poisons that the cheese absorbs will be redigested back into your system. So you'll redigest the poisons along with the salted cheese, which is not really raw once it's salted. If you eat pasteurized cheese, because it's broken down and cauterized, you're going to reabsorb your poisons with the cheese. If it's pasteurized, salted or unsalted, it doesn't matter. You're going to reabsorb your poisons. It has to be raw, no salt cheese for it to have that effect.
How do you discover?
Checking the feces.
It's impossible in Europe to get the no salty cheese. They just claim they have to have salt in all the cheese.
Well, that's because people won't eat it because they like that salty
Yeah.
taste. But in France,
I
you
can
can
only use
get
my
it.
own curds that I make from the milk.
Well, you can make your own. You can make your own cottage cheese or a hard cheese.
How do we know when we go to a place that they say no salt added, this is wrong milk? How do we know for sure that what they're saying is what we're getting?
You have to look at what they're doing. You have to watch their process one time.
I mean, so if you go to a store,
Oh, you don't know. You get the number of the place where they get it, and then you talk to them. You go see them. That's what I did in France too when I was there. When I started going to France, I had a girlfriend who was a flight attendant on a French airline. And so I lived in France off and on for 3 years. And there was no raw dairy in any of the health food stores in France, in Paris. And I was like, what's going on here? I had to go to the outdoor markets, to the farmer's market, to get my cream. And let me tell you, there was no such thing as sweet cream. If you asked for sweet cream, they looked at like you were out of your mind. Who digests sweet cream? You know, everything is sour. They sour all their cream. If you ask for sweet cream, they think you're out of your mind. Because you digest all the sweet cream, the sour cream, but not the sweet cream, the way people eat it there. So I was able to get the raw dairy there. So then I got the health food stores all throughout Paris to carry it. So by the time I stopped going there in '96, all of the health food stores and even Carrefour supermarkets, which is a regular, supermarket run by the king, owned by the King and Queen of England, they carried the raw dairy in Paris and all throughout France. Now, in the last year, they've stopped it again because of the EU. They call it there's a certain policy that they want everybody to follow the same health and food laws, so all food is interchangeable. But it means they just want to control all
At least
food,
for
period.
fewer questions.
Yes. Alimentus. That was it.
CODIS.
CODIS alimentus. Yeah. So anyway, you can get it easily there. The cheeses cannot be salted. They have to be raw to pass through. And anyway, I discovered that by checking the feces. When they ate raw, no salt cheese, I found all those toxins that normally were in the stomach and intestines in the cheese, all undigested and out in the feces. When I looked at people who had, the feces of people who ate salted raw cheeses, 90% of it was absorbed. And I'm sure that it absorbed the toxins because that 10% that was discharged had the toxins in it. And by looking at the irises over several years, I could see that they were distributing it by redigesting it into their nervous system to spread out into the glands and then into the muscles over a period of years.
Can you explain how it's redigested, the toxins, when you're taking salted cheese?
I will tell you that later
Okay.
when I talk about salt. Okay? So, again, kefir and yogurt are pre-digested the way your intestines would do it, but with a different bacteria. Usually bacteria from a goat or a sheep or a cow, where they use the rennet to do it. Now, the bacteria we have to digest milk is different. How we construct a cell from it is different. So, it is not the best bacteria for your system. It helps you breed your own bacteria. But for someone who's very ill that doesn't break down the food anyway, it's an advantage for them to have the pre-digested yogurt or kefir milk because they aren't digesting it in the first place and it's already broken down. The waste is already there from all that bacteria and they can absorb it and make themselves healthier and reconstruct their intestines to the point where they can start breeding their own bacteria that's familiar to them. Now that bacteria, you get a sampling of it in your saliva. So when I tell people to make their own yogurt or kefir, I tell them to take some, like a 1.5 tablespoons of milk, put it in their mouth, swish it around, get lots of saliva in it, and then put that back into the quart of milk. That's the perfect bacteria. It'll make your own kefir and yogurt. Don't share with anybody. That's for you specifically. I mean, if you have a very sick baby, like a mother bird would do, or a dog, they chew it and regurgitate it into their offspring, their young, and it works till they can get their own going. So the bacteria in kefir and yogurt, when it's made from another animal, are good, and they're a good resource for nutrients, but it's not the ultimate. The ultimate is your own bacteria breaking it down. So if you want to make your own yogurt, do it with your own saliva, with all your own bacteria.
So,
that's a preference.
Say again how to do it, please.
Take some milk, put it in your mouth, swish it around till you get lots of saliva and mix with the milk, and then you put it back into your quart of milk, and then there you have. In the next batch, you can just take some of that and put it into your next.
And you'd leave it in a warm.
Yeah, warm place. Always leave it in a warm place.
This applies to all ferments that you want. If you wanted to make some
Ferment
sauerkraut or
anything,
something,
yes.
just
use your own bacteria.
Right.
Absolutely. We'll always address you.
What about the curds at home that just form naturally, that you don't put any bacteria? Because I get it, it just makes itself.
That's making a cheese.
It's delicious.
Yeah, but it makes a cheese.
That's
And it will not be digested after you've made it into curds and whey. And if you've separated the whey.
Oh, if you just eat it together, it won't be digested?
Yeah, it will if you eat them together because you have the whey, the enzymes are in the whey.
Okay, well, it's delicious.
So if you eat them together, you can just reblend them,
Well,
and you can have the curds and whey, just like milk again, slightly pre-digested. But if you want to pull the poisons out, you can use cottage cheese as long as it's not too wet, as to pull out those toxins out of the body. There's the whey, which is the runoff for making cheese. It's high in lactic acid and some sugars, and it can go in and remove the lactic acid that is the byproduct of metabolism. So if you exercise and have a tendency to get cramps, then it's good to drink the whey because that helps clean it. Okay. Other fats are oils, pressed oils, whether it's from flax or from coconuts, from olives, no matter what it is. That is a fat that we don't digest very well. But when we digest it, it's mainly used as a solvent to dissolve toxicity. We only use about 7% of all the fats that we use to dissolve certain compounds in the body and remove them. All oil in the human body is used to dissolve substances, like a muriatic acid, to dissolve substances and remove them from the body. Cells make virus. Viruses are not alive, they are solvents. This is known by biology for at least 100 years. Up to 60 years ago, or even up to 35 years ago, you never used antibiotic for a virus because there's nothing alive. Pharmaceutical industry 35 years ago said, hey, we say viruses are alive, then we can say take antibiotics. Double our sale in antibiotics, so that's what they did. So the new students coming out of the universities, which are all dictated by the pharmaceutical industries, what they learn and what they know, told them that they can use antibiotics for viruses and that it will help. The old doctors were saying, what are you talking about? They're not alive. Why would you? And there was a big conflict for about 20 years. And then the older ones started getting more kickbacks from the pharmaceutical industry, more vacations, more this and more that. So they said, okay, well, that's worth a new home or a hunting trip or something like that, or a new swimming pool. I'll sell, I will prescribe antibiotics for a virus. But if you look at any sample of virus around, It is just a mesh solution of dissolved tissue and some kind of solvent that has caused it. There is no organism in there that shows that produces it or that is alive that causes the dissolution, because the cells themselves make it when they can't use the normal cleansing system, the janitorial system, to get rid of biological waste, which are bacteria, parasites, and fungus. So what happens when you use a solvent to clean something? Say you use muriatic acid on the oil on your driveway. You use water with it. Why? Because water is a solvent, the basic solvent on the planet. And you go into any chemistry, even agricultural, basic agriculture, they tell you the first thing on this planet is that water is a solvent. You put anything with it, it becomes 20 times more solvent reactive, because water is nothing but water and is hungry and it will dissolve things. When it rains, it dissolves rock, plants eat. It's a solvent. You drink water, it dissolves your mucous membranes, it dilutes your digestive acids and bacteria, neutralizes them, and it just flushes your body, rips your body apart. So, that solvent in there, you've got water, you make body mixes with it, and then what happens? Does it reduce in quantity? No, it's multiplied. Toxicity is multiplied. When bacteria, parasites, and fungus eat it, they eat it and then have a byproduct that is very minimal. Like when they're eating organic waste. Let's say they're eating dead cells in a certain area. Say like the tapeworm may be eating mostly sugars that you're eating, but will eat some damaged cells that were full of carbohydrates and they die by too much sugar. And that's common in a human body. Cells die rapidly with high advanced glycation end product that accumulates from using carbohydrates as energy. So you have this contamination in there that is greater than a reduced product. Take, for example, a parasite can eat 100 times their weight in 24 hours, and the waste product is 1 to 5%. If you had 100 pounds of waste, would you hire a guy that can clean up that waste and reduce it to 1 to 5 pounds, so all you have to do is carry that out of the body? Or would you hire some guy that's got this solvent that comes in there and dilutes it, and now you went from, let's say, 5 pounds of waste, and you've dissolved it with 100 pounds of toxic fluids, solvent, and now you've got 105 pounds of waste. Which is your preference? You go for the parasite or the virus? The solvent. Of course, the virus is the last thing the body wants to resort to. But now do what most people get. They get viruses. They get fewer colds, which are bacteria. Parasites, when they work, nobody knows there's even a detox going on, because they eat so much and have so little waste. With a bacterial detoxification, you have the mucus discharge, you have vomit, you have diarrhea sometimes. Once in a while you might have diarrhea from having a parasite, but that's rare and it's usually not debilitating. When you have fungus, the fungus will eat like 50 pounds of its weight like a bacteria, but it has more waste. It reduces it to about 5 to 10%, instead of 1 to 5 like the bacteria and the parasites do. So you have more waste product from fungus. What happens when you get a yeast infection, which is fungus? You get itching. If you get a, athlete's foot, what happens? The toxins are so great, and the byproduct, it peels the skin away. It kills the skin. It peels away and it itches. So fungus is the third choice of cleansing. But it will work where the toxins are so great that bacteria and parasites can't eat it, because it will kill them. The toxicity will kill them. So then we use fungus. Then when it's too toxic for any of those three, the body uses virus. And that's nothing other than solvents created by the individual cells. And you have 300,000 varieties of solvents that can be created, viruses that can be created, because you have that many forms of different cells within cells. And each solvent is specifically formed by the cell to dissolve one specific kind of cell. Let's say like we would dissolve certain neurological cells within the liver. That's specific. If we were going to dissolve the cells that make up the veins and the arteries that go to the liver, it would be a specific virus. So you've got 300,000 varieties of cells in the human body that need to be dissolved if they're too toxic with virus. They need to be dissolved if they're too toxic by utilizing virus to get rid of them, because bacteria, parasites, and fungus can't do it. Too toxic. It's all so simple when we think about it. Let it go. Don't stop detoxifications. That's a cleansing of the body's waste. You can look at my books and find out what to do with specific detoxifications. What kind of ailments you have in a particular part of a body. Anytime you have pain, anytime you have discomfort, your body's cleansing a toxic area. You don't want to stop it with antibiotics or cold packs. You want to increase the body's ability to detox by applying heat and good nutrients. Not stop the process, because then you just go farther toward disease. You're adding more toxins to the situation. Let me explain that about cold and heat. See, a lot of these people, they have an injury, sports people, they have an injury on the field, and they put an ice pack on it. Think about this. What happens in an injury? You've got damaged tissue. Let's say you have blood that gets into the system out of the bloodstream, and you've got red blood, white blood cells in tissue where it doesn't belong. What did I say earlier? They rot, they decay. By bacteria, usually, unless it's very inundated in you, then it's parasitical. But it dissolves those cells. If that remains in there, you have a whole rotting of the whole area of the body, and you could get gangrene and lose that limb. It could cause an amputation. If the body is cleaning itself with its own needs, with its own ecological system, bacteria, parasites, and fungus, everything is good. Everything is going the way it should. Now, when you get a bruise, why do you have swelling? Is the body stupid? That's what the pharmaceutical medical community wants you to believe. Swelling is bad. Put ice on it, stop swelling. The body swells because it's putting more blood and lymph into the area to clean it and to heal it. If you stop that, well, how are you going to cleanse and heal that part of your body? So what do we see with all the sports people? They have an injury and putting ice on their knee or ice on their shoulder. They end up having dozens of surgery in a decade. They are out of commission and no longer available in their sport by the time they're 35, 36 years old. They are spent. If they applied heat instead and stayed out of that game and waited until the next one, they would heal, and that knee would become stronger. And if they ate right, it would become stronger because it was injured. Because you can only get an injury if it's a light injury and you get harmed, because there's toxins in that area. If you get hit by a car, it doesn't have to be a toxic area, and you get a bad injury. Again, you want to feed yourself properly, apply heat always. You want to increase the blood flow to the area, the lymphatic flow to the area, not stop it or reduce it. most stupid, insane thing in the world is to put ice on an injury. You won't heal. You're going to scar. It's insane.
For the sprays they use sprays.
Yeah, they use that too. Like nitrogen sprays to freeze the area. That damages the skin. Then it no longer perspires. So then you've got multiple problems that happen. So always use heat. Do not use electrical heat, because electrical pads produce EMFs, electromagnetic fields. 3 milligauss alter the molecular structure of cells. Any device, I don't know if I brought mine, I think I left it in the hotel. Yeah, I left the hotel. But I've got a tri-field meter. And I go around in my hotel room and I see any hot spot. It's near the bed, I move it. If it's in an area where I don't want to be, then I move my desk or whatever it is to a different area in the room. If I'm on an airplane, the engines are on the wing, I sit in the back. If the engines are on the tail, I sit on the wings. Reason for that is the high EMF field in the cockpit with all the not transistors, and the other thing.
Valves?
Pardon?
Valves?
No, it starts with a C. Cathodes, but there's something like that. Anyway.
Capacitor?
Capacitor. So they use capacitors instead of transistors. Capacitors have a high electromagnetic discharge. So they discharge all the way back through to the wing. If you've got the engines on the wing, you've got them shooting out there, so you have to sit in the back of the plane. The cockpit is anywhere from 135 to 200 milligauss. That's why pilots can only do 36 hours a week, or less, 30 hours a week, 29, 28 hours. Keeps coming down because the field gets higher and higher. It only takes 3 milligauss to alter the molecular structure of cells. So any exposure above that is not good. All the cars now, very high in them. And there's no way to really shield it. Unless you're putting aluminum, barriers, build your, like a, bulletproof, when you're doing EMF proof, thick aluminum shields under the floorboard, behind the firewall, everywhere to get rid of it. So I take that around and look it around. So when you're using when you're using anything to heat the body, use a hot bath, a hot tub, hot water bottles. Best way to give heat to the body. Now remember I said that the woman who ate the cheese also had her do 90-minute baths daily. Why is that? Remember I talked about the waxy, the plastic fats from all those pressed oils that are used in all the chips, the cereals, French fries. That's what's used to boil those things. So all of those products are made with plastic oils. So they block the lymphatic system. The only way you can get that lymphatic system moving is to heat the body up to 105 degrees for 60 to 90 minutes. 60 minutes, it just starts softening enough to move some of it out of the lymph glands and lymph nodes. After 90 minutes, you have a good, let's say, just a thin layer of all, picture a cold stick of butter. And you've got it in a 2-cup jelly jar. And you've got it sealed. And the butter just came out of the refrigerator. Let's say the refrigerator was 48 degrees. You've got 105 degrees outside. How long is it going to take for the outside 105 degrees to alter the airspace around the butter into like 80 degrees to start just a bare melting of the butter? 60 minutes. Okay. Then to get it slightly to run takes 90 minutes. So that's how you have to look at your body. Your body's a solid piece of fat, and it needs to be melted down to get that lymphatic system moving again.
Would longer than 90 minutes be detrimental?
No, that's a minimum.
Okay.
Minimum 90 minutes. I've had people that have spent, in fact, when I was sick, I would spend 6 to 14 hours a day because I couldn't sleep otherwise. Because then, I had all that back pain, and I'd wake up after 10 minutes of sleep screaming in pain because of the back pain. One time I crawled up in the bathtub to drown myself, to kill myself, and I fell asleep. I got really tired and sleepy, and I got into the hot bathtub, and I fell asleep. I woke up in no pain, not dead. I didn't drown, and I'm floating in the water because I put Epsom salt in it. So my body was buoyant, and I expected to be dead. And I woke up, and I'm in this, like the rabbit thing. I ate it to kill myself, and it changed my life. And I found that when I was in the water, buoyant in the water, I had no pain. And you can get into a bath if you're in severe pain, and you'll remove 80 to 100% of the pain.
Does it have to be hot water, or what about a sauna?
Saunas and steam baths are too hot. 110 as high as you can go, or else you'll damage the vitamins and nutrients, enzymes in your skin, your mucous membranes. An ultraviolet, what is it called, infrared sauna is 137 degrees minimum. Causes damage to your skin, your brain, your mucous membranes, your lung, your bronchioles, everything. You do not want to get in temperatures over 110. Regular saunas, 167. Steam baths, 210. Very damaging to the system. Scar tissue in your mucous membranes and lungs and bronchioles.
Being out in the sun?
No.
Do this?
Well, you can't get hot enough.
Okay.
Even under exercise, the body temperature, unless you're in a fever, only goes to 101 degrees. You have to immerse yourself in water. Now I have people that do up to 110 degrees, and that's okay. And they do it for a lot. I have some people that do it several times a day. Had one man who was a couch potato. 66 years he came to me, couldn't do anything, had no energy, sit and watch TV, do all that. And he came to me with thyroid problems, prostate cancer, and he was supposed to go on the meds, stood in the line at the pharmacy, looked at all these people, and said, I don't want to become one of those. So he went home, thinking about what to do, and all of a sudden this young man who's a friend of one of his sons called and said, how you doing on that diet? And he said, what diet? And he said, well, the book you sent me, We Want to Live, for Christmas. And he said, I didn't send you any book, We Want to Live. He said, yeah, you sent me 2 books, We Want to Live and an architectural book. He said, no, I sent you 2 architectural books. He said, no, you sent me We Want to Live and an architectural book. He had obviously taken a copy of my book that somebody had given to him and accidentally sent it to this young architect. And he said, this diet is so great. And this guy said, well, send my book back to me. He said, no, I've got it marked up. It's for me. You get your own. You gave it to me for Christmas. So, and this guy was even Jewish. So, celebrating Christmas. So, the other guy was not Jewish, but the fellow who gave the present was Jewish. So, the guy got a copy, had his own copy. Went to, at that time, that was 6 years ago, 7 years ago. So they went to Amazon, got the book, overnighted it to him. So he started on it, and he was on the diet, for about a year. And he said, I have more energy, everything is better, much better, but I really don't feel like doing much. And I said, well, you took 66 years to get here, or 67 years to get here. You're not going to undo it. You're not going to rebuild every cell in your body overnight just because you're doing. You can't look at the diet and touch the food and all of a sudden you're anew. It takes replacing every cell in the body 5 times to get to optimal health, according to Holly and Pottinger's work with animals that were sick. They got to optimal health took them 5 generations. So that's 40 years in a human body, 5 generations of cells. So I said, but you know, do the hot baths. That'll help move things faster. So he did them at 110 degrees every day, and I told him to only do 2 a week. So he did every day. And he called me after 3 months and he said, hey, I'm still a couch potato. I have no energy. And I said, well, you're doing hot baths. He said, yes. I said, and how are you doing them? He said, well, I'm doing 90 minutes a day every day, 110 degrees. I said, well, if anybody does that, they're going to be nothing but a slug, you know. So I said, stop doing it for a couple of weeks and see how you feel, because you certainly have gotten everything moving in your body. In 3 weeks, he started an international stem cell company. He's been on the diet 11 years. He works 14 to 16 hours a day, and he's 74 now. 76 now. Think about that. By eating this way, this diet 100%, and taking those hot baths, changed his life. He got his lymphatic system moving so he could keep up to a high level of energy. That's pretty impressive. So, heat is so important for getting well. Very important if you want to move fast. Otherwise, you will move slowly.
The far infrared is cool.
I don't care what they say. They're liars. 137 degrees is too hot.
That's it. That's the far infrared.
137 degrees is too hot. 110 degrees, you destroy your own tissue.
110 is okay.
110 is fine. Don't go higher.
Don't go higher.
Yeah. Infrared saunas are 137 degrees minimum.
How about a light, an infrared light, if you keep it so far away from you?
Infrared is not a natural light.
No.
It's not the full spectrum of the sun. And it will reactivate certain cells and damage other cells. Better not to do that. It may work as a temporary therapy, but you don't want to do it for extended periods, nor repeatedly.
Is it best for the hot baths without the Epsom salt, as you mentioned, or just the water, the hot water?
No, if you're in,
What's that?
if you're in municipal water, city water, you have to put something because there are dozens and dozens of chemicals in your water. So in my book, we want to live under the health modalities. I talk about the lymphatic baths, and you put milk in there, like 3/4 of a cup of milk, half to 3/4 of a cup of milk, 2 to 3 tablespoons of raw apple cider vinegar, and 2 tablespoons of sea salt or Epsom salt. That will bind with the poisons in the water so they don't get into your cells. And when I used to take baths, when I first started taking baths in LA city water, where there's 197 chemicals, because the water is used twice before it gets to LA. Los Angeles City, the valley it's used before the Saugus is used. It's used in industry in those 2 places. Then when it gets to Los Angeles, we've got all those industrial chemicals that have been dumped into the water, and all the waste that people have used, paints and whatever they put in their water, and all the chemicals that they've used, all in the LA city water. So I used to get in the water, in 3 minutes in that water, I'd look like I had 10 cups of coffee. I'd just shake, and I couldn't stop the shaking. My blood pressure would go sky high. And it would take hours for me to come down until I realized it was the chemicals in the water. Then I started putting those ingredients that I shared with you into the water, and it never happened again. So you put those in the water to keep them from being absorbed into your system as you perspire out your waste products into the water.
But how did you discover that those were the key ingredients?
Well, nothing else would cause it until I got into the water. So I looked at what was in the water from the lab tests from the city.
But how did you know that
Well, I knew that milk and those ingredients would do it because I knew when you have lots of heavy acidic toxins, your body will use to rid itself of them lots of calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, alkalinizing minerals, and it will bind with the high acidic industrial chemicals and neutralize it. And the molecule becomes then too big to get back into your system. Can't get into a cell, so it locks it. Okay? The vinegar is a beneficial acid, and the skin likes a beneficial acid because the skin is acidic. So that takes it back into a good acidic level. Also, the proteins in raw apple cider vinegar bind with heavy metals. So that's your best chelation therapy. Don't be taking DMSO or any of those other toxic chemical, chelators, because they're very damaging. All you need is apple cider vinegar, the same amino acids without the poison. Except that you can demineralize yourself with too much vinegar too often. So you have to have a balance there. So, and then the sea salt, that was just to make the body a little buoyant, or the Epsom salt. It's got the, if you have Epsom salt, it's a higher amount of magnesium, and if your sea salt, it's a higher amount of sodium. Both of them will help the body be buoyant, so you don't have all that pressure on your body in the bathtub. It makes it comfortable. Then if you want to make your skin, you're in that water for 90 minutes, 40 to 90 minutes. If you just want to clean the waste out from under your skin, 40-minute bath's enough to do that a day. But if you want to get deep into the lymphatics, you have to take 60 to 90 minutes daily. So to discharge those poisons out of the skin, it takes time and energy and the heat. So do it. It speeds everything up.
The milk did in the water?
The milk has lots of minerals, especially calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium.
So it's all
Those bind with a lot of the acidity, toxic acidity, over acidity in the chemicals that they use to treat water, or that's a byproduct of the industry.
So if you have well water, there's no need to put the milk in there? If the well water...
You don't put anything in the well water.
You don't have to put the vinegar or the...
You have to put anything in that water if you have well water, and it's not contaminated.
Yeah, it's been...
Let's say you have a high level of arsenic or copper. You want to put some milk in there, but not a lot. It won't take much. Or iron, too much iron. It still puts a little bit, let's say it's sea salt or Epsom salt to get rid of the iron, so make sure it doesn't irritate your skin and dry out your skin. It's not going to get into your skin, but it's going to dry the skin out on the surface. So do what I do to help the skin be soft, in my well water, without putting anything in. I'll put a little bit of coconut cream in the water, so when I get out, it's like, when you put your car through the car wash, it's got the spray wax at the end. Well, that's like putting a thin layer of oil and raw water-soluble fats on your skin. And it's so nice to get out of the bath. And it can be pretty drying to the skin when you've done all that perspiring of toxins. So that's just a nice way to put it back on.
Even
instantly.
Even if it's well water, you'd want to put the vinegar in to remove heavy metals?
If you've got high iron or high arsenic in your well.
But I meant physically. Do you put the vinegar in to remove heavy metals within?
No, you can. It'll help. You can do that. It might pull it out of the skin. It's not going to pull it out of the deep tissue.
Oh, it won't go deep even if you're in there 90 minutes.
Because you're perspiring outward.
Right.
So the only place that water is really getting is on the skin.
So then there's not a lot of reason to put any of it in raw water.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just put it is going to dry you because water is a solvent. So putting the coconut cream, unless you want to put something on as a moisturizer when you get out,
Right.
good raw fat. If I can't eat it, I don't put it on my skin.
So coconut oil, you would, if it was raw, even though coconut oil is never really 100% raw, you would use
Well, there's a coconut that's 100% raw. I haven't made, and I oversaw the making of it. I don't have to make any money from it.
the
I
oil.
wanted to make it. There's an oil that's fermented in Thailand. Very expensive, but there's no processing of it. It's perfectly pure.
The only one you know of that's wrong.
But still, it's a oil. Remember I said oils are solvent, 90% solvent reactive, and our bodies make virus from those oils.
Oh, that's the body makes viruses from those oils.
From those oils, yes. So, you know, it's not a good idea to have a lot of oil. And if you put the oil on your skin, it smothers you. You get very hot.
What I used to do is after I make the coconut cream with the pulp, I noticed that the pulp cleans a lot the bathroom. I put it in my skin, then I draw it with the water, and the skin gets marvelous.
Yeah. But that's mostly coconut cream. That's not coconut oil. Of the coconut cream, only 7% of that is oil. Just like in a plant, you take the oil, extract oil from a plant, it's only 7% of the plant. Very small percent. Take, for example, coconut. Coconut is 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate. Exactly like that used in the citric acid cycle of energy production. Coconut is perfect in that balance, in that ratio. When you separate the 80% of the fat, 7% of that 80% is oil. The other 93% of the fats are water-soluble fats. Nobody talks about those because they're very fragile. But you need 9 times more of that than you do oil, which is the ratio on this planet of oil in any system is never more than 7%. In nothing is ever more than 7% oil. Whale blubber, that's different, and seal blubber is a little different because they need more oil to keep from freezing. But all other animals in arid and tropical environments are all no more than 7% oil. So these water-soluble oils are the most important. That's why I say you put the coconut cream in the water so when you get out you coat yourself. Or you coat yourself with coconut cream, not coconut oil.
I was talking about the coconut
cream.
No, the pulp.
The pulp.
The pulp.
Okay, the pulp has the same thing. The pulp has the coconut cream.
The sensation is very good, and the skin.
But it's coconut cream.
Yeah, of course it has.
It's not coconut oil. It's coconut cream.
Pulp being what's left over after you make the cream.
Yes, it's still coconut cream. It's still only 7% oil of the fat that's in it, which is like 4 or 5% of the whole coconut. So even though he's juiced it and got a lot of the coconut cream out of it, whatever's left in there is still coconut cream. It's not oil. Some people, I don't like it because it gets caught in my hair and makes knots. You know, when I've used it for massage. When I have a massage, when I'm at a place where I can get a massage, I use half butter and half bone marrow. And, you know, stem cells, only place we can get non-adult, what they call embryonic-like stem cells is in bone marrow. Well, you can from sperm or ovum, but who's going to manufacture sperm and ovum for, you know, be rather impossible.
Where are you getting the bone marrow from?
Buffalo.
From where they have the meat?
North Star bison. Also from, you know, my Amish farmers, from their beef.
They'll set the bone.
Yeah, you just, well, what they do is they send you sections of bone and you let it get room temperature and pop it out. It's like butter.
Okay. But watch out with your fingers because you can get a very big cut. I tell you by experience.
I've never cut myself with it.
I'll use it.
So, you know, that's what I use as a massage cream. Also, when I use half and half, let's say I put 2 ounces of each in, and I'll take a tablespoon of pineapple juice. Take a piece of pineapple, squeeze it in a tablespoon of pineapple juice. Pineapple has bromelain in it. Helps break down dead cells in the skin. So it helps get rid of, you know, stuff like this, dead cells. They're collecting in tissue. Now I got this when I was abducted a little over 2 years ago in a hotel room and injected with 3 injections. That was when I went against the swine flu hoax. I had gone through the swine flu hoax in 1976 with Ida Honoroff, a consumer advocate, was indicated in 3,200 stations around the world. And Dr. McBean, they had all of the statistics on what was in the swine flu vaccine, all the poisons that were in it. And they wrote a book called Vaccination, the Clear and Present Danger, and it was focused mostly on the swine flu. Because she was a consumer advocate, and the newspapers back then were mainly family-owned, and they all took pride in, reporting true stuff. Now it's all owned by General Electric and, the conglomerate, so all of the news is wrong news and false news. Well, back then, they carried her statements. This is all toxicity. You watch the polls where these people go in to get their swine flu shots, and they're going to drop dead. Elderly people, young people. In a 2-week period, 2,323 people died of the swine flu vaccine. So I had all of those records still with me. I called the CDC when I heard that the government was going to buy it. I said, what are you going to do to stop this? You would know about this. Oh, well, only 46 people died by getting the shot in 76. I said, no, 2,323. I have the documentation of Ida Honoroff and McBean. So I was invited on an international radio show, and I gave all this information out. And let me tell you, the world picked it up. And I got calls to do shows all over, and I did radio shows. I could do right anywhere I was on a phone. Plus I got death threats you wouldn't believe. So I decided after 5 weeks I better get out, because the swine flu was supposed to come out in April. End of April, swine flu vaccine was supposed to come out. We were supposed to be hit by the swine flu around April. Everybody was supposed to get infected with it. It's going to kill millions of people. And we paid $8 billion to produce it and to have it available. So with my information went out there, it's picked up on that first radio show by a rap group in England, in Britain. And they did a song and a video called Just Say No to the Vaccine. And they got all these shots of kids getting injected, all the sickness and the damage, and all of these bizarre, ugly shots of the medical profession. And you hear my voice in it. They pulled it out of the interview. The only way you can get swine flu, unless you're a pig, is to get the swine flu shot. So when I left after 5 weeks of a lot of threats and some damage done, computers damaged in my home, many invasions through my firewalls into my computer. I left the country. Went to the Philippines, and while I was in a hotel room in the Philippines on one of the small islands, I woke and I'm half sitting up in bed. It was a pretty nice hotel. Only really good hotel in this town. This is a small town. I've got a hypodermic hanging from my arm. 2 guys standing over me look like clean-cut CIA types. And 2 more hypodermics on the bed here, and a cloth falling down my chest and stomach. And by the time I realized, and there was a lot of those big windows over here, so they were coming with the light from outside, so I couldn't make out their faces, but I could make out their coloring and everything. See that they were not Filipino. These were European American types. And the one guy on my right picked up the cloth off of my lap, put it over my mouth, and I was out less than a second, or about a second. Now, as a child, I had ether many times. It took 12 to 17 seconds to put me out. This had me out in a second, and it was odor-free, completely no odor to it. So it had to be some kind of very special chemical by the military or pharmaceutical industry that they did not let out to the public. And when I woke the next morning, I thought it was a bad dream until I rolled over and moved, and I was sick all over, vomiting. I had the 3 bubbles with the needle marks in my arms, and you can see the scars that are still there from there. They were bubbled up. Within 24 hours, I had skin exploding. So I've got huge scars everywhere, all over my back and over on the other side.
They've healed up though, much better.
Yeah, they've healed.
They look much
What
worse
was
than
the
the first time I
Yeah,
saw
she
them.
saw them when they were still white. And I got them all over my body. I mean, big ones in the leg, huge one here, 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 lots of them all over my body. And I was probably going to die, but then I realized, what can I do to, reverse all this? So I knew that if I got shark or stingray, they turn into, as soon as they die, the ammonia multiplies in them rapidly. No other fish does that. So I got a driver to drive me because I couldn't drive. I mean, I would be standing for 3 minutes and all of a sudden I'd start passing out. I have to get down on my knees quickly as if I were diabetic again. But this was a whole nausea and vertigo. So I got a driver. He took me to a wharf. We found some baby stingray that was a day and a half old, so it was already ripe with ammonia. So I chopped it up finely and started eating a little at a time, because even ammonia can kill you, because if you eat enough ammonia, get it into your blood stops transporting oxygen. So I had to eat just enough, because ammonia binds with poisons, chemical poisons, and the body will reject them out the kidney. So that's what I was trying to do, clean it out of my blood. So that went on, I did that for about 2 days, and then most of the dizziness and fainting spells stopped. But I still had this stuff come out for 6 more months. Just ripping out, looks like I got, it was in a, grenade explosion all over my body. So then a year later, a year to the date, which was the beginning of April, I went into another detox, and this time it started on the arms, and you can see these heavy scars that I have all over. They're small now, but they were big spots. Pardon?
Here,
yeah, I mean scars everywhere, all over the place. And then on this leg, it started on this leg, and the whole foot erupted. It just peeled away. It was like I was going to lose that leg. Everybody thought I was going to lose that leg, because I would just leave it open or put more raw meat on it.
We are governed by criminals.
Huh?
We are governed by criminals.
Oh yeah, they're criminals. Well, I don't know if it was the government or pharmaceutical industry, I don't know who it was, but it was one of those, or all of them. I don't know. But I created a cancer here, which was a Kaposi sarcoma that got about this big. And, I put the pineapple on it, and put some honey on it, put the meat on it, dissolved it, got rid of it, so I know how to do these things, so I was able to save myself. This year, and at the beginning of April, I said, because I'm in a year cyclic cycle. Whenever I detox, and I'm detoxing a certain thing, it's always a year after the date when I will start again. And it lasted for 6 months last year too. So this year I was wondering what's going to happen this April. So I started bleeding out this eye and this ear, and here, and it started on my face, and then it stopped, after 2 weeks. So I was very fortunate. Of course, it may not be over, I still may go into more. But I knew what to do, and I knew how to take care of it. But there are dangerous people in this world. They want to protect their, medical, integrity, which is a very lack of it anyway. And, they'll do anything they want to do, anything they can do to keep their interests, at the fore, no matter what they have to do to me.
Did you analyze your blood to check for poisons or something?
On that island, there was no laboratory. I would have had to send it to Manila. And I tried, but they wouldn't let me send it because I wasn't a medical doctor. And going to the police would have been absurd because they would have said, oh, you're just a drug addict, you're shooting up. There was no sense in doing that. I had to survive, and it was about surviving.
You don't know what they injected you with.
I assumed that it was swine flu.
That's what
I think they wanted me to get the swine flu and
And
say,
then look what happened
see,
to
he
him."
died. Yes, he died of the swine flu. Now, see, I was in Asia, which was perfect for them. Because if you get off of a plane in Asia, you've got every foreigner that comes through has to come through a camera that registers body heat. So they're looking for fevers, and they pull you out, and they will quarantine you just for having a fever. And if they had called me out, my name was on the registry, pull him out. He got swine flu. He's, probably a carrier. They would have told him anything, to hold me and isolate me. Then when I died, they would have said, see, he died of the swine flu. But see, I was aware of that. So before I got off the plane, I got ice water, put it in a towel, and put the ice water around my neck, and then walked through. I knew their games. I knew all their odds, what they could do to me.
The reason why you can get swine flu in such a virulent way, right? I mean, so to speak.
You can't get swine flu unless you're a pig.
No, I'm saying that they gave it to you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And the fact that the reason why you
But the swine flu isn't virulent. I mean,
but I mean that's why I said so to speak. I'm just
the substance they use with it.
So the fact that your body couldn't fight it because you're so healthy is because what? Because there was an abundance of the bad stuff whatever they put inside of you. Why didn't your body fight it? Why did you get sick as a result of getting this?
Well, as I said earlier, you've got liquid mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, detergent, and up to 23. In fact, in the swine flu, you've got squalene and 16 other toxins in it, and all of them are toxins of our own. Swine flu virus, a virus of swine flu isn't going to harm you, but that's what pigs, when they're too toxic, use to dissolve dead cells.
Since that's artificial, whatever they put inside of you. But if you go in a place where it's highly contagious, airborne,
there's no such thing as contagion.
Okay, so let's just say a thing, let's say like Ebola is supposed to be something.
There's no such thing. You need to look at the literature. As Dr. Leonard Horowitz proved with the chemistry in the lab, Ebola was created by the U.S. and British military.
Exactly, but
AIDS was too. There's no virulence.
Right, but isn't it spread by...
No, it is not spread. It's injected into the body. Just like they used AIDS in Africa. They put it in 25 million smallpox vaccines. That's how all those people got it. And the British and American governments donated that. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And then what they did, they got 27 countries into the World Bank, and they run 27 countries by devastating them with AIDS.
So you can't cough and spread some kind of contagion?
No, you can't.
So how does a person get sick?
Person gets sick, they're detoxifying. People get same things at the same time because it's a matter of temperature. It's a matter of state of being. It's a matter of climate. So, okay, let's take this for example. Bears come out of hibernation in Colorado. Bears come out of hibernation in Wyoming. Bears come out of hibernation in Canada. Bears come out of hibernation, and it's always a month after. All of a sudden you're up in Alaska and you're 3 months later coming on, are bears contagious? Did the bears here, did the U.S. cough
Right,
and
it's
cause
not
the bears?
contagious, it's just the external conditions that's allowing for something to happen.
It's the climate and conditions.
Right. So people are getting sick because first of all they're weakened, and then it happens to be at that end of the hibernation period, let's say, kidding around. That's why there's the flu season.
Correct.
Because the conditions are set, and if you're weakened, you're going to catch. So even
if you're toxic.
So what happens if you kiss somebody and they're sick, and all of a sudden you get sick?
That's just the same time. If I have a crow out there crowing and the sun rises, and the crow's the roosters crow every time the sun comes up. Is the crowing of the cock the reason that the sun comes up? You can't utilize that. The medical profession gets you believing that.
Right now,
It has nothing to do
I'm
with it.
aware of that kind of mindset. I really am. You know, and it's a great point.
You
But I had a friend of
can
mine.
get syphilis.
Huh?
You can catch syphilis.
No, you can't.
Well, how do people get syphilis?
People get syphilis by taking a lot of toxins in, like vaccines that go into that particular part of their body and break down tissue.
That's a very good question. It's an interesting point. I was in radio before. So how does a person get AIDS, HIV from someone else who has HIV?
Only blood transfusion. There are 213 couples that one of them has had AIDS since the early 70s. Their partners stopped using any kind of a sexual protective, and none of them got any AIDS. It's a myth.
If there's blood,
Blood, if you put blood in yourself, you get a transfusion. The chemicals that you got injected into you with the hepatitis B vaccine is what did it. Dr. Strecker proved that the government caused AIDS in this country, just like Horowitz proved that our governments did it in Africa. They put the hepatitis B vaccine as an exploratory experiment in the cities of Houston, Los Angeles, New York City, and San Francisco. They wanted to try it out on undesirables. The AIDS virus that contaminated soup was created at UCLA in 61 and 62.
That was in
given to the military. And they put it in the hepatitis B vaccine in those cities. And 10% of they did it because they wanted to do it to undesirables. They felt that homosexuals were undesirable. They found that the homosexuals in their drug use were getting hepatitis in huge numbers. So in those cities, 90% of the people getting hepatitis were homosexual. So they put it in the hepatitis vaccine.
so how did they get the procedure? Why would they do the vaccine? Why would anybody even do a hepatitis B?
Why do nurses and doctors take hepatitis B vaccine every year?
I don't know.
Prevent hepatitis, which is garbage, because you can't prevent a solvent.
I don't know.
That's what I mean. But that's what babies that are born now, hepatitis B vaccine.
Unless you,
The day they're born.
my kids aren't vaccinated.
Good for you. Great. So it is not a contagious thing. The medical profession makes people take a lot of vaccines and a lot of pills on the idea of contamination, of spreading something. It's not true.
So you say you understand that nothing is contagious.
Nothing is contagious. A laugh may be contagious.
So yeah, just laugh.
But prove that a laugh is contagious. There's no chemical thing there. It's just that, your body is going through a cleanse. It's the right climate for it, so let my body do it too. It's as much as contagious as a laugh. It's not a biochemical thing.
Okay, so could it be on the same level as biomagnetic fields where they can test, do EKGs and EEGs, and they can do somebody like, you could test mine, and then you could come in the room and they could test yours, and then they could put us both in the room, and my heart biorhythm would show up in your brain. They've shown this, so is this the same?
But that's a rarity. They haven't been able to reproduce that many times.
No, it has been now produced many times. In
Where?
the books,
Who?
there's a guy out of the University of Arizona that's reproduced. I've got the book here in the hotel.
I would have to really check his information because I find a lot of those medical stories are lies.
It's not, it's actually experiments that he's done. So
But
it's
I
all
mean, they come up with
documented.
those false experiments all the time.
But my whole point is that if we're really that connected, then why wouldn't we be that connected with, like you're saying, if somebody's...
You've got different biological chemistry. Your cells are different from mine. So the virus that your body would create would be different from mine. So yours passing it to me is not going to make me create your virus.
Right, that's not where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is that if it's a detox or the body going through a symptom, of detox, and why wouldn't it be communicating with other bodies that this is the time to do this?
Well, it can be as far as example, but it's not a chemical thing.
No, I wasn't. I was
It's
talking
not a
about an
bacterial.
energetic.
Yeah.
I was talking about an energetic communication.
Let me
We don't
tell
really
you,
understand.
if syphilis were contagious, every single mafia guy would have it. Every single mafia guy would have it. But very few people ever get syphilis. It's usually when they get a vaccine, a lot of troops get it, a lot of military people get it because of an injection they get that goes to those areas of the body and starts dissolving that tissue, and then it gets into the spine. But that's from vaccines. 70% of all diseases today are caused by vaccines. 70%.
So
About 90% of all diseases today are treated by the pharmaceutical industry.
So when you get a vaccine, are you saying, because I've heard this before as well, but are you saying this, that person gets a vaccine and then it could be, whatever is in there is dormant until the right conditions trigger that? Is it?
No.
Because not everybody's getting a vaccine right now, let's say an adult. And so how are they going to get sick if they're not getting a vaccine within the past 5 years?
You're not listening to what I've been saying. I've been saying that every way of detoxification, bacterial, parasitical, viral, fungal, is all within every cell. Has the ability to do it. The vaccines are poisoned. The viruses in them and the cells that have a disease is a very small part of the vaccine. It really has no value. It's not going to create any kind of immunity at all. It's the poisons which cause the body to spend all of their time and energy on the poison.
Right.
So your body's not going to be able to create any virus or bacteria or entertain any parasite to cleanse itself. So it stops those.
When nothing's being introduced, what is the overload of the other toxins that's causing the body to be overloaded, and then get weakened, and then get sick.
You don't have to get weakened to get sick. Your body just wants to clean itself, and will go into a cold or a flu. There are many strong athletes.
That's a very good point. I understand that. That's okay.
It's the body wanting to clean itself of toxic tissue, so it can maintain a higher level of functionality.
But I still don't understand. Like if you can get AIDS through blood, not just a transfusion, but let's say
no, you have to only get through transfusion.
So you cannot spread. So it's not. So I was going to say you can. If you get blood, a person's blood who's infected, and it
gets on your skin, you cannot get it. Cannot get it. On an open sore, you bleed outward. You seep outward. You don't
so
seep
basically,
inward.
people don't have to be concerned about getting AIDS then.
Correct. Not unless you're getting a transfusion, or you're getting a hepatitis vaccine, or any vaccine,
and you really believe
any
this?
injection.
You really believe this?
I've seen the work.
I'm not challenging you on this.
I've seen the work.
Okay, now I'll tell you why. Because if that's the case, then you have a more optimistic view of things. Because that people, once you believe that, you're going to have a brighter day. Because you know you're not going to get sick. Another paradigm
The
shift.
only place I'm going to get sick is if somebody stabs me. Because I'm not going to eat anything that's bad for me. Somebody has to subdue me and stab me like they did. Inject me with fluid. It's the only time you're going to get me to do something toxic to get a disease.
What about food poisoning? What's that?
Well, I avoid food poisoning. Food poisoning is a bacterial problem. I've seen many people eat so-called heavily decaying food with parasites, and I've eaten myself high bacteria, even up to a year and 3 months old, as I did on Ripley's Believe It or Not in 2002. Did I get sick? No. And I'm considered a very weak person who's had blood and bone cancer and had a vagotomy where I don't have the hydrochloric acid.
So how does someone get food poisoning? Or what is food poisoning?
Food poisoning, true food poisoning is toxic 60,000 chemicals that you're allergic to that causes the problem, cause you vomit diarrhea. Now the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry will always address the bacteria that may accompany them. Because if you have damaged cells, say you have damaged stomach cells because of the poisons you've eaten in the food. Okay, like that, what was it? Jack in the Box incident, where 125 people were so-called damage by E. coli. Now, it wasn't the E. coli that was the issue. That was each individual's E. coli in a detoxification or diarrhea. But what was really involved in the meat was somebody got a detergent in the meat when they were cleaning something and they didn't clean it all out. So it got ground up in one batch of, 2 batches of meat that went in separate directions. It went to Washington State and Denver and that in Colorado, that area. So all those people got contamination. But they certainly weren't going to go after the food industry because that particular meat packing company was owned by George Bush family. Their beef company was the cause of that. But they were not going to blame it on that. They blamed it on E. coli. E. coli is indigenous to everybody's intestines. So here they're pooping out this stuff and they say, oh, it's E. coli. E. coli did it.
So there's no such thing as a bad bacteria?
No. Well, you can have a bad bacteria. Let's say you have contaminated food, processed heavily food, and bacteria feeds on that. Of course, its secretions are going to be toxic because of what it's eating.
Well, because of the secretions. But if not the bacteria itself is bad, just what it's digesting and secreting.
Well, it will harm them eventually. Just like you can be very healthy and you eat toxic substances, you're going to break down and get weak and diseased. They will get that way too.
How is that going to how are we going? If you eat this toxic food or the bacteria, how are you going to get? How does it weaken you if the bacteria isn't? If there's no bacteria that's harmful, it's just its byproduct.
I said if you're eating pure food, there's no bacteria that's harmful. There is no bacteria in your body that's harmful.
Right, inside, but you can introduce it and then get sick.
Let's say you went out and got canned food that was full of aluminum and mercury and nitrates that they put in like meats. So let's say I get some Spam, and it's full of sprays, pink slime, and I eat that. And I eat it, keep eating. I'm going to cause deterioration of my tissue. That's going to create a bacteria that won't be so healthy either. And its discards of eating that kind of tissue that I've eaten becomes compoundedly toxic.
So the bacteria that's in the body is good, but there are bacteria that are outside the body that are not good.
You can have toxic bacteria in your body if you eat a lot of contaminated stuff.
And
but it's not contagious.
But the bacteria is coming from that food that's contaminated.
Correct. It always comes from disease. Always comes from outside.
I hate to say it, Peter. I'm going to definitely think about this. But wouldn't that be a form of?
We can't talk about this anymore because we're not going to get finished. Okay. You're going to have to delve on that one. I've got plenty of stuff about it in my writing.
I'm going to do that anyway.
In my newsletters, go online, subscribe to my newsletters. I've got many articles on it. Okay, just go through those. Get all the articles back to 2006 when you subscribe. Lots of reading material, about 1,500 pages. So lots on it. Okay, so we need to move on. Now, the other foods that we have to consider is protein. Remember, the protein that is right for us is the protein where hydrochloric acid and bile will break down those particular foods. And remember, it was always the animal foods that were properly digested. Nuts, no. Grains, no. Beans, no. Beans are one of the hardest because they even have more of a cellulose wall than regular vegetables. So those items have to be cooked for us to digest them. But when you cook them, you destroy the vitamins and the enzymes, and what you have is cauterized protein, cauterized fats, cauterized minerals. So it's very low nutrition. It does not feed the body properly. So just because cooking something makes it more digestible, makes it easier to break down and absorb, doesn't mean it's healthier, because it isn't. More toxic.
Which are they? Beans and milk?
Beans, nuts, grains. All have to be cooked to be absorbed. in the human body.
So beans are no good.
Beans are terrible.
But the nuts and grains also are no good.
No good.
Okay.
We don't digest them properly. Only meats, when we apply our hydrochloric acid, our bacteria and bile, break down properly. Almost completely digest. So our proteins are meats, eggs, and dairy. Now there is a tribe that I met in the Philippines. Took 3 days to get there. 1 day by 4-wheel drive, 1 day by boat, and 1 day by swimming over a mile to get there. And the government wouldn't let me go there. I had to go underground, get somebody to take me. When I got there, I met a tribe. Their average lifespan is about 38 or 48. I forgot what it was. And these people are vibrantly healthy and die with perfect teeth. Can you imagine dying at 148 years old, 147 years old with perfect teeth? They do manufacture, they do produce a third set of teeth at 90 years old.
What?
That's documented in one place in Thailand by a Chinese doctor about 6 years ago. He found a man who grew a third set of teeth at 90 years old. Documented. And that's what we're supposed to do. That's our second, third stage in life for teeth.
How do they die?
In this tribe, they just go to sleep. Die happy and healthy. You know, it's just like cells can reproduce only so many times and live so long on the perfect diet. They lived on how many foods? 2 foods. They raw fish that they caught every day, and sometimes they make it ripe and stinky and eat it. And they ate coconut meat. The women ate a half of a coconut a day, the men ate a whole coconut a day, and 1 to 3 pounds of fish a day. That's all they ate. Well, once a week, or once every 2 weeks, they ate a green banana or a green mango. So it was less than 1% of their, not even 0.5% of their diet was fruit. Think about that. 0.5% of their diet was fruit. They lived on those 2 foods. Beats the hell out of the USDA's food pyramid, where you have to have starch, and you have to have the grains, and you have to have, the vegetables and all that. When you're healthy, you don't need all that. 2 foods. And these people were like you. Strong and big. I thought people who ate fish would be skinny, but they weren't. And I had to take a look at that. I only came to that conclusion because if I eat fish, I get hungry very quickly and I'll lose weight.
They ate it raw?
All raw. They only ate raw. They didn't eat anything cooked. And these people were strong and healthy. Then I had to take a look at the Maasai. Wait a minute, the Maasai eat all this dairy and all this meat, and they're really skinny and tall. So these guys were eating fish and built like them. And I thought, my God, do these guys pump weights or something? No, it's just, they're living and they grow like a gorilla. Naturally grows. He doesn't have to swing around and crawl around on the ground. And he builds all this muscle tissue naturally. And it was their system on nothing but fish and coconut. I was thrilled. I was excited. This was a marvelous, and the government spent 3 weeks preventing me from getting there. They even outlawed me from renting a car in all of Mindanao. They the only rental agency there was Budget, and they called Budget and said you cannot rent a car, 4-wheel drive or anything to this man. So they blacklisted him.
They were connected with the U.S. government.
Of course they connect with the U.S. government. The U.S. government and the Philippine government are like this.
Oh, was that the Philippines or the Thailand?
Philippines. That was Philippines. So, I happened to meet a man who was part of that tribe. And I helped him with his grandson through leukemia, who was only 5 months old. Helped him recover in 3 days. So, he took and picked up his cousin, which had only left the tribe 7 years before. He had left it 30 years ago. He was a liaison between the government and the tribes. So they even refused to let him take me. So we snuck off and he took me anyway. So that's how I got to that tribe. And it was a miraculous thing. 2 foods, raw fish and raw coconut. Pretty amazing. You don't need a lot of food. You just need what you will digest properly.
Sounds delicious.
Now, when I put those, the hydrochloric acid, the bacteria, and the bile on coconut, the bile did digest the coconut pretty well. But mainly the cholesterols that were produced from it were those for cleansing. Not as bad as the oils, pressed oils, like olive oil and all the others, but it still produced a lot of cleansing compounds, a lot of cleansing cholesterols. So it's still something that I don't suggest people eat a lot of. This tribe was raised on it and grew on it for thousands of years, and they were suited to it. The hydrochloric acid that I put on the coconut did break down the protein in the coconut by half, which is pretty good. But if you're living mainly on fish and the coconut's just your buffer, then that's okay. But that's what they mean, lived on raw fish. So you don't have to be complex and complicated. I like some complex and complicated because I found that there are foods that can help reverse certain diseases and ailments. And those are all listed in the back of We Want to Live, in the remedy section. You have a problem, you have an issue, you look at the foods that are good for helping that issue, and those are the foods that you have to help those issues. And like I said, the cheese, that tribe's clean. They don't not injected with anything. They're not being bombed with, toxic exhaust waste all day long, and in their lives, they're not bombed with mercury from burning coal for electricity. They're clean. They don't need the cheese. They don't need those things as remedies because they have no disease, not even dental caries, not one cavity. There was one woman without a tooth and she had a scar up there, so you knew that she lost her tooth from an accident or a fight. Who knows? They didn't fight, so I can't imagine that. So, who knows? May have been boating and hit herself with an oar or something, who knows?
But the coconut fiber, they eat the coconut.
They eat coconut fiber.
With the fiber also.
Yeah.
Like in Venezuela.
Yeah.
That explains why I recovered so much, because I used to take 1 coconut a day because I didn't have access to water.
Right.
Jesus.
Eat the meat? Yeah.
No, I didn't eat it. I prepared. My formula was 5 eggs in the morning because I had huge problems with my stomach because I was vaccinated and a lot of antibiotics during all my life. So I had to eat very small meals, okay? But in the morning, in order to be clean with my mind to work in my job, that is mine, programming the computer, so I prepare 5 eggs, the cream of the 1 coconut, 3 spoons of honey, and bee pollen. And if I find sometimes a piece of cheese, very little piece of cheese, raw cheese and salted only. That was my breakfast. Then in lunch was...
Well, we can't go into that. We have to go through this. We're going to be very late here. So, it's very simple. The coconut meat they were able to digest. We can digest more of that than we can in the other cellulose, but it's still high in cellulose. Because I have no hydrochloric acid, I cannot digest much of it. But I will use it. If I can't get enough butter or milk, I will start eating more coconut. I'll grate it and eat it. Or I'll take the ground coconut and eat that as long as it's fresh ground. I grind it myself. And I feed it to my cows and myself. And the cows love it. And boy, the milk they produce from coconut, fabulous. Fabulous stuff. So as far as what we can eat, and protein is very limited. And we can keep our diet very simple and be very healthy. You don't have to have a lot of things. Now, vegetables I don't agree with because we only digest 2% of it, and that's mainly the juice to get the vitamins, enzymes, and minerals out of it. So we are lacking in vitamins and enzymes and minerals terribly from our toxic environment that robs everything. Pollution and our bad diets and the ill health of everything. Everything you cook has no enzymes in it and no vitamins that aren't altered into a state where they can't be used properly. So your body has to manufacture its own no matter what kind it is. So vegetable juices help in alkalinizing an over-acidic body and to supply minerals and vitamins in concentration. So vegetable juices are good. And I have vegetable juice suggestions in my recipe book, the ones that you might need for your particular health condition. So that's basically the food regime. Now, how can we eat to make sure that we produce the greatest amount of energy and clarity of mind? If you look at the body, what does the body do? When you eat, the first thing the body does is make glycogen out of whatever present. Glycogen runs the brain and nervous system. Glycogen is important for functionality, period. The body will make glycogen from whatever is produced in the first 7 hours of your waking day. 6 hours mainly, but 7 to be safe. So you don't want to eat any high carbohydrate in the first 6 to 7 hours unless it's buffered by something that's anti-carbohydrate, like celery. Carrot juice is high in carbohydrate. Celery is so deficient in carbohydrate, there's not enough carbohydrate in celery to digest celery. So you combine the two, then you do not have a high ratio of carbohydrate. So you can have a good vitamin A creator and vitamin D creator from the carotene and the carrot without going to cause an excessive amount of sugars, carbohydrates that cause the body to make glycogen from it. Remember, glycogen from carbohydrates is very sticky, full of sugar. And the brain won't function as well. The blood won't function as well. Nothing functions very well. So you never want to eat a high carbohydrate for the first 7 hours of your waking day. So what do you eat? Well, take a look at what's happening in the body. When I examined all of the autopsies of the people who died during the night or early in the morning, we found pools of toxins in their stomach. People who, most people vomit in the morning if they are sick. And that vomit is highly concentrated in chemicals, not in bacteria, not in anything else than industrial chemicals, along with saliva, and it pools in the stomach, and hydrochloric acid to neutralize it, to control it. So eat cheese the first, like 2 tablespoons of cheese the first thing in the morning. 1 to 2 tablespoons of cheese. Your big guy, 2 to 4 tablespoons of cheese. Absorb all that contamination that's dumped into the stomach during the night. That'll carry it out. So now when you eat your food 10 minutes later, it won't carry the poisons. You'll digest it without taking poisons back into the body. So what's the most easily digested food that I talked about earlier? Eggs. Suck an egg 10 minutes after you eat the cheese. Now the reason I say this is because when people were having upper and lower GIs, I examined their stomach fluid every 10 minutes. And I found that there was a pattern. When they ate something, the body would start dumping all the poisons along with the hydrochloric acid into that food. And if they kept eating, it would go on for about as long as they ate 25 minutes before it would stop. However, if they ate something, just something like a tablespoon or 2, and then stopped eating, 10 minutes after that, the body stopped dumping its toxins out of the lining. So then it wouldn't do it again for 25 minutes. So 10 minutes you eat the cheese, 10 minutes after, you eat the cheese, 10 minutes after that you eat your food, and then you have 25 minutes before it'll start dumping again. If you haven't finished your meal, you have cheese again, wait 10 minutes, and then eat 25 minutes again. And that's the cycle that I found. So you eat your cheese 10 minutes before you eat anything, to make sure you have the poisons out of the way in the stomach and the intestines as the food moves through. So you eat the cheese, 10 minutes after that you eat the food, and you have 25 minutes to eat the food. So in the morning you have your cheese, 10 minutes after that you suck an egg. 5-10 minutes after that you suck another egg. Make sure you get enough pyruvate from the egg white to build protein, the glycogen for the brain and nervous system from the protein, which has no stickiness. Your pyruvate sugar is made into glycogen. No sticky byproduct. So you have no advanced glycation end product at all involved in the waste product either, to gum up the body. So then after that, for you I would say you have 4 or 5 eggs. If you have Crohn's disease or a serious digestive problem, eat 4 or 5 eggs. If it's taking over that 25 minutes to have you consume those eggs, then you have cheese again. 10 minutes after that, you finish your eggs. Fill your body with the eggs, the easy thing to digest. Then after that, you have your choice. If you are long-term vegetarians, forget vegetable juice and go for meat. If you've been a real junk fooder, like with donuts and stuff like that, like types of processed, pre-prepared deli meats, then you want vegetable juice. So you wait about 20 minutes after you finish the eggs. You have cheese again 10 minutes after that. You have your vegetable juice. If you're going to have vegetable juice and you were a vegetarian, you put a raw egg in it with it, maybe with a teaspoon of cream. Then you let 45 minutes pass after that, you have cheese again, then 10 minutes after that, then you have your meat. So you're having all of this meat and egg stuff first thing in the morning, so your brain and everything will function at optimal. Your brain and your body. Then about 30 minutes after you finish your meat meal, and always have butter with your meat meal. 2 to 4 tablespoons. If you want to keep on weight like this man, I would have 4 tablespoons of butter minimum with each meat meal to maintain my muscle structure, like that. I always have at least 2 and a half.
With the butter?
I don't, but you can. That's okay. That's fine.
That's all I do.
Yeah. And then, 30 minutes after you finish that meat meal, now's the time to supply the body with minerals. How do we do that? Anybody remember? Butter and
honey.
Cheese. No, excuse me, honey and cheese. Honey and cheese. Remember, when you eat honey with your cheese, you will digest the minerals in it, and the fats and proteins that go along with assimilating those minerals. So, like if I were him, I would have 4 to 5 tablespoons of cheese with 4 to 5 teaspoons of honey. So it's 1/3 less honey to the cheese. If it were that young lady back there, I would say 2 tablespoons of cheese, 1.5 to 2 teaspoons of honey.
Where are the minerals you're absorbing?
In the cheese.
In the cheese.
Yes. Cheese is full of minerals. So you do it upon, what you need. And then after that, you're still going through the day. You still haven't reached your 7 hours. You're only about 2.5 hours into your day. Then do that little routine of having your little sugar cube size amount of cheese every 15, 20 minutes to 30 minutes, or even 45 minutes. Just around the clock, like let's say every 20 minutes you have cheese, 20 minutes cheese, 20 minutes cheese, 20 minutes cheese. You're back on the hour. So it's 3 times an hour. And then you can sip milk in between, or sport formula, my sport formula. And I'll give you the sport formula in a minute. So you do that every hour, and you will get well faster. Then maybe you do that for 3-4 hours. So you're 7 to 8 hours into your day. Time for your fruit meal. Fruit meal is great for cleansing the body. The body will make alcohols with it, with the fats that you eat, detoxifying fats, to help cleanse the body. And you choose the fruits that help with your particular issue, your particular problem. Let's say you have a lot of mercury and heavy metals in your body, and not iron, but one of the darker metals, and you want to get rid of it. Dark berries are great. You have dark berries and coconut cream together with a little bit of dairy cream, just to protect the nerves. If you've got digestive problems, you may have pineapple one day and papaya the next day. And you always have it with some coconut cream, which is mildly but still very cleansing, rather than, let's say, olive oil or coconut oil, which is real aggressive. So you have your food with coconut cream and a little bit of dairy cream to protect the nerves. Remember, dairy cream is the only fat that can completely nutrify and protect the nervous system and brain. So have a little bit with that, because if you're going to start calling out a lot of toxins, you need protection for the brain and nervous system. So find the fruits that are good for your cleansing, your needs in the book. Then for the next 4 or 5 hours, you do the cheese and the sipping on sport drink or milkshake. If you want to gain a lot of weight, you don't have milk, you have milkshake with eggs and raw cream in it and milk and the honey. And if you want to digest a little bit better, grate a little bit of ginger in there. Makes it taste better, stimulates circulation and digestion. Never have enough to burn. Some people like to burn, like Asians, like lots of hot stuff and ginger. Not good for us. It's too much stimulation. Could cause you to heavily detox, even to go into a cold or a flu. So keep that to a nice taste, flavor, not too much. So you do that all for another 4 to 5 hours, and then you can, if you haven't had a vegetable juice in the morning, have the cheese 10 minutes after have your vegetable juice, and then maybe an hour and a half after that, you have your second meat meal. And then you have butter with it, of course. Now you can always make that butter into a sauce. I have 82 sauces, meat sauces, in the recipe book. They can be made in 3 to 5 different ways each. So that's 400 sauces. Choose the ones you like and use those. Mostly butter, choose the ones that have butter in them. Those are the most beneficial. Then 30 minutes after that, have cheese again, and then have your cheese and honey together, your mineral supplement again. And then have a half a cup of milk before you go to sleep, and then one during the night. Or suck an egg during the night, or little 4 ounces of milkshake. Have something for the night. The reason for that is if you go 5 hours, if you're very thin, 4 hours is all it takes. But most people who are not underweight, after 5 hours, there's no protein in the blood for the red blood cells to eat. So they start eating each other. They become cannibalistic. So what happens is, after 8 to 10 hours of sleep, you've consumed 2 to 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. You are then anemic. That's why when you wake after 8 to 10 hours of sleep, you say, why am I tired? Because you're anemic. Caffeine, nicotine, theobromine from chocolate, none of those are going to help you with anemia. Eating is the process. So during the night, you set your alarm if you don't usually wake during the night, and eat half a cup of milk, 4 ounces of milkshake, or suck a few eggs, or eat a couple of ounces of meat, and go back to sleep. If you're a hyperactive person, and when you waken after 5 hours and you eat and you can't go back to sleep and you want 8 hours, then set your alarm for 3 hours, wake and eat and sleep for 5 hours. And then you awaken after 5 hours and you eat. So you never get into that space where your red blood cells are eating each other. It doesn't only happen at night. You go 5 hours in the daytime, you don't eat, your red blood cells begin eating each other. It's the law of the body. So don't go 5 hours without eating. I suggest if you want to get well, eat a little bit all the time, all day long. And you have your big meat meals and your one fruit meal. So you're really only eating 3 major meals a day. It's that easy.
It's the natural defense reason, natural reason why the red blood cells are eating the other red blood cells. It's got to be a good reason for that.
I just told you they have no protein anymore.
So they
don't have any energy.
It's eating itself.
Yeah, they have to eat each other. They don't eat themselves. Like,
You know, it's a bad
I'm
thing,
a
it's a
red
good
blood
thing.
cell, and I'm littler than you. I punch you and eat you in the neck. So it's just a matter of one cell eating another. And of course, the big cells are going to eat the little one.
Because anything that happens in the
Ones are
body,
stronger.
anything that happens in the body that seems to be bad, actually it's a good thing. It's just that it's trying to keep itself surviving.
Under the circumstances.
Exactly. It's not the optimal thing, but at least it's still doing something good. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's always doing the best it can with what you provided. And if you provided the food like I do, you can even recover from maniacs sticking mini hypodermics in you with massive amounts of poison that usually can kill one person. And I survived 3. But I knew what to do. I knew what to do for my body. I knew to get the high ammonia meat to help harness some of those chemicals that were getting into my blood constantly. Most of it was out in 72 hours. That's why I stopped eating the high ammonia meat after 72 hours. Didn't eat it anymore. Because what would be released from my tissues now would be minor, and my regular diet would handle it. But I had to eat that high, nauseous, awful, tasty ammonia stingray for 3 days. And that stuff was nasty. It's just hard for me to keep from vomiting. But I needed to get in there to protect the red blood cells, or else I would have killed every red blood cell in my body. Those things they shot into me. So, okay, that's how we maintain and function. Now I have 2 more things to talk about. I talked about water being a solvent, and it's not good to drink water except very little. As a solvent, it will dilute your body. Remember how well some of us that are older up there, we remember we're at school, we just take a sip from the fountain. If you were somebody who was on the football team or baseball team or something, you drink maybe half a cup of it. But we drank orange juice and milk. Then sodas came out, people started drinking a lot of those. But one of the heads of the CEOs of Pepsi or Coca-Cola got into a bet. You ever see trading places where there's 2 heads, the leads of the stock market of a particular house, bet each other that they could take this black guy off the street and make him a better stockbroker than the guy that their top man already, and throw him out on the street and see how he survived as a street person, a homeless person. Well, these 2 guys made a bet with each other. One said that I can sell water for more than you're selling gasoline and milk and any other product, and even our soda. And we can sell water for more. And the guy said, wait a minute, you get water out of your fountains, water's everywhere. This is in 1961. So what did that guy do? He hired doctors and writers to talk about how much water the body needed. Got athletes and coaches, paid them big money to say that we need lots of water. So that's when 8 glasses of water was created in 1961. And that's the first article you will ever see that talks about 8 glasses of water a day, or even having a lot of water. It was understood water was not good before that. Drinking a lot of water was not good. You needed nutrients in your fluids. So milk, orange juice, vegetable juices, fruit juices were the things that you drank, not water. And that is true absolutely. I don't suggest fruit juices because they're too high in sugar, and that'll make sticky neurological fluid and blood. Not a good thing. Also make you hyper and then have a crash, too much sugar one time. Also advanced glycations collect, and Columbia found that they collected in the human body, 70-90% for a lifetime. The waste product of glycogen, when made from carbohydrates, advanced glycation end product, stores at a rate of 70 to 90% for your whole life. Oh, that's where your skin starts, shrinking in and drying up as you get older and sucks in. And then water fills up in between your tissues because of all that sugar that has a tendency to dissolve tissue. It's not healthy stuff. So you avoid that by having high carbohydrates unless you're going to have fat with it. Just like I said, always have your fruit and fat together. Always have fruit and fat together. If you're going to have a vegetable, fruit juice once in a while, you put fat in it. Put cream and egg in it. Something to help block it. You eat some cheese while you're drinking. Do not have, 99% of the time, do not have any fruit juice. And then if you have it, it should be with the fat. Maybe some cheese, raw cheese, and sparingly sip it. Don't suck it all at one time. Cheese would be helpful because fruit juices have a tendency to demineralize the body. Now we have to talk about salt. Salt is a dangerous substance. It is the worst thing next to cooking your food. Why is that? Sodium is an explosive. When isolated sodium is more volatile than nitroglycerin. My father worked on the project for General Electric for the military to make it a weapon. Because you can take one crystal of pure sodium this big and it will take out all of New York City and the buildings. It's worth 5 atomic bombs. One crystal of sodium. So sodium is explosive. Now, when you take it, they give it to you, it's either with sodium iodide, you've got an iodine molecule bound with it, or you've got iron with it, or potassium. You've always got another mineral that's bound with it when you have it as table salt, or as a purifier for a water system. And that's, when the water system, it's usually sodium, potassium and sodium, which is saltpeter. And that will damage your libido if you want to have sex. Do not ever use that as a water softener in your system, and it's in your water. So the sodium is an explosive. When you change the degree, when they isolate it like that, just the sodium, 1.5 degree change will cause it to set off. They couldn't control it, so it's not a weapon yet. They're still working on it. But GE was given $2 billion over a 20-year period to make it into a weapon. My father was on that project for a while. Couldn't happen, too volatile. Now to prove that, about 3 guys were going to ridicule me about it. And I said, you want to prove that sodium is an explosive? Just take some meat, dead meat, and sprinkle sodium on it at room temperature. Meat has to be room temperature, and see what happens. So, it's on YouTube. You go to frog legs, salt, YouTube. Put those in the search engine, and you'll come up with a video that shows these 3 guys, where you only see 2 of their hands manipulating it. They take frog legs that have been dead for a day or 2. And they've thawed out, they weren't frozen to begin, but they now are at room temperature, and they take salt and they sprinkle the salt on both sides of the frog legs. On one side you see them starting to jump and twitch. Flip them over and they salt all the, not heavy salt. They're sprinkling the salt over like somebody would sprinkle salt on their food. And these frog legs, there's no body, they're just frog legs, spasm for 32 minutes. They show it for only 2.5 to 3 minutes, but it goes on for 32 minutes. That shows you the explosive. So they said, well, pepper is an irritant. What happens if we put pepper on it? I said, pepper's not explosive. Only if the creature's alive, you put, on their raw flesh, you put, these skinned frog legs. They don't have the skin on them. This is the tissue exposed. You put the pepper on there, and they're not going to react. So they take another frog leg, put a bunch of pepper on it. And I mean, they're putting 5 times more pepper than they put salt on. And it has one twitch, and that's it. The thing is not alive. And pepper would have to react, the body would have to react if it were alive to the pepper. Sodium is an explosive. It doesn't require anything to be alive. It required the moisture with the tissue, and it started exploding it. Because the tissue, the fluids of the leg at room temperature will cause the sodium to separate from the iodide or potassium. And then they start exploding it. So you can watch it. Now these guys did it to prove me wrong. But boy, they won't take it down now, because now they know sodium is explosive. When it goes into your blood and your body separates the sodium from the iodide or potassium, what happens? It fires in the blood, and you've got the smorgasbord of nutrients that every cell eats. You can have 93 to 117 nutrients. All the enzymes, the vitamins of all sorts, all the B's, the D's, the A's, everything, all in one smorgasbord. And when a cell eats, it eats it all, because it's all in a clump together, a cluster, a natural cluster, with the ions keeping it all together. Once you cook anything, the ions don't keep anything together. So you're spreading your nutrients out all over, and cells never get everything you want. But even if you're raw, those clusters will explode with the sodium. So then the cells are only going to get 23, 50 nutrients instead of their normal 93 to 117. Salt is not a good substance, period, any form, to eat. Now one more thing, I'm going to give you my sport formula. Sport formula is a quart. And the reason I call it a sport formula is because when I give it to my athletes, they need very little of it, and their competitors are consuming massive amounts of water, and they're getting weakened by the water. And you can see it. You can see tennis players going for 5 hours, going round after round, and the more water they drink, the weaker they get. Of course, they'll drink a little water, they'll have a little spurt of energy, and then they start getting more tired, they can use less oxygen. It's a rat race. With this particular formula, they only need to consume a quart in 4 or 5 hours of exercise. The two number one high school champions of 2009 were 2 sick kids on the diet. When they came to me at 8 and 9 years old, Walker Kierlin and Valerie Bicek, the number one high school champions of 2009, both happened to be my patients on the diet since they were 8 and 9 years old. They drank that substance and were just outdoing their opponents like crazy just by drinking that drink. Walker Kierlin was sick with asthma. He was an asthmatic little kid. I have him talking before the board of supervisors. He says, you have to pass our raw milk bill, because if I don't have my raw milk, I can't breathe. And then you see him from, that was 2000 to 2009, and he's winning the tennis championship. You can't believe it's the same guy, and it's the same person. Just because he's been doing the diet. No longer sick and a champion. So the sport formula, the good to hydrate the body properly. Remember, all foods are high in natural water. Even meat is 55 to 70% water. Milk is 86 to 90% water. Fruits are 90 to 92% water. Everything's full of water. Once you cook it, you separate the ion bond with the water. So now the water doesn't go with your nutrients properly to the body. You have to reconstitute. And the more water you drink, what happens? The drier you get, the more water you want. I consume about, in the summertime when it's hot and I can't get all the milk that I want, and I don't drink sport drink, I may drink a half a cup of water a day. Otherwise, I only drink a half a cup of water a month. And that's it. I suggest that all of you drink from a half to 3/4 of a cup a day, unless you're somebody who does a lot of workout. Then do up to a cup a day, but no more. And space it out. Only a sip at a time. Only because you still need a solvent to dissolve compounds in your body that can't be dissolved without the help of pure water. Like I said, your body makes a virus, a solvent, mix it with pure water, and it becomes even more reactive. So you need a little bit. I don't need so much anymore. But, a cup is about maximum, a cup and a half, and somebody that's, a marathon runner. But they can drink as many of these sport formulas and as much milk as they like. So, a sport formula is a quart. 3 cups of that is a combination of at least 2 of these 4 items. You didn't understand that? So, you have to have at least 2 of these 4 things in it. You can have all 4, or even 3 of the 4, but at least 2. Tomato, cucumber, watermelon, and whey. Now the cucumber, the tomato, and watermelon have to be puree. They are not juiced. So you peel the cucumber and you peel the watermelon. You want to use the rind of the watermelon and you de-seed the watermelon. Do not eat the seeds in it. Phytic acid. Pardon? The rind. The rind is white or pink or, you peel the green off. Just like you do the cucumber, you peel the green. You slice it or dice it, put it in a jar. Now you have a cup of other ingredients. This cup is 1 tablespoon of raw apple cider vinegar, 2 tablespoons of lime juice, 2 teaspoons of lemon juice, 2 tablespoons of coconut cream,
I did it.
2 tablespoons of dairy cream, you can grate a little ginger in it if you want that taste once in a while, just enough to flavor, and eggs to fill it up to the quart. It could be 2 to 3 eggs depending on the size of eggs. And you blend that all together. So it'll be very pulpy. Now the important thing about those 3 things, let's say you had 3/4 cup of each of those 4 things. That would make your 3 cups. Then what the tomato does is it provides the nutrients for the body to keep itself acidic. And all the alternatives say, we need to be alkaline, we need to be alkaline. Everybody over alkalinizes to not digest their foods properly. You need to be acidic. Saliva, urine, fecal matter, and bloodstream. All should be around 5'5" to 5'7". I've been 5'5" for 30 years. When I told Dr. Travis that on the doctor show, he called me a liar. Nobody can live. A human can't live on 5'5". I showed him my blood report.
Can't live on what?
If your blood is 5'5", acidity.
5'5".
Acidity. pH balance is 5'5".
Oh,
5.5.
5.5.
They believe it needs to be 6.2 or 6.1, something like that.
That's the blood, but what about the urine?
All of them.
Saliva?
I said all of them the same, 5.5. 5.5 to 5.7. So the tomato can provide good nutrients for digestion. It helps dissolve dead cells for detoxification. It is an anti-cancer property as long as the tomato is raw. The cucumber helps replace collagen under the skin. Watermelon is the best food to create perspiration. Also has collagen to replace collagen under the skin, collagen precursors. The watermelon also has citrulline that is like a natural Viagra if you have libido problems, especially the rind. And the whey, I talked about that earlier. Whey is full of lactic acid and helps remove the lactic acid from metabolism out of the muscles so you don't cramp.
Wait, I didn't hear you have put whey in the corner.
Whey was one of the four. Tomato, cucumber, watermelon, and whey.
Oh, whey, I didn't hear the whey.
Okay?
So when I make the cheese, the water that is a little bit yellow, that is the whey.
Whey. Not dry whey, liquid whey. Not the garbage they sell in health food stores. Fresh, raw whey.
And how do you make it? You make it yourself?
Just blend it. Yeah, you make it yourself and blend it.
Just blend it.
Yeah,
just use a blender.
You make juice out of the lettuce and the cucumber, or you make a puree?
You're not using lettuce.
How'd you say lettuce?
Cucumber. I didn't say lettuce. I said cucumber, tomato, watermelon, and whey.
I heard you say lettuce earlier.
No lettuce.
Then the vinegar,
That's vinegar is in the other cup. But you're putting them all together, blending them all together. And then you shake it each time and sip it because the pulp's going to come to the top and more of the liquid will be at the bottom. So you shake it every time you take a sip. And don't drink more than an ounce and a half at a time, all day long. Just take a sip here, a sip there. Milk, with milk or after milk, or you can cheese. Let's say you have cheese, a sip of sport drink. Cheese, sip of milk. Cheese, sip of sport drink. Cheese, sip of milk. Cheese, sip of milk. Cheese, sip of sport drink. All day long, just to hydrate yourself. If you don't drink a lot of fluids at one time, the water won't rush to your kidney. When you chug any kind of liquid, most of the water is going to go to the kidney and not be carried with the nutrients to the cells. So you're going to dehydrate your cells. So always sip.
Say it again, please.
When you gulp a fluid, the water separates and goes to the kidneys because it's too much water at one time. And then your body won't have the H2O to take with the nutrients to the cells, and the cells will dehydrate.
Will it work without the coconut cream?
Pardon?
Will it work without the impossible, unattainable coconut cream?
Well, you can. There are new sources for it.
Oh,
Email me and I'll give you the new source.
In the other cup it goes 1 spoon of vinegar.
You have 1 spoon of vinegar, 2 tablespoons of lime juice, 2 teaspoons of lemon juice, 2 tablespoons of coconut cream, 2 tablespoons of dairy cream. Grate a little bit of ginger in that for flavor if you like, and it'll help stimulate circulation and digestion. And then eggs to top it off, 2 to 3 eggs to bring it up to your quart. Blend that all together, so sip on it all throughout the day. If you're taking the hot tub, hot baths, you sip like a half a cup of that before you get in, whole cup while you're in there, and then a half a cup when you get out, you'll hydrate. Now, taking those hot baths in a bathtub when you don't have a hot tub to keep the hot water hot is difficult. What I do in a bathtub, like I'm at a hotel, I'll put scalding hot water in, fill it halfway, let it sit for 10 minutes, and heat the whole bathtub lining. Then I'll put lukewarm water in to bring it up to the level of the water before I get into it. And I take a washcloth and wrap it around that end so the water doesn't drain down inside. So I can keep the level higher in the bathtub. And then I put my milk and my vinegar and my sea salt or Epsom salt in the water. I'll let that sit for 7 minutes. Then it's down to about 110 degrees. I get in. Then by 20 minutes, it's down to about 102.
What do you use?
Then it's too cold. Then I will let about 2 inches of the water out. And in that 2 inches, when I get down to 1 inch, I will turn on the hot water. Of course, it's going to come out cold at first. So I funnel the cold water down the spout, down the drain. And then when it gets hot, I release it. By that time, the last inch is out. Plug up the drain again, and then let that run, scalding water run, and then swirl it around until the bed temperature is up to about 110 again. And then I stay in it for 20 more minutes. You have to do that every 20 minutes. You don't have to add more ingredients, but you have to add hot water every 20 minutes. If you have a hot tub, it is constant. You have a 105 degree temperature straight. Best thing to do. Straight 105 degrees.
What do you use to measure the temperature in your bathtub? What do you use?
I use a swimming pool temperature.
Oh, what's the swimming pool temperature?
You can use a thermometer for, checking your temperature. You can use anything that keeps accurate, temperatures. If you don't have a hot tub and you don't want to do all that, I'm right now inventing a combination of a sand filter with a pump, a small, large aquarium type pump, and then a heater, an instant heater, all in one unit with a tub, a hose going from the tub through the filter, the pump and the heater back into the tub, so that even in a bathtub you can do it for under $1,000. Hot tub's going to cost you about $6,000 to get a good one, but it's worth it. It's worth the investment. But I probably won't have that ready, for 2 months. My version of it. So you just may have to, let the water in and out every 20 minutes to be satisfied. Does that sound too hot?
That's fine.
Okay, that's it. Questions and answers. You've written a lot there, young man.
Well, you said a lot.
More than you could write.
She got typical. Or get the book.
No, the workshop tapes, CDs, DVDs.
And that's just it's just basically what you're doing here on the CD, right?
DVD.
The DVD. So that's the book on the DVD.
No, that's this workshop on a DVD. Not everything's in there.
This is a workshop.
But most of it.
This is a workshop.
We have to pay attention here? Okay.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. So when you have mucus in the stool, you were saying mucus is good because it carries things out of the body, right? So mucus in the stool
And protects your mucous membranes.
to have the mucus.
If you don't have mucus lining your intestinal tract, your throat, your eyes, you're going to be all dry and dead.
But to have it visibly coming out, you're saying
Your body throws off toxins through the
through
mucus.
the mucus. So that's a sign that your body's throwing off toxins.
Cleansing. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then another one I had, you were saying about supplements and kerosene. How about herbal supplements?
Yes.
Herbal supplements, they have to be heated and treated.
So if my understanding
They're
is
cooked.
they're cooked and then they're pressed. So they're not rinsed with
Cooked,
kerosene.
pressed, and ground.
So they're not put through kerosene, but they're still processed.
Depends upon who's making them.
Okay, but they're not all, so my question
Correct.
is, as you were saying supplements, they're not, okay, that's good. And then,
Let somebody else have a question answer here. Go ahead.
What do you think about mushrooms?
The mushrooms are good. They help digestion of proteins.
What's the best way to get the mushrooms?
Well, just those that you know, get in a store. I mean, if you want to grow your own, that's fine, that's great.
If a person got poison, if you get poison, if you've gotten poison in the past, ingested something that might be a poison, two scenarios. You got poison at that moment, we talked about it already, but just specifically real quick. What's the best way to detox to get that poison and counteract it? And also, if you've been poisoned in the past, is there something you could do?
It depends upon the poison. Like the poisons I got, I needed a lot of ammonia. And there are different poisons that you can, you know, get. Like I said, if, let's say, a venomous animal bit you, you could vomit and take your hydrochloric acid and put it on the area. Hydrochloric acid neutralizes any venom, whether it's from a frog or a snake or a scorpion, tarantula, no matter what.
You take a pill of hydrochloric acid?
Yeah, a pill will work, but not as well as your own hydrochloric acid. Remember, hydrochloric acid that's in a pill is not natural. Hydrochloric acid is a chemical.
How do you get it without the pill?
You vomit.
Oh, I don't know how to vomit. I've tried it.
Oh, stick your finger down your, eat something and stick your...
That's the only way you can get it.
Well, yeah, that's the only way you can stick a tube down and pump it out.
So if you take several capsules or so, that would help.
Yeah, that would help.
Hydrochloric, okay.
So it just depends upon the poison.
But let's say a general idea. I mean, because you may not know.
I'm just giving you examples, you know. So, you know, if you take
ingested, let's say ingested.
What? Give me an example.
I don't know. I don't know what the actual something.
Yes,
Exactly.
So
there's a reason why I can't give an answer. So I'm saying, is there like a general thing that you might ingest? Milk, obviously it's the milk, anything like that? And just...
Milk will help any time because it draws poison to the stomach. Like I said in the book, American Indians, if they had a lactating animal around and they got bitten by, let's say, a rattlesnake, then they would drink the milk and it would draw the poison to the stomach, and then the hydrochloric acid in the stomach would neutralize the venom.
If you were poisoned, if you did receive some kind of a poison toxin, does it stay in the system or does it eventually just gets flushed out even naturally, even if it's a low...
Well, the body's going to do the best it can with the nutrients it has. If you're eating a good diet, your body's going to work really hard to get rid of it.
What do you think of colloidal silver?
Colloidal silver is highly toxic.
Oh.
We do not eat rock. Plants eat rock. Colloidal silver is minerals, mainly metals. Colloidal silver, think about it. It's a toxic, it's a poison. High in minerals, high in metallic minerals.
I'm watching the sun.
I see. Okay, yes.
How can we repair the adrenals when the person has adrenal substance?
Adrenals.
Repair them. When the person has...
Just eat meat. Put hot water bottles back here at your back at night. Milk, meat, and hot water bottle.
How to activate the growth hormone to be bigger, more...
You don't need hormones for that. You just need lots of fat with your meat. I have many guys that are as thin as you, and within a year they were as big as him. Not quite as big as him, but big. I had one guy that was 61 years old when he went on the diet. He had been skinny as you are his whole life, could never put on the weight. And every time he started to, he'd get sick. All the protein powders and all the garbage things they tell you to eat to gain that weight. And after a year and a half on the diet, he called and he said, "Hey, can I bodybuild on this diet?" I said, "Sure." He's about 6'1". And I said, "Eat a pound of meat twice daily with one of the lubrication formulas." The lubrication formula is in the recipe book on page 146. It's called moisturizing lubrication formula. I call it moisturizing lubrication formula because women love moisturizing and men love lubing. So that's why I call it two names to be very appealing. It's highest in butter, but it's a mixture of butter, egg, lemon, and honey. Tastes like lemon meringue drink. So you have a whole one of those with 1 pound of meat. So he did that, and in 1 year, in 6 months, he had gained 4 inches on his arms and 6 inches on his chest. And this is the guy that could never gain weight his whole life. You just have to eat the butter, and you have to get butter to do it quickly. Butter with meat. That's what it takes. But he worked out to build up that big.
Because when I take the milk, I lose appetite.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But see, you cannot eat for appetite. You have to eat all the time. Like I said in the book, if you want to gain weight, you have to eat until you're 1 bite away from vomiting.
But that is good. That is good.
Yes, you eat and eat and eat until you can't eat.
What if you want to lose weight?
Pardon?
What if you want to lose weight?
Well, like I said, the body needs lots of fat to bind with the poisons. Once you lose the weight, you're going to be susceptible to terrible detoxification. You're going to have symptoms, you're going to be overly emotional, and you're going to have a lot more pain, aches and pains when you detoxify. Fats bind with the poisons. Fats dissolve the poisons. The body gets rid of everything with fats. So you need the fat. If you don't, you're going to be vulnerable to the toxins. They will damage your nervous system, your cells. So I like everybody, like I said in my book, women to be at least 15 pounds overweight. At least. I was as big as him, but mine was more fat than muscle. His was a little bit more muscle than I had. And I was that big when I first got into this diet. I drank a quart of cream a day with a quart of carrot juice. And I mixed it. Boy, it was so heavy, and boy, it was, for sometimes hours, but I wouldn't drink it all at one time. I'd space it, but still, it'd be heavy all the time. But I forced myself to do it to have all this weight. And I was able to clean out a lot of stuff quickly without a lot of symptoms. The only symptom I had to deal with was nausea, because I always forced myself to overeat. But it works. Everybody who does it, it works.
Doesn't damage the digestive system?
Unless you eat too much at one time. Always eat until you get nauseous. Don't eat until you vomit, but close. Yes?
I know I feel about but how do you feel about the thing about the small particle size? The NMR test, the test now would say that the test the particle size and smaller, fluffier.
Well, that's because they're homogenizing fats. They're putting fats through thin sieves and at high pressure, so that homogenizes the fats. Homogenized fats are terrible fats. They're very costly. They have a tendency to erode and putrefy. Not have a tendency, they putrefy. Raw fats never putrefy. They will oxidize and utilize as fuel and cleansers, but they never putrefy. No. The thing is that I'm 18.5% body fat. Probably now, from this week of eating lots of extra cream, I'm probably 19.5% body fat. Do I look it? No. Most people who are my size and my weight, they're about 11 to 12% body fat. That's because I've been eating raw fats since 1972. No cooked fats. So all of the fat molecules when they're raw are very small. When you cook them, they swell from 5 to 50 times their normal size. Take pork rind. You've got a thin, it's like bacon. And then you fry it, and it swells this big. That's your fat cells blowing up. I'm condensed with fat, and don't look fat. I have lots of fat. I'm 19% body fat. But you won't look at when you're all full of raw fat.
Considering, the environment, the toxicity, the pollutions, what do you think are the safest, the healthiest places in the world to live in?
Everywhere was obscure. That's usually islands. In Thailand, they're chemically spraying chemtrails. They're using pesticides everywhere. The place I found in the Philippines is on a remote island. It's only 2% populated. It's Palawan. It's the island away from all the main islands. There are 52 volcanoes in Philippines. That's called the Ring of Fire. And, you know, typhoons, hurricanes, hurricanes are typhoons, and earthquakes, all kinds of, you know, disasters happen throughout the Philippines. But that one island, there are no volcanoes anywhere near and no typhoons. It's 200 miles from the Vietnam border. So that's the ocean that's across. That island is the least, but there are 7,107 islands in the Philippines. 90% of them are uninhabited. If you want to go somewhere that's clean, that's where to go. That island I'm on. Pardon?
How do you get meat and dairy there?
Well,
Do
you
eat
have
fish
your
and
own
coconuts?
animals. I have my own animals. I have coconuts, I have lots of, I have cashews, I have all that, but they're not for me. They were already growing on the land by the natives, the tribes people. I bought this from the tribes people.
So you live there?
Yeah, it's one of my places.
Oh, I didn't know that, okay.
Thailand and Philippines. And then I have goats and chickens in Philippines and cows and chickens in Thailand. So I have my food. That's all you need. Goats breed fast. You know, you can't eat enough of them, one person. So let's say you have 40 goats. There's no way that a whole family could eat all of your goats. You're going to have to be selling them, you know, if you're eating goat's meat. And dairy, you know, if you're milking the goats, that's plenty for a family. You know, just 3 goats, milking 3 goats gives you enough milk for a family. So there's plenty of food. You just have to have your animals. And getting to my land in the Philippines, I'm on the other side of the island where there's only tribes, little villages. The biggest village is 100 people. And all the others are 25, 50 people to a village. And there's no paved roads. So I have an FJ Cruiser 4-wheel drive with lifts because I have to go through 3 rivers to get to my land. And if you don't have a 4-wheel drive with a lift, you end up in the ocean. And which almost happened when I went to look at the land. We were in a 4-wheel drive van that had lifts, but the 4-wheel drive went out, and we were moving out to the ocean from the river current until a big, huge boulder stopped the van. So we could have been drowned because we needed to get out of the van until it stopped. So I have, you know, a car that's fit for that. It's an excellent, made for off-road driving. And it's a good farm vehicle at the same time. Now my land is 600 meters up, starts at 600 meters, a little over 600, and goes to 900. It's a kilometer long, to 108 acres. No road, this is a jungle up in there. So I had to build a road. It took 5 months for them to build a road up to the land, up to the timber road, the logging road.
Don't you think Switzerland is good, high in the mountains in Switzerland?
Well, they do the chemtrailing there too. They do it all over the world, even in Thailand.
What is it called?
These are poisons sprayed by military planes and what's that company? Boeing planes. They're doing it for the military, spraying aluminum, barium, and other contaminants all day long. When you see those streaks in the ceiling that become these dispersed thin clouds, those are chemtrails.
So to keep us sick.
They say it's to control weather. Pardon? Everywhere, absolutely.
In the backyard, you can see like 10 of them straight.
Yeah, all the time here. All the time.
All the time.
In Phoenix and Arizona, it's so flat, so I mean, it's, crisscrosses and
Everywhere.
it stays longer. It doesn't
Everywhere.
dissipate.
And these chemtrails, I've seen them myself, but which airplanes are doing this? Commercial airlines?
Yeah, no.
Because I see them when I'm in the backyard, I see them, well, I can't tell from the distance, but you can see that.
If you get a telescope, you'll see that they're fine. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye.
So that's what we have to eat.
Do you have a sister in San Diego?
Woo!
Yeah, I got a woman as a patient almost looks exactly like her. Her name was Barbara.
Okay.
So there's nowhere they don't do chemtrails?
They do them everywhere. In every country I've been in, the only place that I haven't seen them do it is that island I live on in the Philippines.
But they don't.
They do it in Mindanao, they do it on Quezon, Luzon, all the other islands, the big islands in the Philippines, but not the one I know. It's not populated.
No, not worth the fuel.
Here's an interesting question. I'm going to deliver it with this preface first. Because I'm trying to find out about parasites in general, but as I thought about that question, I started thinking about bacteria as well. If there's a carcass on the floor, the vultures will come down and they'll start feeding. Great. But they were already existing and then they came down to feed. So where does bacteria come from? And then I'm going to talk about where, fungus and parasites, but specifically, where does bacteria come from? Because are they like living somewhere else and then they come down, or do they spontaneously exist?
You are 99.5% bacteria. Bacteria is like atoms.
Okay.
Everything, the atoms are
You
there.
know what? That's true. You got me with that one. It's already existing, so they're already there. What about parasites?
Parasites are a natural part of your cells. If you need one, you'll generate a parasite. Whether it's malaria to clean out a red blood cell, or it's, let's say, a tapeworm to clean out the intestines and eats too much sugar.
So we're saying we already have this inside of us, or
It's already part of us.
What?
It's already part of us.
These things are already living inside of us. We need them now.
Just like the vultures and crows are living on our planet.
So it's part of the healing system. Yes.
So right. So in other words, all of this stuff is already living inside of us. So that's why you say also there's no contagiousness, because everything is already inside of us.
That's right. And you don't get somebody else's, you get your own.
God is good.
Yeah, God is good, but I can think of some times in the past, I'm with a woman, she's got a cold, next I'm doing healthy, I catch a cold right after her.
Yeah,
she has a cold.
Same season, probably eating nearly the same
the
thing.
coincidences happen, let's say, if you get in touch with somebody, but, alright, that's right. That's the part that I just, all this other stuff I've been
Take a look at
exposed
the
to.
opposite of that. We got a family of 7 people, 3 get the flu,
And
right
the
after
doesn't.
each other, and the other 4
Right,
don't.
because the immune system is strong enough,
That's bullshit. There's no immune system.
There's no immune system.
There's no immune. That's, again, that little spacey, mysterious thing that the pharmaceutical companies come up with to help confuse you about how
In
your
other words, the
body
whole
works.
body, the whole system is, quote unquote, that immune system they're working
There's
together.
no immune system.
Quote
You got
unquote.
a body that
Right.
completely functions in homeostasis, and then has a cleaning system built within it, and that's the lymphatic system. That is all there is. The immune system, it's a hormone here, or it's a little chemical here, and they come up with all these little
So the
mysterious
same way you
things.
have the blood system, that has the white blood cells, and cleaning things out, and you have the lymphatic, totally different, but that's also included as the immune system.
But it's not the immune system.
Right, but that's
Because the system isn't saying, I have to protect myself, it's saying I have to clean myself from waste. I eat, I have waste, I have metabolized, I have waste, we need to clean. So it's not about
is not the
immunity.
filter, the liver does the bile, but then also it can double as the filter.
If you're unhealthy,
Right,
you're eating
right.
garbage.
So it's doing something else that it can do, and that's the quote unquote, that's the system. The immune system, the body is healing itself, but they're going to say it exists as the immune system.
Yeah, and there's no immune system. It's just a cleansing system.
This is
and
the first time I heard
operating
about you, my friend. I don't know anything about you. I just heard 5 minutes of the thing, but all this other stuff I've been exposed to. But this is, it's crazy. They say you want to be healthy, you make sure that, obviously, I've not been doing this in my life. When you eat, you're supposed to make sure that you're not full. I don't say, no, you gotta eat till you're like,
No, but you've got the weight. You don't have to. These people who want to gain weight need to do that.
Right,
because
what
they
I'm
have.
saying is that people say, you'll never do that, drink water, also no. But I can understand about that, I use that word again, the paradigm shift, it's totally the opposite, so I understand that. But there's this thing about this contagious stuff, that's why I kept on it, because I'm thinking, what, I've experienced it myself. But, Raymond Francis, right? I went to a seminar a couple of months ago, the guy was excellent, and it's this idea. I said, what about the good and the bad bacteria? There's no bad bacteria. So this idea, like, well, you gotta get a handle on that because you're so used to hearing something else.
It's like there's good, bad cholesterol. No, there isn't. There's cholesterol that's going to build you and cholesterol that needs to take the body apart if it is weak, and there's a system that's toxic, and then there's the throw off, the waste. So the two that fall into the bad cholesterol are not bad cholesterol. It's a waste and a cleansing.
Right, and you're familiar with Dean Martin's, right? Because somebody got bronchitis. I'm happy you got bronchitis. But because that's your system cleansing itself. Exactly. So, I heard this 2001, 2000, like, what? What a revolutionary idea. That changed my world.
Just like this whole thing about bacteria, if I could add to that. Over 7 years ago, I stopped using antibacterial soap. I found out about you maybe 3 years ago. And then watching Discovery Channel or one of the Planet channels, they talked about bacteria and how each human has more bacteria cells than there are humans on the planet. And then I thought to myself, well, why do we have antibacterial soap? Isn't that anti-human soap?
Exactly.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, great. I'm glad I stopped using it 7 years ago.
And what's the ratio again of human cells to bacteria again? What is it?
150 bacterial genes to every one human gene. So we are made up of bacteria.
Well, that's true. I didn't really analyze that.
We're 99.5% bacteria. We are bacteria, just like we are atoms. We are bacteria.
With the farm, to have a cow, cows are big animals, difficult to handle. What is the ideal animal to have milk, cheese, meat, and can be easily handled by a short family?
Well, I still think cows are. Cows are mellow. Goats eat a tremendous amount. I mean, I have 108 acres, and 12 goats will go through 10 acres in a month.
And sheep?
Sheep are okay. They'll still eat a lot, but they're not like, sheep are very good, and they're good milkers, great landmen.
I love
That's
sheep.
a good, yeah, better than goats for sure. And if you're thin, you don't want to drink goat's milk, because you have adrenal precursors in it.
It's the only milk I have, goats.
Well, you'll stay too thin, and you'll stay hyperactive.
Oh, then I should be drinking cow's milk instead?
It relaxes the body more, and everything's more soothing.
That's new for me.
Good thing you heard it.
I've always
Pardon?
wanted to go.
Said good thing she heard it.
Now, when you say it relaxes the body, are you talking about mood and energy? Or
Everything.
Nervous system.
You ever seen a calm goat?
I haven't seen many goats in,
They bark, they'll rip a tree apart, they'll kill a tree by eating it, they'll eat nails, they'll eat anything, they eat everything and anything. They can,
That's why I kill around and say you do.
You can never fill them. That's what I'm saying. I've got them on my land and I have to get rid of them. On 108 acres and I've got 12 goats and they just rip it to pieces. I can't have any other animal. I do have a horse in Thailand.
So the worst thing that was ever invented was antibiotics.
Yeah.
Is there any time that antibiotics can be applied healthfully?
I don't think so.
What about if someone's got this pneumonia there, they can die, it's an emergency?
It's garbage. All they do is don't lie down. When you're going through a lung detoxification, the lungs are weak. If you lie down, you have gravity pushing on your lungs. That way you won't breathe. So a lot of people at night, when the lung nerves detoxify, the lungs won't work at all. And if you're lying down, all of a sudden you think you can't breathe and you panic and go to the hospital. I had a woman who had AIDS and had been through pneumonia twice in 2 weeks before she came to me. And I said, listen, you're going to go through pneumonia many times because you took all the penicillin, all the antibiotics. You're going to have to go through it again and again. Next time you go through it, do not lie down. You sleep sitting up like this. The gravity keeps the lungs open, works with you. You will never run out of breath. 5 days later, after she saw me, she went into the worst pneumonia she ever had. She sat and she was through it in 3 days. No problem. You just have to know what to do. The people where I went to get my land in the Philippines, to get over there was no paved roads, and there's only, a jeepney that goes over there once a day, back and forth, one a day. All these people can't transport themselves. It's hard. So I set this meeting up to see the property 2 weeks in advance. I get out there, and the assistant to the chief's right-hand man, whatever you want to call it, said, listen, I can't spend a lot of time with you today. I have 2 daughters that have malaria, and I have to take them to the hospital. So that was interpreted to me to 2 languages, English to Tagalog to the native language. And I went back, that was interpreted to me, and I said, 76% of people die if they go to the hospital for malaria, in the hospital. That was interpreted to him, and his answer was, that you may be right. 5 years ago, I had 2 daughters that got malaria. I took them to the hospital, they were dead in 24 hours. So what do I do? And I said, well, take 3 ounces of lime juice, 3 ounces of goose, which is honey there, and then 6 ounces of buko, which is coconut water, mix it all together, and then give them 2 tablespoons an hour for 3 days, and then 1 tablespoon every 2 hours for 3 days. So he said, okay, I'm going to do it. Trusted me completely. The kids were well in 3 days. Just the 3-day cycle, they were well in 3 days.
It's like that song, the lime and the coconut. There might be something to it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And drink it all up.
Have you ever thought about writing a book of all your cases, all your successes? It would be fascinating to read about them.
Yeah, but it's a matter of finding time to do all that.
Too many.
Is there a book on how to have a farm? Because I was living in the city always.
There are so many books out there.
But the good one.
Yeah, well, there are good ones. You can go for any of the biodynamic farming. Those are good, biodynamic farming.
Okay, good. Thanks.
And he was asking me, there's a machine that's used to separate the cream from the milk. What is that called?
Just a separator, cream separator.
Cream separator.
Desnatador in Spanish. Yes. I have to make my own butter in Venezuela. Impossible to get it from any farm.
Well, there are different ones. You can buy the churning type, which are metal. I like the wood churners, the old wood churners.
A brand, a particular brand that you can recommend?
I go to the Amish, and the Amish make them.
Amish?
Amish, yeah.
Pennsylvania.
That's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Well, they have them all over. You got Amish all over the land.
¿Cómo se escribe Amish?
Amish farmers.
Amish.
To make
A-M-I-S.
S-H.
A-M-I-S-H. Farmers.
Quality collapse disorder.
Y el libro de la finca ese orgánico, ¿cómo dijo que era?
Biodynamic.
Honey, do you think it's something that...
I have 6 gallons for my reserve in each place, each home. 6 gallons.
6 gallons?
Absolutely. One of the best things you can save. I have meat that I put in olive oil. Just take strips of meat, I dry it out a little bit, like an hour on each side.
In the sun?
No, in the house. Out of the sun. You can do it in the sun, it'd be faster. You only be 10 minutes in the sun. But there's so much to do so fast. I'm one person, so I do it by myself. So I have these, like 1.5 cuts, inch and a half strips of meat that are, somewhere around 2.5 inches wide. And I put those in half-gallon glass canning jars. And I'll stuff them in. Of course, I pour about a half a cup of olive oil first in there, and stuff them in. And of course, the olive oil rises and rises with the meat and seals the meat off. And then when I get up to the top, I'll put more in and stuff the meat until it's completely full. And then put the lid on it. And I did that, first time I did that was in 1999, getting ready for the 2000
Y2K.
Y2K. Now, I was a programmer and autistic, and I knew there was bullshit, that there was going to be a problem. computerized. There'd be some glitches because of the, you know, the clocks and the calendars, but it wasn't going to create any disaster. That was you know, it was who was that? Perot, you know, and those guys set it up so they could milk the government and, you know, of a lot of money to change their programs. But I just wanted to explore and experiment by taking that advantage of that. So
But that was that aged meat or fresh meat?
fresh slaughtered meat.
Fresh, not aged.
Right, fresh. And, well, it was aged for half an hour. Well, by the time I got it from Nevada City to Los Angeles, it was probably 2 days old. So then when I put it, it's probably 3 days old by the time I got it into the jars. And I put a cap on those. I had 10 of them. So after a year, I ate one of them, perfect shape, no fermentation. Now some I did some others in coconut oil. Coconut oil fermented, nasty smell, all of that, but still was good. You know, just nasty tasting, nasty smelling. But those in the olive oil stayed slightly acidic, you know, because of some of the olive oil got in. But I ate one every year, and even to 10 years, it was like I just put it in the olive oil in the jar. 10 years.
So when you're going to eat the raw meat, let's say whole foods, right? Organic food. You don't just get the steak and just heat it up. And then the fish, just you know, the fish obviously sounds more real, natural because of sushi. And then the chicken also. Is there a preference for fish and meat more, or chicken?
Well, you can't trust people who grow chicken. Chickens will eat everything. They're scavengers, but they're mainly vultures. Chickens are vultures. They eat rotten meat as their main diet. And they eat bugs and stuff like that. That's good. That's what they eat. But they're fed grains and processed waste. They eat the waste from processed foods. Cereals and all that. They eat contaminated garbage.
Except for to eat the meat, the red meat, and the fish?
Yeah, eat the red meat and fish, best bet.
Anything that you prefer?
Grass-fed is always best. Not grass-finished, grass-fed.
And also, when you talk about
or grazed,
like hair in the sun, is there a? I like to go in the sun, right? And I don't put anything on me, you know.
You should.
Yeah, I do. I purposely did that. I never put sunblock. I used to put the no sunblock, and now I don't do anything. For a year now. Should I be concerned? Like it's basically like the hair, it's for the head, so therefore you got to stop
hair
the
is
heat.
Protecting your head.
Right, exactly. But let's say I'm out there. Is that going to be a problem? Let's say the hedge. When you cover the head a little bit sometimes? Or?
No, you've got hair. You didn't have hair,
Someone who's bald.
Well, they're going to have to put a hat on or put some mud up there.
Okay, and so
or they take their chances like I did. This is from chemotherapy. It never grew back.
Right.
But, well, you know, if I'm out there too long, I'll put mud on the plane. In fact, if I'm out there too long and I'm getting too much sun in the tropics, all the natives watch me, I pack mud all over myself. I look like an African who puts mud on themselves to keep from burning.
Have you ever experimented with insects? Or insects as a source of food?
And yeah, there's in Thailand, all of Asia, they eat a lot of insects. They eat cockroaches as big, they eat scorpions, they eat bats, they eat all kinds of things there. Tarantulas. I've eaten them when I've had to. It's not delicious to me if I've been raised like they are with them as a natural part of their diet. Yeah, probably okay. I've got one Thai on the diet who goes around collecting June bugs, beetles, you know, out of her garden all day long, and she puts them in a little, like a pop bottle, and then she'll go around and eat them all day long, you know, live and crispy, like that. That is normal for her, natural. I like my meat. I like my dairy, you know, so it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. I see very many healthy people, tribes people, eating those bugs, those insects, and thriving very nicely. Not me. I do when I have to. I have nothing else. Now, if you're looking at an ear of corn, and I'll always choose an ear of corn with a worm in it. Those worms taste just like the corn. And they pre-digested the corn. So I love those. I had a roommate who was from the jungles of Peru, and she taught me every time I go shopping, and she'd pick a one with a worm in it, and down the worm went. And I said, "Ooh, what does that taste like?" She said, "Like corn, just like the corn they eat." I said, "You're kidding." She said, "No, it tastes exactly like you chewed the corn."
Do the apple ones taste like apple?
Tastes like apple.
You chewed the worm, you didn't swallow it, just chewed it.
Oh, he chewed it, yeah. What's the taste for it?
You mentioned something about before about don't gulp water or don't gulp the other liquids. Can you say that again? What were you saying?
I said if you gulp it, a lot of the H2O gets separated and goes to the kidneys and gets dumped from the body without being distributed through the cell. So you pee a lot when you gulp. If you sip, you don't pee so much.
See, that's another drastic. Don't drink water. I've been drinking water like crazy for the past 2 years, and now it's fully opposite. But honestly, I'm going to have to reevaluate this because...
No, the only way you're going to know, evaluation doesn't mean anything. You have to try it. You sip water when you take it. You sip, have lots of milk, 86 to 90% water.
That makes sense.
Your vegetable juices are 96% water.
So the necessity of when a person, when is it necessary when a person then takes a little bit more water? When is that necessary when a person drinks more water as opposed to just getting it from the food? Why
because you have toxins that are in there that need extra solvent reaction.
Okay, and then the animals are drinking the water, but I guess they don't drink that much. I don't know. That's a good point about the solvent. I guess that's what
the only animals that drink a lot of water are birds because they eat a lot of dry food. A lot of cows that are eating dry food will drink a lot of water. The only two animals that are basically meant to drink a lot of water are the camel and the elephant. Camel has an extra sac and so does the elephant. Camel can drink 25 gallons of water at a time and not drink water for another 30 to 60 days. An elephant can drink 55 gallons of water and go 3 to 4 months without drinking water.
Because he's really just drinking it at that time just to store it.
Yeah, they have a pouch to store it.
And listen, that makes sense. That's why you keep saying water's a solvent. Exactly. So if that's the case, if you drink too much, then it's going to be overacting. Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
And I've been on this diet for a year, and my desire for water, I don't really need it. Every once in a while.
Think about it.
No, I don't feel thirsty.
How safe is suet, or how good is suet?
Suet's excellent.
I cannot digest that. How can I take it?
Suet is the fat around kidneys on an animal.
I take it in my teeth and I cannot take it.
It's okay. Well, what you need is a little bit of pineapple with it.
Pineapple? I never could do that.
Take a little inch by inch square pineapple and you have about, let's say, a quarter of a cup and you need about 1 inch cube of pineapple.
How much is it?
Digest it.
Because for me it's easier to get suet than butter.
But suet's harder to digest because it has ammonia in it to protect the kidney.
Ammonia? That's bad.
No, it's just it's harder to digest.
Okay. Better butter.
Listen, and that, Elizabeth's got a question. That bodybuilding aspect of this, you said it was 1 pound of meat with the eggs, lemon, and honey, or was it twice a day?
No, you're having 1 pound twice a day.
Oh, okay.
And you're having a lubrication formula with each one. Whole lubrication formula.
In your recipe book, you have I think you have a suntan lotion in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very good. I got really dark really fast. I wasn't even out there that long. My roommate thought I was crazy.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
They sent us to the wrong building today. I don't want to get lost tomorrow. I want to know if I'm going to the right place. It's a
Hernia
great
discal
question.
es como se dice en inglés, hernia discal.
Now, how will I find you?
Cuando
when I
perdió
get
la
into
I'll give you 204.
Cranium. A disc hernia.
That's where I'm going. Okay, we can find it, because my husband's with me. It's over there, so he'll find it. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, goodbye.